Я. Окей. Так, pirmais mikrofons tagad. Okei, tagad otru paņemšu, ja?
Hello, good morning and welcome to the European Cricket Internationals Day 2 here in Bulgaria. Today is World Mountain Day. The question is, after their victories, 100% record yesterday from Gibraltar, have they left this mountain too far to climb for the host Bulgaria and their other opponent Serbia? I'm Rico Fool, you're watching the European Cricket Internationals here in Bulgaria, and the action starts right here, right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
So yes, it is World Mountain Day, and of course the boys from Gibraltar, the Rock, they were solid as a rock yesterday, weren't they, with a 100% record. And it comes down to this really, the other two teams involved, the host Bulgaria, they have to win all of their matches, but they will also be hoping that in at least one of the two matches that Serbia take on Gibraltar, that Serbia can do them a favour and get a win as well. That's the only way that Bulgaria can get their hands on that trophy. So Gibraltar will know that really it's theirs for the taking. Really, it's theirs to lose. If they play the way they did yesterday, then really I don't think I can see anyone stopping them. First up, it will be Gibraltar in action. They're taking on Serbia. Serbia themselves will be hoping that they can put a better display on today. The captains are with the tournament referee. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Gibraltar to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's a head.
Ball first.
They're going to have a ball.
Kieran Ferrari of Gibraltar winning the toss and doing what he did yesterday. He's going to put Serbia into bat first. He knows that Serbia yesterday did struggle with the bat. They really did struggle to get anywhere near that 100 score. So he'll be applying the pressure once more. The number of bowlers that he has were brilliant yesterday. Horrocks really came good at the right time. Louis Bruce was picking up wickets for fun, the leading wicket taker. And then with the bat, well, Louis Bruce was pretty good there as well. He actually, for them, is their leading scorer and the leading wicket taker. But he's not the only batter that they have. Hillman was fantastic yesterday with the bat as well. I'm loving Chris Pyle there in the power play, and of course Kieran Ferrari himself yesterday scored a very good half century as well. Serbia, what can they do better here today? One thing we do know is that yesterday several of their players, they didn't have the best of journeys here. So I know when I was speaking to Wintley Burton, he was saying that the players today will be better rested, they'll be better focused, and he hopes that that will also transpire when it comes to them playing the matches that they've got here today. 3 matches, of course. One thing he's hoping, because he's got a young side, he's hoping that they do learn from yesterday and they put a better performance in. Zimonjic was very good with the ball, though he did bowl a few extras, and Wintley Burton as well is pretty key there as well. Both those men probably are also key with the bat, but can they deal with some of the spin options that Gibraltar have been using as well? Mirpuri has been fantastic, as has Advani. So a lot of issues for Serbia, but this is about them playing better and really, I suppose, doing better, getting better performances in, and maybe getting a little bit of pride in their play. It's going to be an exciting day. Of course, it's our last day here in Bulgaria as well, and myself and Charlie Hunt, we're looking to go out with a bang. Charlie is in the commentary box. Over to you, Charlie. The news here from the middle is that Gibraltar have won the toss and they've asked Serbia to have a bat first.
Dobro utro, and yeah, lovely view from the mountains on what is International Mountain Day. There you go. See, the more you know. You've only been on air for about 3 minutes and we've already told you a new fact for the day. I'll tell you what, every day is a school day, even on a Sunday. Very warm welcome to everybody. Let's have a look at what happened yesterday on the first day of 2 international days here in Bulgaria. Of course, Bulgaria did take on Serbia in the first game of the day, and again, the troubles were very, very obvious from the start for Serbia, struggling to even get a point out of that game. They didn't get one, as they eventually fell short by just 1 run. And of course, Prakash got the last wicket off the last ball. Then they took on a very strong Gibraltar side, and it was a close match, to be fair. Just fell the 12 runs short, though. Bashir with a half century. Ali and Rasul, next top scorers at 12 and 11. That just shows you the problems that Bulgaria faced yesterday with their lineup, of course. Very, very good from Kieran Ferrari. Got to remember, in that game, Gibraltar, none for 2 at 1 point. So very, very good comeback from them to win that one by 12 runs. And yeah, Rico mentioned it, Louis Bruce in the runs in that one. Serbia, of course, then took on Gibraltar, and this was, again, a very, very comfortable victory. This time for Gibraltar, as we do know, as we got to speak to Louis Bruce in the next game, they are looking to maybe rotate a couple of things and sort of see some different options. As Hillman top scored 25 off just the 10, 23 off 11 for Chris Pyle as well, who did have a very good day, not only with the gloves but also with the bat. And of course, we did go into match 4, Serbia taking on Bulgaria in that one. And of course, it realistically was another easy victory for Bulgaria. Serbia just once again not at the races, this time getting up to 91. Ayo scoring 26 off 11, but once more Bulgaria just looking that class above Serbia. And well, Gibraltar once again finished it off with, again, another easy victory, this time defeating Bulgaria by 46 runs. And in all eventuality, it did mean that Gibraltar did finish the day top of the table in this one. Of course, going into today's action, it does mean that Gibraltar finished 6th at top of the table by just a point. Of course, they played a game less than Bulgaria as well. Serbia yet to get a win on the board. 1 point for them, and a pretty dire net run rate as well. But a very warm welcome to everybody here, of course, and pleasure to have your company with us as well. Just maybe Serbia, can they pull something out of the bag here today? Does look and feel as if in this one, just going off lineups alone, looks as if Gibraltar going to go in for the kill, get that bonus point win, and then probably use the rest of their games today to maybe rotate through a couple of different tactical options. As you can see there, very, very strong from Gibraltar. Louis Bruce and Hillman probably at the top of the table. Maybe Chris Pyle again, he's been up and about in that top order. Of course, viable spin options with Whelan, Midpudi, and the likes of the skipper and Kieran Ferrari as well. So plenty of options, and then of course pace option. You've got Roshan, Horrocks, Sawyer as well. Be nice to see him maybe get a go. 90% plays 10% in this one. Very much comfortable favourites going into the first game of the morning. First of 4, of course, and then the Bulgarian adventure will come to an end. And as you can see, lots of noise out there. Players have made their way out to the middle. You can see there, well, a very warm welcome to new umpire for today, Derek Vinu. Now in the middle, of course, wish him well. He's joined alongside umpire Ivan, who, well, let's just say this, Ivan, Rico was right. He had a very, very busy night last night with the newborn, but he's out here at the middle. We're ready to get things underway. Last day of action in Bulgaria. Gibraltar take on Serbia, and it's a wicket to start. Perfect start for Gibraltar as Roshan. It's not a not a fancy delivery. It's just a sort of bog standard top of the stumps delivery, but it's a horrible looking shot from Nemanja Zimonjic, and that's going to be a royal duck to start off the day, as Gibraltar have got Serbia in all trouble already, as they are none for one in this one. Oh, and that's not a pretty start whatsoever, and that's an ugly looking shot. And of course, unfortunately, not the best of a. I think we may have seen a little bit of a party-looking Derek, but not quite the right one there. It's a royal Derek to start the day, but not the best of starts then for Serbia. Not the best of starts, none for one here. And, well, a little bit of the old deja vu, but, well, flipped for Gibraltar at the moment. Burton in at 3. Good delivery from Roshan, getting a nice bit of away movement early on here this morning. Conditions currently 21 degrees and looking to get a roundabout again. Another scorcher to finish, 32. And, well, I'm pretty lucky and happy that I'm travelling today, because travelling tomorrow is going to be a hot one. 35 tomorrow in Bulgaria. So glad that I'm away this evening. 4 games though, and of course I think my my early shout of, well, looking to sort of go in and get 4 points this morning and then rotate is a good one for Gibraltar here. Bottom edge, and I'll get through. Well watched in the end by Charles Packard. Very well watched indeed. Of course, I have dropped the an early Hunt the Answer question in the chat. We'll get a look at it visually momentarily. But of course, it is a good one. It's a listen. I've saved a good one till last here today, and I know that we had a couple of answers in already. So do have a look at that one, and we'll bring it up in a moment. Oh, not far away at all. And this is probably going to run away for a boundary, but an inside edge onto the pad of Io, and gets away with it. And, well, living life very, very dangerously here. Look at this. Not far away at all. And well, counting his lucky stars here this morning. Watch this. Not far away at all. Well, counting lucky stars indeed, Aya, because you've woken up this morning, living life on the edge. Too wide, but driven firmly to cover. Well watched by Horrocks. Driven again firmly, but unfortunately that's into the stumps, and that's a little bit frustrating for Burton. So that's going to be an interesting end to, well, an interesting over. First over in the books of the morning. Serbia 6 for 1. As Gibraltar take a wicket off the first. Well, let's give you a little rundown of course, how things have played out over the history of the Golden Ball. And, of course, most recently, of course, it was all the way back in Croatia over a week ago now. The Jinx Zagreb, of course, lost to the Lavender Lionesses in that one. So we're getting there slowly. And, of course, plenty of golden balls in that action. Of course, well, a man who was at the very first one joins me back in the box for the first time this morning, Rico Full.
Dobro jutro. Good to be here on a very nice sunny start on World Mountain Day. Yeah, welcome. Hello to everybody. And, well, I hope you're having a lovely, easy Sunday. That's what we like, an easy Sunday.
Easy like Sunday morning, Rico. Well, at the moment, it's not easy for Serbia. This is hit firmly, but well watched by Jack Horrocks down at long off. That was hit very firmly from Aya.
Yeah, he's a hard hitter of the ball. The thing is, I mean, these two, you have to get a good partnership going.
Yeah, well, saw a replay, but magically didn't see the ball get hit, but it ended up going. Burton, 1 off 3 at the moment, up against Bruce. A little bit down the leg side from Louis Bruce, so Stunk gets it. That one slightly wrong. A very warm welcome, Rico. Looking dashing in the black and gold.
Yeah, well, it was out, so I had to put it on. And I'm thinking, man, it's going to be hot today, 33, so maybe it wasn't the better choice.
No, but this is a nice. This is
all right. It's nice and airy.
Yeah, the All Black might not be a great choice. Up over the top, nice shot from Burton, gets this one away. And of course, did find a bit of form in their second game of the day yesterday, Serbia. But, well, apart from that, there wasn't really too much to write home about. But this is a nice shot.
Yeah, it's a good shot. I mean, yesterday, maybe, you know, like he said about himself and a lot of the players, they were just a little bit maybe too eager. Maybe they hadn't prepared well. But he feels that after a good rest, good preparations, that today should, he hopes, be a better day for them. They want to. One thing is they want to have a fight here today. They want to do themselves pride, no matter what the results are. And I think that's what's important to Winterley here.
Yeah, of course, Bruce. Sort of, we spoke to him a little bit yesterday. I did on comms, and he sort of said, yeah, his kind of main tactic. And he sort of said, you know, tactically, you want to be looking wide and full on the offside. That's where he wants to be. A little bit too straight and, well, very much in the slot. Burton was not going to miss out on that one. Well, welcome to everybody in the chat. Pleasure to have you here this morning. This one up in the air. Oh, no. Well, they both just sort of look at each other, and they've had a couple of moments like this of Gibraltar in the field. Normally, they've been pretty good, but they have had a couple of times where they just sort of stare at each other.
Yeah, Charlie, just want you to keep an eye on one of the fielders here as Bruce is coming on to bowl, because I'm telling you that if this was picked, this was a no-eat. And now, yeah, all right. Well, we're not going to get to see it now because now the man at third comes up, so the two keep the long.
No, there was two of them up. There was two of them up, no? Oh, was Nestor wandering around, was he? Good comeback. Has he got an inside tickle? I think he has. He's not waiting for Delric Winnie to give the finger, and that's going to be the all-important wicket of Burton, who will go for 9. Great comeback from Louis Bruce. You can just see he's just letting us know that he just caught fishing there a little bit. Yeah, it's a good wicket, but I suppose if technology was there and umpires could see everything, that one there would have been a free hit, because it was the fielder. I can tell you who it was. It was our man, the man with the number 13 on his back, Charles Packard. So he was in between the boundary and the 30-yard circle. So the idea, I suppose, being he'd be walking in. But once the ball was bowled, he still wasn't inside that 30-yard circle. But, of course, I mean, we could see it because where we are, but there's no way that the umpires can see that. So maybe a bit of good fortune there for Louis Bruce, but he deserves it. He's a good comeback after being hit for a boundary. Yeah, another wicket for him, then another stat pack. There's a football game going on behind us early this morning. And you can hear the music, it's hyping all the crowd up. Zimonjic in at 4. Lofted, up in the air, chipped, chance. Oh, and very nearly. He took an excellent catch yesterday. And, well, this time he went for the one-hander. And he might have done himself some damage here as well. Zimonjic starts with a boundary.
Yeah, and that's Horrocks, who took a great catch here yesterday. Goes one-handed. Now he's grazed that arm pretty badly, as you probably imagine on this surface. It's an outstanding effort. I mean, the standards that Gibraltar work towards are to be commended, really. That is really a heroic effort. And that's going to probably need a bit of treatment.
That's a nasty graze on that right shot, that right elbow. And now again uppish, but again well timed, and this is going to be back-to-back boundaries this time for Vukasin Zimonjic. So not a bad end to the over. It's not a bad over at all runs-wise. They just lost the wicket in there as well. 18 come off it, 24 for 2 after 2.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing that we've seen Serbia do. They did this sort of yesterday when AO also got going with Zimonjic. They can do it. The thing is, though, they just need a break. They need a bit of luck go their way. They need to stay. I mean, imagine these two stay here for 5 or 6 overs. That could get them to a good score, because the thing is, the depth tends to go as the lower order come in.
Yeah, of course. Just the one bonus point for Gibraltar yesterday. Of course, 10 from a possible 12. Bulgaria, of course, they did take 9 points from their 4 games, so not a bad return, but yeah, still very much rock bottom Serbia after a very lackluster day yesterday. Yeah, there's a football game going on.
Yeah, well, we're commentary to music today. Can hear the old...
Hopefully it's copyright free. Otherwise we're in trouble. Cab's going to come on, probably an over earlier than what we've seen previously yesterday. Going to come on to finish the power play. I did have a couple of good innings yesterday. This is going to be dragged into the onside. Work to do for the fielder. Does well, does CP.
Yeah, Mid-Puri bowled very well yesterday, and before the day started, knowing how he bowls and seeing him bowl very well there at the Europa Point ground in Gibraltar, I thought he would do well, and he did do well, and the other guy did well, of course, was the other spinner, Advani.
Yeah, absolutely. Advani missing out on this one. But of course, I reckon Advani will probably have a part to play in the latter games here this afternoon. Up in the air, chance. Oh, just gets out away from Horrocks. He couldn't quite get the arm up there. Again, uppish though from Zimonjic, and Gibraltar won't mind this. He's certainly offering opportunities.
Yeah, it's in the air. That's why they're applauding Kabir, saying, yeah, don't worry, don't worry. It's sort of a false shot.
Good areas. Sort of in that sort of unnerving time. Good delivery again. This time just pushes it a little bit wider.
Yeah,
Did you notice something about Io in the warm-ups, by the way?
yeah, I did.
You
What,
know-
when they were doing the fielding
Doing
drills?
his fielding, he
Yeah.
fields it with his helmet on.
Yeah.
It's quite bizarre. I'd love to know the reasoning behind it. Maybe it's probably a safety thing more than anything. Oh, this one lifts. Excellent take by Pyle.
Yeah, I saw it and I thought, well, my personal feeling on it was that he's probably one of those batters who doesn't like to bat with a lid, and I think maybe the idea
Trying to
was,
get
well,
used to it.
get used to it,
Yeah,
wear
maybe.
it all the time, even when you're fielding, so get used to the lid.
Oh, that's an excellent stop. Well, that's a really, really good bit of work. I believe that's Whelan out there on the angle at third.
Yeah, look at this. Rubs off on everybody. The standards here being great, and that's a great save. That was, well, not too many have stopped the ball going through the vortex.
Yeah, that's a really good stop. Gets down, does the dirty work. And again, dragged, but oh, this is another stop. Back-to-back boundary stops there, and well, should have been 8 off the last 2. Ends up only being 2 off the last 2. That is superb, and that is the standards that Gibraltar have set.
Yeah, this time it's Mohamed Roshan, and that's the difference you see. I mean, on another day, Serbia have just got 8 runs. Here, they've just picked up 2, and that, as like I said, with that stop from Whelan, it rubs off when your team are performing well, when individual players are framing themselves around, like we saw Horrocks do earlier, then other players feel that they need to do the same. That's how teams work. And, well, Gibraltar here, they've come out here on a high.
Yeah, they certainly have. Ended the power play, 28 for 2 then. So runs flowing, going at just above 9s. Not the best of rates, but of course, got to remember 28 for 2 is still essentially 28 for 3, of course, due to just having that one less player at the moment. But runs are there, and they're there to be got. They're going to go up against the likes of Horrocks now, who's going to come on for this 4th. Interesting move to go with that spin. It obviously worked, just 4 coming off it, but yeah, as we've said, probably could have been a lot more, but if it wasn't down to the likes of Whelan and Roshan, great effort. And that's, as I said, we said before a ball was bowled yesterday, we said the best fielding side will be the winner here today and over the next 2 days. Looks as if that's going to be the case. This is pushed wider. Delrick doesn't give it. Morning to Delrick.
Yeah, the Delrick doing his job as the umpire, looking very smart out there with Ivan.
Good call, Delrick. Very good indeed. He said he was relishing the opportunity to go and get a bit of umpiring under his belt.
Yeah, I had a little chat with him yesterday before I left the ground, and yeah, and we know him as he's a really nice lad, is Delrick Vinu.
Again, pushes away from this, and a good angle away from the right-hander from the left arm, Horrocks.
Took him a while yesterday, Horrocks, probably a cup the first sort of match and a half to get his line right, but once he found it, I mean, he bowled immaculately well in their last match. He's a very dangerous bowler, is Horrocks.
Gibraltar proving as to why they're up and above these two in the ICC rankings at the moment. Slower ball. And, well, is picked by Zimonjic. We'll just push this to Ferrari at cover for 1.
Well bowled, cleverly disguised, but well watched as well by Zimonjic, and the hands over to Strata Ayo, who is probably the more attacking batter of the two. We'll still be looking to get shots away here against Horrocks.
I would have argued. Listen, we don't always agree on everything. Some people like it when we do. Some people like it when we don't. I reckon Zimonjic is probably more of the two. But this one is up in the air, just going off the last couple of balls. But this one has gone for 6. So Ayo does cash in on 1 here. Oh, and that's very good from Delrick.
Thank you, Ayo. Thank you. And, well, let's see if we can see the signal here from Delrick Vinu. He says, well, the stage is mine, he says. The stage
yes,
is
Delrick.
mine.
Very good. Very good, Delrick. Very impressive. I did say so. I want to see some good signals from him this morning. Needs a response. Full on the money. Good delivery. Far away off the pads. They think of 2. Kenroy, has to be said, Kenroy did limp a little bit yesterday. He's out there at the moment, but not moving as quick as we tend to see him. Loving this music, by the way.
It's got your jiving, haven't you? Got your jiving. Well, it is a Sunday,
Bit of
and of
Zumba in the
course,
morning.
we know that there's plenty of sporting activities around this complex, this National Academy Sports Complex here
See, I
in
can-
Sofia.
I can dance like this because I'm not at risk of being shown on Comcam at any point. So it's great. Horrocks, last ball of the over. Just pushed. Again, a bit of work to do for deep extra cover. Well done by Hillman. That'll be the end of the over then. And it's not a bad one, just the one boundary coming off and a couple of singles. The score at the end of 4 is 37 for 2. Hillman, well, he was the first person I saw when I woke up this morning, and excuse the expression. he was in the lift.
I don't want to know what you were doing.
He was in the lift when I got it in this morning. Oh dear, oh dear.
I
Think
want to know
before you
your
speak.
personal life. Thank you
Think
very much.
before you speak. He was in the lift. I do know that a couple of the Jib lads have been on the same floor as me. I heard them all come in last night. I could hear them all. It was like a stampede.
Yeah, Corfu time coming up, lads. Hurry up, hurry up. Right, it's the captain's turn to cover ball.
Yeah, don't mind this. Don't mind this at all. I had a bit of trouble. Just, I think his lofty spin didn't quite work against the batting that he faced yesterday. So I think he might look to start with that, but he may have to change it up a little bit. Well, there you go. Starts with a wide.
Yeah, but he does have the batter fishing, so he knows what he's trying to do here. He's trying to get that full shot here from Zimanic.
Good delivery. Not too full, not too bat, not too short either. It's just in that sort of niggly area. Tricky to negotiate, but well played by Zimanic.
Yeah, Ayo now will be tempted to maybe to go down the ground here.
Oh, it goes back to a ball that, again, wasn't really there, trying to cut away with not much width offered. Good delivery from Ferrari. He's having a good tournament this weekend, is Kieran. Does come down. It's a bit of a wayward shot. Well, he's quick between the wickets, so he does get home. He doesn't run the bat in, though.
He is very quick, isn't he? And he had to be, because Zimanic was halfway there. And then he thought, okay, I better get going. And it's good that he reacted to the call. I mean, he saw he went ball looking and then thought, all right, I better get going. That's well struck. He's trying to get it in the gap. And it's a... Oh, that's going to go for 4.
Yeah.
It's an exceptional effort once again. Gets a hand to it, but unfortunately, the ball, the Grizzly, a little bit of backspin here and goes over the rope.
Yeah, not too much really that the fielder out there could have done. It was a good effort. He got down, did get something behind it, but of course, eventually Packard, yeah, just sort of followed him over the rope. 4 more.
And that's quite clever, actually, because he moved the rope back a little bit as well.
Yeah, it's quite
Just
respectable,
in case.
actually.
But the Grizzly still got past it.
Quite respectable. See again, Zimanic, another shot, another boundary. He's batting well here so far, coming down at number 4. And again, good cricket. Gets the boundary, then just nurdles for 1.
Yeah, it's got to be a gutsy effort here from these two. They've got to be thinking about batting deep. The tail doesn't wag, and the tail starts early for Serbia. Okay, you can see Ferrari just making a little change to the field. He's just getting everybody to move around a tad. And it's on that leg side, they're a little bit far, but he gets them to move a little bit wider. Well, a combination of music and, well, construction work as well. What a Sunday, shouldn't be allowed, not the construction. Don't mind the music. Just going to be a single. Yeah, somebody's having a good old-fashioned drill, maybe putting some shelves up. So it's a Sunday, got to get the chores done. You can certainly hear that, and you can probably hear the music as well coming from around this complex. So, end of the over, we're at the halfway point, and well, Charlie has got a hunt the answer in today. Well, Charlie, tell us about this.
Yeah, I've saved a good one for the last one. In the top 5 partnerships in T20 internationals, 2 of those top 5 partnerships have been scored against the same country. Can you name which country that is? Of course, the bonus point is if you can name the 2 countries that scored those 2 partnerships I'm talking about. It's a bit of a complex question.
What do you mean partnerships? What partnerships?
As in opening partnerships.
Oh,
not opening partnerships, sorry. The top 5 general partnerships in T20s, batting-wise.
All right, so
they put the most runs on.
Top 5 T20 partnerships, 2 of them have been against the same. Okay, gotcha.
Understood?
Yeah, it makes sense.
It is a bit of a long one.
It makes sense. It makes sense now.
It is a bit of a long one, but yeah,
okay.
2 of them have been scored against the same country. Can you name which country it is? And of course, if you can name those the country that hit those 2 partnerships, you get a bonus point. There you go. It's a long one. We'll give you a couple of games to think about it. It's a tough one, though. I still wish that I saved that Avinash Pie question for this weekend.
It would have been good, even though he's not here.
Even though he's not here, it would have been great. Yeah. I wonder if anyone knows that. Of course, the Avinash Pie, it was one of the first ever Hunt the Answer questions. Avinash Pie, the oldest scorer of a T20 international century. Yeah. 40 and something, I think he was, at the time. The more you know. Well, they're going to go spin, spin. The Mid-innings will come back for this 6th. Not a bad start. Going, again, similar rate at 9s pretty much.
Yeah, Gibraltar will be more than happy with this at the moment. I mean, my feeling is this Gibraltar side will, only be tested when teams post plus 125. So you can see that they're a fair way off that at the moment, expected around 89.
Did they get in? I think they got into the 120s twice out of 3 times yesterday, didn't they? So they'll be pretty content with that. Here is Kabir. It's a wayward shot from Ayo. Doesn't quite get it. Good bit of work behind the stumps again from Pyle.
Yeah, the high scores batting for Gibraltar scored 126 against Bulgaria. Bulgaria came back well towards the end in the last 2 overs there, restricting them to that. And, of course, they scored 117 in their first win against Bulgaria, batting first as well. And, in fact, those were the only 2 scores that went up over 100.
Yeah, absolutely. That just shows you that I think Kapar is score around about 100, 105 at the moment. I think that's just kind of the way you've got to look at it. Morning to everybody in the chat, of course. Good pleasure to have you with us. Up. And has he got this long enough? Yes, he does. Oh, heads. Oh, dear. That almost hit some spectators walking through. Oh, that wasn't far away. Oh, my word.
The good thing is the young lady walking their dogs knew nothing about this. And just look what followed.
Dear.
That could have been very, very nasty.
To your left, Jacko. There you are.
Jacko nearly ended up in the athletics track there. When we sent a few search parties out for the ball as well, we've never had to get a man back over the other side of the fence. Horrocks almost sent out over there. Good shot. I mean, he was tested here by Mirpur. He thought, well, I'm going to put it there. Let's see what you do. And well, fair play to Ayo. He crunched it big.
Ty's has just been on the old walkie to Derek saying, take the hat off, you muppet. Why have you got 2 on your head? Goes again, this time over extra cover, and that's going to be 6 runs again. Lovely shot. Back-to-back Maximos here. Mid-pitty under pressure.
Yeah, this is good. This is good, but don't get too carried away then. This is the thing here. This is what Tazuminic should be saying to AO. Say, hey, good, but look, steady on. You know that me and you have to bat a long way yet. We still really should be looking to stay here for at least another 18 balls before we start even thinking about getting over aggressive and taking a chance. So some good hitting from AO. Moves to 29 of 15.
Needs a response. Does Mid-pitty. And it's not a bad delivery. Just miscued out to the offside. Bit of work to do. Does well, though, in the deep. Just be a single.
Yeah, won't mind that. Will Kabir gets an opportunity now to have a little go at Zimanic, who's been, at the moment, batting pretty sensibly.
Oh, and again, just drops the ball on this one. Roshan does well. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Well, there could be another hit. Think about it. Won't get taken. Good effort, though, from the fielder. A little bit of a poor throw, though. It wasn't at the best of areas for the keeper to take.
Yeah, well, AO, he's well overshot the runway here. There's no way he's coming back for another. But, well, good technique. He's left his mark on the field, put it that way.
I think his bat's going to be a little bit worse for wear after that one as well. Kabir, he's going to go wicketless in his spell, which is a little bit unlike him. Goes for just 18, though, so at the end of 6, going now at 10s. Bit of an acceleration in that one, 60 for 2. A very warm welcome to Yelisavata and to Chris, to John Heesum as well, and, of course, to Monica, to everybody in between, to Rob. And pleasure to have your company here on this glorious Sunday morning.
Yeah, well, Chris Smith is doing his chores as well as watching some of the cricket as well. I bet you Chris Smith has had a pretty decent breakfast as well. I know what Chris is like. But, yeah, going to go back to the captain, Kieran. Bowled he second.
Kieran Ferrari. Kiwi, to those that know him. Up in the air. Could be a chance here. Tough one. Someone's got to call it. Oh, and he has put it down. Oh, cabin mid putty. And I thought he had it. I think he did have it at some point, but it just kept bobbling around. He doesn't take it.
Yeah, it looks like he did have it. I mean, I'm with you. I thought the two fielders were probably going to get in each other's way here for a moment, but they avoided contact. But Mirpuri has it, then it gets away from him.
Well, this one just gets delicately played away. Roshan first time can't get there, and that means he misses out on the second opportunity. Well, Will's just slightly falling off here. A couple of sixes in the last over, and now a drop catch and a 4 to follow.
Yeah, well, Ziminic, he gets a chance, doesn't he? Gets dropped on 19, and then the next one gets through Roshan. And, well, Roshan, if you think you're going to recover and get there in that area, forget it. It goes too quick.
Ferrari is going to be a little bit frustrated with those first 2 deliveries. Lofts it up. It's well played, really well played. Comes down and just drops the bat, doesn't take any unnecessary risk. Nurdle a single.
Yeah, that's intelligent cricket. And so far these two have done very well for Serbia. They really are fighting hard, and a gutsy innings and partnership from them both.
Up in the air, on the onside. Fielder maybe has taken a blinder. That's stunning. Very, very good from Charles Packard. Doesn't get much better than this. And, well, I did say that it looked a little bit uncharacteristic for Gibraltar to put one down at the start of the over, but Packard certainly makes up for it.
Yeah, very good catch. I always maintain that when you're in the outfield, these are probably the hardest catches to take when the ball is dropping in front of you, especially sometimes on some of the surfaces that you might be playing on. Diving on this is not fun. You don't know what you're going to catch up with, but that is brilliantly done. Smart catch, and it needed to be a good one to remove Ziminic. But Ziminic has done well, 20 or 14, but it is the Ferrari that catches up with him.
Yeah, absolutely. And that'll just please Kieran slightly. I think he was a bit frustrated seeing catch go down and then also a boundary going against him. So nice to see that it's a good comeback at the end of the day. Good few spectators in for this football game now, and they're probably walking past thinking, what's going on here out here? This isn't football.
Well,
if you were here a couple of days ago, well, you would have thought it might have been football.
You
from
might
Dalian.
have done. I just hope their reactions are pretty quick. That's all.
Here's Ferrari up against Dugic. This one again hit firmly. Bit of work to do. There he is. CP Charles Packard once more.
Yeah, Dugic, of course, a popular guy back at home, and helps a lot of people with their cricket, both young men and women. He's a very good coach, and let's see if he can once again stick around here and once again get another partnership going here with AO, who is going very well at the moment as he moves to 36 or 20.
Yeah, end of the over. It's 68 for 3 after the 7, so 3 overs to go. Looking pretty nice at the moment. Of course, this is the ECC groups we've seen time and time again over the last few days. And yeah, of course, well, we do head over to Italy tomorrow. And of course, Italy in that group of death, some are calling in the Group D.
Yeah, and Group C, of course, is one that we'll keep a close eye on. We saw Spain just be, just too strong for Croatia recently. That was in T20 internationals, but Spain have got Switzerland, Belgium, Malta and Finland in their group. Would be expected to come through the group without any issues, but Switzerland and Belgium, you can't quite write them off.
This one into the offside. There's Ferrari again. Good little innings. That's from Io, just knurling it around, but again, they still would like to see maybe a couple more here from him.
Yeah, Whelan gets an opportunity. Whelan was very unlucky yesterday. He was one bowler that deserved a few wickets, but it just didn't happen. I mean, he was the only bowler who actually had catch dropped off him, and there was a misfield as well. So just some discussion between
something about
Derek
there.
Binu.
Not too sure what it was. I heard it on the old walkie-talkie. Short top edge, and well, the bad luck continues for Whelan as it runs away. And well, Whelan's probably thinking, what have I got to do here?
Well, Whelan needs to remember here in Bulgaria, before you leave, you've got to pour a little bit of water outside your step before you leave. That's the good luck, apparently, here in Bulgaria. I've seen plenty of things go against him. Maybe he needs to try that. But yeah, top edge goes for 4.
So Dugic gets his first boundary of the innings. They'll hopefully see a couple more. Oh, again. Oh dear. Well, the back foot was up and everywhere. Piles was looking interested. Watch this. Completely loses his balance, doesn't he? But he does want to keep it down. There was a moment there that he could have had him. I would love to have seen it. 73 for 3 after 7.3. And this one, just a bit of, just off the glove, I think.
Yeah, gets a bit of something on this, but yeah, he's trying to be aggressive, trying to keep the scoreboard ticking. He's Bogdan, but at the moment, Whelan is getting the better of him.
I can't believe what I've just read. Back of a length, and Nerdle for what should just be one. They'll think of maybe a second, but they won't take it. Chris Smith has walked us through his breakfast. You ready?
All right, go for it.
Only had a full baguette, which is only about a metre long, with 12 bacon, 12 sausages, and all covered in tomato ketchup, no spread.
What did I tell you?
But I feel like sometimes he's pulling our legs with this, because that's ridiculous. A metre long? What?
I'm pretty sure, come on, Chris Smith, I'm pretty sure it wasn't a metre long. Maybe it felt like a metre long. That's well hit, and it is also well stopped there in the end.
Still not seen Keynes with the ball, have we?
Yeah, but I mean, you're right. You did say you saw him probably not walking very comfortably, so maybe there's a bit of an issue. Now, there probably is a little bit of a... What did, well, there you go. AO did want something. Now, what's the... change of glove, I think. Or
something.
Sweaty hands. Yeah,
End of the over,
just
75 for 3 after 8 overs.
Yeah, so Nesta maybe he has got a bit of a niggle. But yeah, Chris Smith, come on, a metre long. Nah,
I don't believe it.
But
send me a photo of it. If there's no evidence, then I don't believe it.
Thing is, though, I bet you if you got invited around to his place, you get a good spread. I'm telling you, Chris Smith, he's I reckon he's a bit of a master chef.
Apparently, there's no spread.
All right, Bruce will come back into the attack the bowley second. The first one, he took a wicket, but he did go for 18.
Yeah, Bruce, you're right, did go for just short of a magical over. Not a bad one that from Matthew Whelan, by the way, just the top edge that went for 4 and a few singles. Bruce wants long off to go straighter. Bruce up against Io. Good matchup this. This is again hit firmly. Horrocks has got a bit of work to do. Watches this all the way. Well done. Should just be one and will be.
Yeah, well struck. But he's got to try and get back on strike here now. Bogdan, the right thing to do for him really here, I think, is just try and get something on it. Bat, ball, single.
Well, he's going to loft this up in the air. Chance maybe. Oh, put down from Roshan. And I have to say, I did see Roshan in the warm-ups put a couple down. Well, there's one in the actual game.
Yeah, Roshan, I think he sort of misjudges this. And then by the time he realises it's probably catchable, puts it down. So Gibraltar, who were pretty outstanding with their catching yesterday, a couple down here today already.
Oh, now this is going to be a low full toss. Work to do. Can't get there. Splits the field. 4 more.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying he's got to try and always take the singles, get AO on strike, and AO says, thank you very much, I'll have another boundary.
Yeah,
good hit.
Nice shot from Io indeed. See, that goes through the scaffolding. Needs a bit of work here, does Bruce. He's given a few away. That's 6 already off the over. Gone for 24 off his spell, but you're right, picked up a wicket. Can he maybe look to do something similar here? They'd love to get Io hit. Oh, carved away. That is played beautifully. That's another boundary. You're not stopping that. That runs away like a bullet.
Lovely shot, and Io, just like that, up. He's on his way to maybe a half century, 47 or 25. Oh, Serbia, they certainly do need something to shout about, and they need something to smile about, and need something to take away from this international series here that they've got against Bulgaria and, of course, Gibraltar. And a half century here from AO will please them no end. Well, that one's gone a long way. They're still looking for it.
Yeah, I think that's in the tree, and I think that's been lost. I don't think we're going to get that one back. It's in. There you go. We found it. Ah, the old grizzly do fall from the tree every now and then.
Yeah, celebrate World Mountain Day today. And fittingly, we are surrounded by some lovely mountains here in Sofia. And, yeah. Right, Bruce. It's probably not liking this treatment he's getting at the moment. 28 he's gone for.
He just hasn't bowled the right areas, though. Just hasn't found the spot. Not on the money. Slower ball carved away again. Fielder is out there. Should do the work and does. Well done from Hillman. Just one. Gets on to 48. Now Dugic is kind of just going to realistically have a license to go here.
Yeah, just asked the umpire at square how many to come one, so he's got to be thinking about going for a big shot.
Derek's a mile away at square, by the way. This one up in the air. Kenroy again underneath it. Oh, another one that goes down. That's 3 now that's been dropped, and complete polar opposite to what we saw yesterday from Gibraltar.
Yeah, it is. Kenroy puts one down as well. Look, it went a long way up in the air, but remember the one catch he took yesterday right under the sun. No issues with that, but this one goes down. So Gibraltar, well, maybe not quite as sharp and as fresh as they were yesterday, surprisingly. And that also allows the batters to get 2. That means that AO will go back on strike for the last over.
Yeah. Of course, Minajegi Ayo is on 48 off 26 at the moment. Is there a way for him to bring up a half century here? 88 for 3 with an over to go. Who are they going to go to here? Probably going to be Roshan, I'd imagine.
Yeah, Roshan. He's just having a discussion there with Kieran about his field. And they seem to have agreed on something. So, yeah, he's making a... I think he's putting a deep fine and probably wants 3rd deep as well, which means that long on will have to come into the circle. And I think the reason for this is obviously they're expecting that AO is going to probably be swinging wild as it is the last over. 88. Hey, can they get a good one here, get into 100? Only team that has done it so far on 2 occasions in this international series, of course, been Gibraltar.
88 on the board, last over time. Oh, why to start?
That'll help. That will help. Yeah, so even Bulgaria, in the 4 matches that they played yesterday, remember, didn't get to that 100 mark. So Serbia certainly can take some pluses from this performance so far. They made 63 in pursuit of 92 yesterday. I'll go on to the others in a moment.
Low full toss up in the air and put down again. And it's going to go for 4. That's going to be a boundary, and it's going to be 50 for Ayo. And oh dear, well, these are just not promising times, unfortunately, for Gibraltar. Another one goes down. That's going to be a very well-made half-century, though.
Yeah, I mean, well done to Ayo. I mean, he should be very proud of this. Raise your bat and take the applause. But Gibraltar, well, Louis Bruce this time, who took 2 sensational catches yesterday, puts it down. So we don't really know, well, what's happened to Gibraltar this morning with their catching?
Not a clue. Couldn't catch a cold. Ayo once more. Oh, and he's going to go. That's a good comeback from Roshan. It's forward straight, and Ayo will go. But it does go for a very, very well-made half-century. Nice to see that a couple of the Gib lads will clap him off as well. It's a very, very excellent innings from the opener. He was there from the start, and with 3 sixes and 5 fours to his name, he'll go for a very well-made 52 off of 28. And the score with 4 balls to go is 93 for 4.
Yeah, well batted, but also well bowled. Look where this is pitching. Watch where this ball is pitching. Perfect ball to bowl at the death of the innings. It's the perfect Yorker. Look at the head of AO. You can see where he was wanting to hit this. But good bowling. Roshan, he gets the Yorker in, doesn't he? We saw that he got the wicket earlier of Zumanic. That was bowled as well. Good bowler. All right, now, will they get to this 100? 4 balls still to come. They need 7 runs if they put the 100 on the board. Boyan comes out. Didn't do badly yesterday. Had 1 good innings. We scored 19.
Yeah, it was off quite a lot of deliveries, though. That was the issue for him. So, strike rate, probably thinking maybe just get Dugic on strike. Roshan, got to go full and straight again yet. Don't change it up. And see if you can find a way. Yeah, Gibraltar in the field. Complete polar opposites. They all woke up clearly on the wrong side of the bed here this morning. Roshan, taking 2 for. And it is a low full toss. And they'll just nurdle for 1.
Nurdle's the word. When you look at the running there from Boyan, it's I don't think those pads are really staying on too well as he's running.
Yeah, did have that. Did look a little bit worried about them yesterday, to be fair.
I know you can get a flat tire. Can you get flat pads? It could be the way he ran.
Don't know, ask Ferrari. Roshan, again, has to just be sticking at that Yorker length here. Does, and it's really tricky to get the low full tosses away, and that's why Dugic, all he can do is just drop and take a single. Well, this is cheeky, and he's going to be gone here, and I'm not really too sure as to why they've looked to take that on. It's barely got 5 meters away from the pitch, but Dugic turns and tries to come back for the second, but Roshan does well. It was a simple bit of work, and yeah, to be honest with you, not really sure why they've tried that.
Well, they try to be cheeky, and it's, I mean, look, he's not in the picture. That was just quite incredible. It really was. I can't believe they even they had the cheekiness or the audacity to try that. And I think I think even the bowler, Roshan, is thinking, hang on, are you guys for real?
Seriously?
Yeah. Are you really doing this?
He's just sort of, well, I'll take the stat. Thank you very much. You'll get involved in the round. Look, he just sort of goes, oh, okay. He did fumble it a little bit, though, and then sort of had to forget to get it in. But, yeah, well done from Pyle. So another one goes. It's going to be 95 for 5 as the new batter will come out. Just 2 left. Can they get up to 100 here? Can they get in 2-3 figures?
Bogdani had a few lives on his way to getting to 8, but I suppose he helps getting them closer to this 100. 2 balls to go.
And this is just going to be flat batted down the ground. They almost collide out in the middle. Oh dear, Louis Bruce. Well, again, Gibraltar, not only with their catching, but their ground fielding has almost let them down there. They'll get back for the second comfortably. That is Raman Ademi who's come out. And you can see they're almost collided in the middle, but they do get back for the second. So 97 on the board. A boundary gets them up to 100 here. Or a 0.13% chance of getting a 3. Here we go then. Last ball coming up. 97 on the board. Oh dear. Well, they will get 100. They will easily get 100. It's going to be a big no-eat. That's going to be a minimo. And Roshan just losing a bit of will here.
Well, I mean, there's been some errors, haven't there, from Gibraltar, and that is a bad one for Roshan. Gets it all wrong, and also you can't blame the keeper. We weren't expecting that. That got past Chris Byle as well. It's going to be 4 byes and a no ball. It's going to be a minimo. 100 comes up for only the 3rd time, and that means with the ball to go, it's a free hit. He's got the license to give this on Welly. There's a demi.
Roshan, what can he do here? Can he find a way of getting out of it? He does. They'll turn and go. Pyle can't get there and just hold on to it. Well, he can't even take it.
They've got to go again.
Oh, they're going to come back for 2. And Gibraltar, they've just completely lost the will to live here. Not really sure what's happened at all. And out of nowhere, they will end up getting to 104 as the last over. Well, it's had a bit of everything. 2 wickets fall in it. Some no balls, some 4s and boundaries. And oh dear, Eco. Gibraltar, well, to be honest with you, not at the races in the field and with the ball.
I mean, I'm not going to... That's probably a little bit harsh. I think they were okay at the beginning. There was no issues there. They were pretty tight. There was catches that went down, but that can happen any time. They're fielding well. Look at the stops that Horrocks made. Look at some of the other stops. We'll see them here. And we were saying then, look, that's what good fielders do. There were 3 outstanding ground saves early on. But yeah, the second 5 overs, I don't really know what happened. I think, you know when I said that good outstanding fielding rubs off on each other? Well, maybe... so does the bad stuff, because that's what seemed to have happened. And somehow Serbia, well done to them. Congrats is what I'm going to say. They do get to the 100 mark, 104. And that last over in the end goes for 16.
Maybe it's the tone setup that clearly just didn't click for them. And yet, as they will end up getting into the 100. So just the second nation to do it in this tri-series. But again, chances that just went down, and they do end up being pretty costly. This was a good effort, though, from Packard. Just couldn't quite get there, but of course did take a good catch out in the deep just a couple of moments later. Io was loving life though, wasn't it? A great innings for him as he finishes 52 off 28 with some superb hitting to different parts of the ground. And of course this one was the first one that went down. It was the first of about 4 in this innings that went down. Kabir put it down and then the next ball went for 4, but then, well, Packard made up for it. This was an excellent catch. He thought, okay, well maybe they're back into the swing of things, but it didn't end up being that way as things just went astray for Gibraltar. It just doesn't feel as if they've woken up a little bit this morning. Of course, they're going to actually have to think about this chase. It's not going to be a simple one. They've got a good bowling attack of Serbia. They've got some quick bowlers to deal with. This was again one that went down, and that was how I brought up his half century, as it was a rare mistake from the youngster in Louis Bruce. And then this was just drop and run. It was an easy single. For some reason, they thought, oh, let's try for 2. And I think even everyone was a little bit confused as to why they tried that. So Tekic would go in the last, and then of course this one was the last ball, and they ended up coming back for 2 as Roshan just has a bit of a fumble. And it's just what I'm saying. These lapses and concentrations won't please any Gibraltar fans watching on. Yeah, they've been completely rocked in the last couple of overs. Of course, at one stage, you look at the over-by-over rate. So we'll have a look at the scorecards. You know, they were sat at 37 for 2 after 4. Of course, had a couple of big overs. 6th over went for 14, 7th went for 13. Louis Bruce not having a good time with the ball. Io, top score, 52 off 28. 10 extras, not bad for Gibraltar. Most of them coming in the way of byes. As Dugic, of course, in all reality. 10 off 8, 24 off 14. Nice little innings from Vukasin Zamonjic. Batted pretty nicely in that middle order, in all fairness. As for the bowlers, not pretty for some of them. Louis Bruce picks up a wicket but goes for 31 off his spell. 1 for 17 for Kieran Ferrari. Pick for me probably is Roshan, but again, he did put a catch down and had a fumble, conceded a couple of runs. Whelan was unlucky, probably should have had a wicket, but again, just struggling a little bit with the fielders at the moment, Gibraltar. So they've got a little bit of work to do. Serbia, a decent total, getting up to 104, so 105 will be the target for Gibraltar in match number 6 of this international series, of course. As Gibraltar will be looking to cement their spot at the top of the table as they look to take the trophy all the way back to the Europa Point Stadium. Looking forward to the second innings then. We'll be back soon as you're watching the European Cricket Internationals here in Bulgaria with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Rico Full, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, we've seen Serbia post only the third highest score that we've seen in this European Cricket Internationals in Bulgaria. The thing is, though, will it be enough? Because they are playing Gibraltar, and Gibraltar with the bat have been good. They've won all their matches so far, the 3 yesterday, and they're on course to win this series. They need here 105 for victory. You'd think they get there, but you know what? I have to say that, as myself and Charlie were saying, that the last 5 overs, there were some errors in their play, in the ground fielding, the catching, maybe even with some of the bowling. So they've just got to pick themselves up a little bit here and get back on top. A good start, though, will do that. But, well, this young man with the ball can certainly do some damage. As Zimanic starts with the ball outside the off, and that's what he's got to be looking to do right here. Yesterday, though he did bowl some very good deliveries, there were a few that were wild, to say the least, where he just didn't hit the deck, and they ended up being dangerous full bungers. And of course, no balls mean 3 hits to follow, which didn't help his cause. So he's got to be focused. They've got to be focused. They've got to be hungry and be looking to cause an upset. Chris Pyle, an aggressive opener, gets off the mark. Lou Bruce to face his first. And just dabs this one away and takes the single. Bruce, of course, coming back after a fantastic 69 not out. Player of the match performance yesterday. Starts today as the leading run scorer as Charlie joins us back in the cube.
Yeah, can't really be surprised that they go with these two at the top. They've had a good couple of innings now. And the thing is with Pyle that impresses me, he doesn't waste time, he won't chew up balls. He'll often score off boundaries, but it might just be a quick 5-20, but I guess that's kind of what you want in the power play. Good delivery, good carry as well from Zimonjic. I still find it mental that these boys only started playing cricket 4 years ago.
Yeah, and what a delivery this is. Just look at the follow through. That's what I like about the whole thing. The whole rhythm is good.
Yeah, it is. Good rhythm through. I mean, this is the thing. They sort of started off by sort of sending videos to Mike Jones, of all people, who was helping them out. And 4 years down the line, here they are, bowling wheels. Wild swing. This one doesn't carry, though, but that's just due to the inconsistent bounce off the wicket. But this is a good delivery again from Zimonjic.
Yeah, definitely putting the effort in. The effort ball's coming in here from Zimonjic. And I think Wintley Burton last night and this morning has really rallied the troops. I know when I got back to the hotel where we're staying, as you mentioned already, with the teams, that Wintley was having a discussion with the guys.
Full toss outside edge, bit of work to do, and it's going to get over him. Well, unfortunately for Mataya down there, that's going to be a
Tortuga, well, the stump buster. He can't stop this one. It takes a nasty bounce, a great effort. That ball also was travelling. Don't forget the pace that Zimonjic does bowl at. So it's going to, with that, plus the contact with the willow, it's going to be racing away. It's a good effort.
I almost think Zimonjic is too quick for this ground, if I'm being honest with you. Just don't think it suits him. Now short, flat batted. Work to do for Whitley and another Tortuga, but well watched.
Yeah, well done, Whitley. So go back to what I was saying. So he was talking to the guys, and then after that he said, okay, that's it. Enough of the cricket talk. Rico, where's a good place to go to get some grub? So between myself and the lovely receptionist, they got a few suggestions given to them, and off they went. But this morning they were very much the same, very focused. They're up for this. They're up for a good finish. A good day here today, day 2 of this European Cricket International Series between these teams. 35 matches since the Golden Ball. So if we are going to get one in Bulgaria this year, it's going to happen in the next couple of matches.
Of course, last one I had was Estonia-Malta in a complete dead rubber at the end of their bilateral series in Estonia, in Tallinn. Well, maybe we'll see it here. Here's Matthias Aranac to come on for this second. Short and up through the offside. This will be one bounce for Louis Bruce. Will not miss out on anything. That's going to be a nice boundary to start the over.
Yeah, that's well played. It's interesting. I mean, you're talking, of course, and quite rightly so, about the way the Zimonjics have improved in just a short number of years. Louis Bruce, let's not forget about him. I mean, I remember seeing Louis Bruce when, he didn't have the power to play these kind of shots. He had you could see that he had the skill and the ability, but he would nurdle around and he would stick around and get partnerships going, but didn't have the big shot. But just look how he's improved as well.
Oh, this one is another inside tickle. Well, fortune favours the brave, and a little bit of frustration for Saranac. It's not a bad ball, but Bruce just gets lucky.
Ay, suerte, suerte, suerte. Ay, for Louis Bruce. This one, oh, that is so close. Look at Saranac. He can't believe it. Louis Bruce knows he's got very, very lucky there. Gets 4 runs, but he quite easily could have cannoned that back into his own stumps.
Yeah, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everybody tuning in around the world. Pleasure to have you with us. To John, to Rob, to Chris, to Terry, Ivan, and to Mark. Morning to you, Mark. Let us know where you're watching from, Mark, as well. Big swing from Bruce as he chases the wider one. Saranac doesn't like it.
Saranac is just...
Delric's thinking, oh, here we go.
He's trying to get...
Oh, that probably isn't a wide.
Yeah, I was going to say, Saranac, he's got a good point, but once the umpire's made the decision, Saranac, unfortunately, you got to accept it and just get on with it. But yeah, he's unlucky.
A little bit frustrated. Could see the Bulgarian lads have tuned up this morning. And again, he's called it.
Yeah, I think this one might have been just a little bit wider than the last. Let's have a look. No complaints this time from
I think he's
Saranac.
just laughing at it.
And yeah, this time I think it
That's a wide.
is a wide.
That's a wide ball. Good call, Derek. Very good. And that will probably be tight on the thing. Just saying, first of all, good second call, and then I think they want to change pile bat as he doesn't look like he's looking down a little bit frustrating. Hate that as a batter when you break a bat that might be one of your favourites. And that's definitely a wide. No complaints with this one. I think he says that one is. And Derek will say, yeah, but the second one definitely was. And, well, I gave you the first one, so that was a wide as well.
I know that Derek Vinny is probably a little bit inexperienced. But this is where I think an umpire with experience would just walk up to the bowler and say, look, me and you were friends. Just calm down because it will help your game as well a little bit. I mean, Saranac just getting a little bit frustrated.
Outside edge, 4 more, and the woes continue for Saranac. It's another edge that flows, and Bruce, well, he's riding his luck at the moment.
He's having one of those days as a bowler. Been there, done it, seen it, and felt it. It's not nice. Just nothing seems to be going your way no matter what you try. And no matter what anybody says to you, it sometimes just doesn't make it any better. You can see Wintley Burton say, look, stick to it. You've been unlucky. You found the inside edge. You found the outside edge. Look, one could go to hand. Or maybe you get one through. Come on, stick with it. Do it for me. Do it for me. Do it for your country. Do it for yourself.
Just 3 deliveries so far. It's been already 6 deliveries in the over, but 3 legal ones, and the 3 legal ones have all gone to the rope. And now this is one is going to be clipped off the pads. We'll just get a single.
This is a nice delivery. Just watch this ball. So he changes it up slightly. This one sort of starts around leg, and I feel it starts to come back into him. Yeah, look at that. That's a beautiful ball. It really is. And it's very well played. That's very good.
Good.
Outstanding cricket.
Good cricket.
Cricket's the winner in that one.
Cricket's always the winner on the European Cricket Network. So, 83 off 50 at the moment for Gibraltar. And again, I guess they think realistically maybe that idea of getting it within the 7 might be out of the equation here. Short, and this time again just drops into the offside, just nurdling at the moment, his pile.
Yeah, new bat, and he just, well, he's got to get used to it. Yeah, I mean, I suppose here for Gibraltar, though they might want to challenge themselves to go for the 4 points. Of course, they will know that they don't have to. Just winning the matches that they've got to play is enough. In fact, they can even afford to, I mean, they won't want to, they can even afford to drop one, but as long as they keep winning the others, it'll work.
Oh, and again, another outside edge. It's a leading edge from Bruce. Well, I'll tell you what, he's probably looking at this bat and thinking, well, let's just take the middle out of it, and I'm only using the edges. End of the second, 18 come off the over, and it's an expensive one. As Gibraltar, 24 without loss.
Well, so far, it's gone exactly as the innings went from Serbia. They were 6-4-1, though, at the end of the first, but at the end of 2 overs, the score was 24, but they'd lost the second wicket. This is the way things are looking. And as I say, Gibraltar, They just got to make sure that they don't make any mistakes. They don't have to go big guns. They don't have to try and get the bonus point. They just need to win the matches. If they do that, then Bulgaria will not be able to catch them.
Yeah, big time. You can see there's Bruce. They're having a nice little conversation in the chat with Ian Latine, just saying that Louis just recently started a genuine S&C program. And he says he's interested to see how he's going to develop when he gets that bit more power. And I sort of said, well, is that going to be yourself, Ian, who, of course, will be leading him through? He says, I've given him the foundation, but it's something that he has to work on just to improve his athleticism. Of course, he's still 19 years of age. He's still young. You know, he's got a long career ahead of him. As this one up in the air, another edge, and it's going to be another Maximo this time as Bruce gets another one away. And I have a feeling there'll be a few words being said between the two youngsters out there in the middle.
Yeah, well, Vukasin Zimanoc this time finds that Louis Bruce is the one who adds a little bit of pain to him. Once again, not the shot he's going for, but I mean, Ian, what you're talking about here is definitely noticeable. And that's what I was talking about with the way that he has developed. He's certainly hitting the ball better and harder. There seems to be more rhythm to his play.
Always been a good timer of the ball, though, Louis. That's always what's helped him. But yeah, I think, you know, coming up against better bowlers, you need to have that bit of strength as well. There's a big swing and a miss. And you can just see there, I don't mind this from Zimmy. This is a good little contest between these two.
Yeah, he's putting the effort. The follow through there, that's a marvellous shot. I love to see a fast bowler running in hard, hitting the deck, following through, and then, yeah, like you say, eyeball to eyeball with the batter saying, well, you didn't get that one, did you?
Short and another top edge, and this is going to be another 6 runs. And yet again, Zimonic just kind of looks at Louis, and well, Bruce just probably sort of giggles at him back and says, well, put it in the right areas, buddy.
Yeah, well, it's one of those. He's just having a charmed life at the moment. That's the only way that you could put it. Now, whatever he touches seems to be making its way to the boundary. And I was saying before that, well, maybe Louis Bruce is onto something here. Maybe he did do what the Bulgarians do and spill a bit of water in the front of his door before he left here today, because that brings you luck, and he's certainly getting all the luck here at the moment.
And again, another wild swing. Doesn't really need to take the risk here of what was a good short ball. He's already got 2 sixes in the over. That's where he needs to maybe, I think he just gets a bit rushed with the extra bit of pace here from Zimonic, and it's not really something that he has to take on there. I wouldn't mind just seeing him nurdle and rotate the strike.
Yeah, so spilling a bit of water in front of your doorstep and then wishing for success. It's all about imagining it's a boat that sails away. It's going to bring you some success, and that's what it's all about.
And this one just lifts a little bit as Bruce was trying to nurdle and swing this into the onside, but another dot ball. Watch this here. Just does lift slightly. You can see that. Hits him in just above the hip.
Yeah, getting some good support from Heyo there, who's just a few metres away from us on the long off boundary.
Charlie corner. Charlie tree.
No, not quite. That's a bit further down.
Yeah, it's not. It's pretty much there.
No, it's not.
It's the same tree. It's the same tree.
It's the same tree, I suppose.
Oh, and again, does come back nicely, does Zimonic. Won't go with a wicket, but will only go for the 18 off his 2 overs. And after in power play, Gibraltar, 36 for now.
Yeah, well bowled. I like that little battle between the two young men. And, I think 50-50, probably about right, though it has to be said. Louis Bruce had just a little bit of suerte in that over as well. 36 for that loss.
Yeah, you can sort of imagine that Bruce will be thinking, okay, well, let's just settle down now and get their heads down and just bat the way through this. They've got a good start here, 69 off 42 to win. Of course, that's going to be tricky. Of course, it is. That's essentially the likes of 69 off, of course, the next 4 overs to try and get a bonus point. Yeah, and of course, the thing is as well, as we were talking about strength and conditioning as well, it's also injury prevention. As I said, he's got a long career ahead of him. He's still just 19, so he'll want to look to, well, extend that career as long as possible. As this is Gundy from Stanojevic, who comes out, and he's going to get hit for 6 to start.
Yeah, well, Stanojevic doesn't get this right. He floats it up there, and it's full, too full. It's on the leg side, and down on one knee and blasted away. Chris Byle has just been let's just say for the moment, just biding his time at the other end. He hasn't had too many bad balls to put away. He's just been watching Bruce doing all the hitting. And now it's time for him to probably open up.
Oh, another one that's in the area, but could be a chance. Oh, gets put down and then goes through the legs before. Oh, dear. There's not too much that Nicola can say about that one. It wasn't a terrible delivery, but the fielding just a little bit lackluster.
Yeah, he doesn't quite get under it. It's quick hands, but unfortunately, well, it's the other Zimonjic that puts it down. Nemanja should have had that one, he'll believe. That's a better length. Been hit hard, but it's going to get in the gap. Boundaries at the moment, the first 3 deliveries. Started with a big 6 and then 2 4s, and just like that, Gibraltar have accelerated and the 50 has come up.
Yeah, good partnership again between the 2 openers. What I said just before you came on this morning, Rico, I said I have a feeling that in this one they're going to look to really dominate, try and get it in those 7 overs, and then realistically they can look at the rest of the day and change things up and try different tactics and different lineups at that as well. Pyle has now raced to 20 off 9 out of nowhere. And he's going to go, and it's been a pretty similar style for Pyle over the course of the last 24 hours. He's often got to that 20 off of around about 9 or 10 deliveries, and then eventually will go, and that's what happens here. So it's 50 partnership and out. Pyle goes for 20 exactly, as Gibraltar 50 for 1.
Well done to Nicolas Stanovic. I suppose it's not nice when the bowler comes on and he's been hit for 3 consecutive boundaries, and one of them was a drop catch which went then for 4, but he's stuck to his task and he's caused the false stroke there from Pyle. We know he's super aggressive, that's the way he likes to play. So Pyle makes his way and Stanovic picks up an international wicket.
Good comeback after a few boundaries flew against him, 6-4-4, and but the damage pretty much already done in this over. They need to be going at, and of course, just below 9s to get the victory, but of course they'll be trying to do it within the 7. 97% plays 3% at the moment. Hillman comes out, and Hillman has had a good day yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, he is one of the key batters. Hillman, Pyle, and of course Ferraro batted very well.
Oh, good delivery. Gets through as Hillman plays across the line first up.
Yeah, it wasn't the right shot to play at all, this one. I mean, Hillman should have been looking to play this with a straight bat, but for some reason he's feeling that trying to go over the vacant sort of square leg area is a good option. Doesn't work out.
Oh, too short though, and this is a nice shot from Hillman, as this one is there to be played across the line, as it does drop too short and Hillman gets off the mark with a lovely shot into the onside of boundary to finish the over, and it's another one that goes for 18. Pick up a wicket though, as the end at the 4, it is 54 for 1.
Yeah, crashing into the European Cricket Network and the Cricket Federation of Bulgaria banner there. Good shot, and they're well ahead of where they need to be here. Let's just talk a little bit, Charlie, here about the Bulgaria squad. They've got issues, a lot of issues. Yesterday, at the end of the day, like I say, I was here a little bit later, just talking to a few people. Chugtai won't be playing today, injured. I mean, not the injury that he got when he was hit by the ball. He's got a hand injury, won't be playing. Big miss. Kushal Krishnan Kumar. Now, remember we were saying Kushal had 3 ducks in a day, but what we didn't know is that Kushal actually had a fever. He was actually very sick there on several occasions, so he's not playing today.
This is going to be Bogdan Dugic, who comes on. They'll push for a single to start.
And that means that batting is going to be an issue. Manin Bashir is going to be key. Chris Lakov, but the likes of Huzaifa Yusuf coming into their side, and also Rohit Diman.
Yeah, Daniel Ali, of course, still in there as well. And, of course, all the 3 youngsters will be heavily involved and used as well. So Josh might get a bowl today, which would be nice. And again, just mistimed. You can see that equation now. It's 49 off 16 for a bonus point. Not impossible. They just need another couple of runs to float. Not a bad start, though, for Bogdan Dugic, of course. Getting it on the money, just 2 singles. Chases the wider one, and that's why, because it's just going to run away. And I think this might just be 1 bounce 4. It's been given a 6. Let's have a look.
It's a nice shot, though, isn't it? He backs himself to play. I like the way he gets right underneath it. Look, he gets really low. Really good technique. Gets low. It gets right under the ball, elevates it upwards, and, well, I think that's 4. I think that bounces just before the rope.
1 bounce 4. Thank you very much. I'm here all day. Well, no, I'm not. I leave this evening. Of course, not a bad shot from Bruce. Yeah, carved it away, got underneath it, didn't he? You're right. Oh, and again, another wide one and slashes at this one. It's going to be back-to-back fours here. Another one bounce four as this one is too wide from Dugic.
Cracking sound of the bat. I think timed beautifully, but look at that, the sound of the willow as it echoes around this beautiful ground on a beautiful Sunday morning. So welcome to everybody that's tuning in. A lot of people in the chat. Hello to John Heasham as well. Chris Smith, of course, we mentioned already. Ivan B has joined us.
Needs a response. All right, short. And this is going to be another four, this time leg side. And things just, when they thought that they might be able to get a point out of this, they've just offered too many deliveries that are there to be hit. And it's Gundy bowling, and at the moment it's working.
Too short from the slower bowlers, and they're being punished. Terry Richmond and also Rob Thompson. Thank you for your company. And yeah, keep chirping away with us. I'm loving the chat at the moment. Very busy on this Sunday. As are Gibraltar, very busy and looking to get another win here.
I think they know, as I said, if they get 4 points in, then they can look to maybe the different personnel and change things up. Again, this is the best shot of the lot. This is out to in, and the scorers are under fire. Might have taken evasive action, but that is stunning from Bruce.
They don't get better than this. This, I know it's early, but this is one of the shots of the day. In fact, is probably, if you combine the 2 days together, the shot of the 2 days so far. Louis Bruce going inside out, over the top, 6 runs. That is fantastic. That brings us to the 5 over mark, and it's time for the players to take on some drinks with the score on 74 for 1. Let's have a quick look at some of our upcoming events.
Well, Rico, out of all these, you'll be there at a few of them. You'll be there, of course, in Italy to cover the ECS and the Meltor Shield, of course, as I'll then take over the Valletta Cup, taking place in Malta. And Vinny, Corey and Lenny will be out doing the Netherlands Tri-Series. Austria as well, you'll be there once more. And then Croatia will be myself and Nish. And then the all-important ECC.
Yeah, the ECC, of course. It's a big build-up to that happening, and the ground looking spectacular, as I touched on yesterday. And there's some new things to witness at the ground as well. So if you are coming down and you've been before, you will be pleasantly surprised. So yeah, we've got plenty coming up, of course, on the network, and you know, it's going to be a bumper year. And well, it's been a pretty record-breaking one as well. We've seen a lot of records broken, a lot of historic moments.
Interesting that we haven't seen Whitley with the ball here. And they've gone, it looks like they're going to go with Nikola Stanojevic again. Of course, no Raman Ademi either. I think 31 off 12 is certainly achievable for these two out in the middle. They're going to look to take on this bowling realistically. A magical over that last one, by the way.
Yeah. So the last 2 overs, 38 came from it. So Stanojevic is going to bowl this one, but his last did go for 18. But I suppose the feeling that he did pick up a wicket, maybe he could get another breakthrough.
Well, he gets on the sweep. This is going to run away. Gets outside the infield, and it's a good bit of work by Dugic. He'll just get a single. They'll come back for 2. Good running.
Yeah, 2 taken. And yeah, he's played a nice sweep shot there, and I think there's always 2 there, especially on this outfield. And one thing that we've seen with Gibraltar from all the batters, they run very well.
Yeah, they do. They like to push through. Of course, coming through and round is Stanojevic. Short, you can't bowl there. 4 more. This is, again, played nicely. Hillman has just, well, you'll look at his wagon wheel for his 11 runs, and they are all coming in that exact square leg area, but that's just because that's where they're bowling. Yeah,
and it goes back again to what I said. I mean, the slower bowlers, though I don't mind the tactic, they're just too short. They're bowling too short, allowing the batters to rock back and pull and hook and sweep. And they haven't really got the protection that they need there. And that's something that maybe Whitley Burton can have a think about.
25 off 10 for a bonus point. Gundy, that's going to be a no ball. Minimo, can't bowl there. And again, another boundary into the onside. This is just not the right call to go with Stanojevic here.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have worked. It was always going to be a risky one, going back to a bowler that's already been punished for 18 in and over. And Whitley Burton probably now is thinking that perhaps he should have taken the ball and be bowling this one, because this has not gone to plan. And yeah, remember, He also had also got Saranak, which he probably hasn't gone to because he went for 18. But then, having said that, well, so did the bowler who's bowling at the moment, Stanovic.
Free hit and hit firmly down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs as that one is into the tree behind us. Lovely shot from Hillman. Again, this is just how good it is to have someone coming in who has the ability to ghost from the off.
Yeah, they've got good attacking top 4, haven't they? Hit the ball well. They don't hang around. We know that about Par. Louis Bruce has been sensational, eyeing up another half century. That will be back-to-back from him. And it's Alexander Hillman, what a cracking start from him, 19 of just 7 deliveries.
Yeah, he just says, I'm not one-dimensional, I can go down the ground as well. But again, well, now we'll play this one. Derek turns it down, but they'll probably come back for 2 here, and they do. That's very good running. They'll get 2 leg byes. And again, still very much up with the rate of what they need to be at for getting a bonus point here.
Yeah, they really are putting the push on. And like I say, good teams, they challenge themselves. I mean, they don't need the 4 points, but they've got to challenge themselves. That's the way you improve. That's the way you get better. And they've gone for it. It looks like they're going to get it.
Lofted, and again, swatted down the ground. The old Tortuga makes it easier for Wintley. And they'll just get 1. But of course, damage already done as that's now 18 off the over with the ball to go.
See, the Tortuga can be kind at times, as that one is a kind Tortuga bounce for Wintley, who makes the stop. But, this over is hurting them. 17 from it so far.
And Louis Bruce is going to play this into the onside. Bit of work to do for the fielder. Oh, dear. When it rains, it pours. And, well, Louis Bruce, well, a little bit of the old karma. And, well, Louis Bruce, of course, gave Io his half-century off a missed field. And now he'll get his own one, as it's a missed field that goes for 4. And he brings up another half-century. Back-to-back now for Louis Bruce, 50 off of 18.
Well, Nemanja Zumovic has had trouble out there. It's the second one that's got past. And Louis Bruce, it's back-to-back half-centuries. Well batted, though. It has to be said, early on, he had a fair bit of luck. But fortune does, as they say, favour the brave.
That's why you saw on that wagon wheel, majority was down at point and backward point region. Look at that. Contributions from all 3 batters being used at the moment. Power 20 off 10. Bruce 50 off 18. Hillman 20 off 9. And, of course, you still got CP, Charles Packard, Kieran Ferrari still to come as well. Of course, Cameron Nestor can give it a bit of a whack as well. So it's a good lineup this for Gibraltar that they brought over, and of course it's probably their strongest 11. In all honesty, if you look at the squad they've got, still no Mark Gowes in there. Of course, he's been rested this morning, but it does mean if they get 9 off this over, they can probably look to go ahead and change things up going into the next couple of games for them. Willie Burton, 12 the 7th, 9 needed for a bonus point. Well, there's 4 of them. As flicked off the pads lovely from Hillman. That is where you don't want to bowl to him.
Yeah, Wintley Burton, that's the issue that he had yesterday. He just hasn't been able to get the ball outside the off. He's been too much leg side, is too much on the pads of the batters. And good batters, they're not going to miss an opportunity to put you away.
What does Ivan want to see here? Not too sure what the pause is.
I think he
new ball.
probably wants another ball. That one's gone through the fence.
Sense. That makes a bit of sense. So then, 5 off 5 can do it with a big 6 here. Burton trying to get his side a point here, but I just think the damage has already been done. Too little, too late, maybe.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed that they don't get anything out of this.
No, not yet. You never know. Positivity. Well, there's 1 dot.
Yeah, dot ball. Yeah, and the reason I'm saying that, I mean, yeah, it's still mate, but I don't think that's going to happen if I'm feeling it right. But the reason they'll be disappointed is they got to 100. They actually did rally well with the bat. But let's see if Wintley can get that point for them here. They're still needing the 5.
Boundary here, forward, of course, level the scores. And they won't do it. They'll get it with a 6, and that will be it. 4 points for Gibraltar as they chase down 105 in exactly halfway through the 7th over, and it's going to be a convincing 9-wicket victory as Alexander Hillman will hit the winning runs as he finishes with a very respectable 30 not out off just the 12 deliveries, as Gibraltar will again extend their stay at the top of the table.
Yes, as I was saying, disappointment really for Serbia. They hustled, they dug deep, they got runs on the board thanks to a half century from Ao, but with the ball, it has to be said, when the slower bowlers came on, They just bowled too short and they got punished. And if you have a look at what those overs went for, over 4 went for 18, 20, and then that 6 over went for 22. And Burton, not a good start for him. This is what's coming up next. But like I said, just have a look at Bulgaria.
Yeah.
They're struggling with batters.
Yeah, they certainly are. Demo could certainly be in that top order now because he has to. That's coming up in, well, just over half an hour's time, 35 minutes time. We'll see that Serbia take on Bulgaria in match 7. Let's have a look at the highlights then. So, of course, this one is going to be up and away. As that's well, of course, it was a tricky start, wasn't it, Serbia? Because the edges were just flying to all parts of the ground. Louis Bruce, as he was living a little bit dangerously at the start of the innings. But hey, what did I say yesterday? You know, Louis came in and sat and was next to me for an hour, of course, commentating. Who was in the lift with me this morning? Hillman. He got runs. Just saying, I'm putting it out there.
All right, so you're the man who's got the mind. So, all right, so all I'm saying is all those batters that are not performing, in fact, let's have the whole Serbian team in here, spend a little bit of love with Charlie, and let's see you go out there and do the job. But talking about doing the job, well, Gibraltar, they did the job. They did it properly here. They went out there with a positive mindset. They went out there. So we're not just winning this match. We've got the firepower. We've got the batting to go out there and get these runs in 7. That's the plan, and that's exactly what they did. And they had a little bit of this, though, along the way. A little bit of suerte. But, that's the way it goes sometimes. And Louis Bruce made the most of it. Another fine half century for him. And that was a big 6 to finish the match off there from Hillman.
Yeah, it was a really nice way to do it. And sort of fit the occasion, didn't it? As unfortunately runs just continuously flowing, and Burton again couldn't find his rhythm. As well, neither could really any of the other bowlers. His runs continuously flowed. Just one over that went without a boundary. That was the third, of course, an interesting one, but yeah, tricky for the Serbians, as they really did just look a little bit lackluster with the ball this time, which we kind of thought would be the other way around. They did get up to, of course, the 100 score, but unfortunately couldn't quite work it out. Pyle, 20 for him, 30 for Hillman, but of course top scorer is Louis Bruce, 50, not out off of just the 18 deliveries. And of course, well, the bowlers, there'll be some ugly things in there in this one. Of course, no one really looked to take the attack to them. It was tricky for Zimonjic, went wicketless, but of course Stanijevic as well was unable to do much there, of course. So Whitley Burton finishes the game with just 3 balls to his net mate. Well, match 7 coming up, 35 minutes time, as we'll see the Serbians go up against the Bulgarians again. Looking forward to that one, as you're watching the last day of action here in Bulgaria. Sorry, it's Gibraltar to win match 6. As we'll be back in half an hour's time here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Match number 7 of this international series, and it's going to be Bulgaria that are taking on Serbia. Bulgaria know that the only chance that they've got to win both their matches. The first one should be, on paper, the easier one when they take on Serbia, but they will then have the crunch match coming right after this one against Gibraltar, which is going to be a must-win. But first, well, they cannot take Serbia for granted. Serbia, we saw a much improved performance from them in the last match. We'll talk a little bit more about the two teams, but let's see what first happens at the coin toss.
Bulgaria to call.
Head.
Head is the call. It's a head, Prak.
You bet first.
They're going to bet.
Prakash Mishra, the captain of Bulgaria, winning the toss and deciding he will have a bat first. Prakash, though, number of issues for him. No Zurek Tugtai that is available here today. Ali Rasool is also out. Kushal Krishnan Kumar. We found out actually late yesterday that Kushal wasn't very well at all yesterday. He was pretty sick. He had a fever. So Kushal, if you are watching, I hope you are starting to feel a lot better. So that means a lot of new players coming into his side. So I believe that Huzef Yusuf is coming in. Rohit Damien comes back into the side. But what that means is that with the bat, that first of all, Prakash himself has got to find some of the form that has seen him in the past here in Bulgaria be one of their top scorers and one of the most devastating batters that we've seen on the network. But of course, he's got to try and find that form again. He'll be hoping that something like Rohit Demand that's coming in can also add some value to the batting. But the big man that has to stand up here has got to be Manan Bashir, because really, I think outside of that, well, they're a little bit low on batting talents, and I think one man that is relying on a good all-round performance from is Chris Lakov. Up against Serbia now, well done to Ayo in the last match, getting a half century and doing exactly what Wintley Burton wanted his team and his players to do. Fight and fight hard, and Ayo did that. And can he do it again though here and maybe cause a little bit of surprise? But he can't do it on his own. Another batter has to stand up. And the only name that comes to mind to me is the captain, Wintley Burton. So if Wintley Burton can have a good one here and find the same sort of form that Ayo has found, then maybe we could have a close match. Must-win match for Bulgaria if they're to stand a chance to win this tri-series here. Charlie, over to you. The news from the middle. Bulgaria, they will bat first.
Thank you very much, Rico Full. And of course, very warm welcome back to the comms box here for the second time today. As on World Mountain Day, we travel through and we'll make our way to the middle out here. There you go, just like magic. And of course, ready to get things going in this one. Of course, match 7, Bulgaria batting first in this one. Interesting choice, as Rico has told you there. A couple of misses, and he's completely bang on with who is missing in these ones. No Chukthai and no no Kushal. So you can see there that Dimo Nikolov will open the batting with Chris Lakov at the top of the order. Manan probably in at 3. And then you're looking at Daniel Annie coming at 5, where yesterday he was coming in at sort of 7, 8. So that really just shows you that they've lost a couple of options there. But Husav Yusuf, of course, in for the first time, as is Rohit Diman. And, well, for Serbia, the woes continue. Now, of course, losing their 4th in consecutive games. So it is tricky for what Serbia can do, but they may feel as if this is probably a good time to take on Bulgaria. 17% plays 83% in this one, but I feel this, is probably the best time to play them. They are struggling with the of course, some batters. So I think, Lakov, this would be a good time for him to come good. Demo, can he get going? Maybe something out of the screws. Maybe he can finally get a bit of momentum. He's just struggled with form, isn't he? And I think he just comes up one short in this in these internationals. But maybe today will be the day for him, as of course it is a stunning morning. 27 degrees now here in Sofia. It's a warm one, and certainly looking forward to another day and another couple of games as we come down to the last few of course, games, and we're almost ready to get things going out in the middle as we do get things underway. Match 7 of this international weekend. Inside edge onto the pad as Imonic will get underway with a dot ball, and a bit of a bat breaker this one as it's dug out from Chris Lakov, who's been at the top of the order pretty consistently in both the domestic and now the international series as well. Of course, good to see that he finally found some form after a couple of tricky years on the network. And nice to see him pick up a half-century for the first time in that ECS. First time in 3 years for Lakov, and I know that many of people around the ground and in Bulgarian cricket were happy to see that man hit some form with the bat, but they'd like to see him now with the green of Bulgaria on his back. This is a bit of a wild swing. Gets tempted into a fuller shot from Zimonic. Not a bad delivery at all from Vukasin. Good away movement as well, just get it away from the body of Lakov. He does like to go hard in that V early on. It's a good time to welcome back Rico Full into the box on a glorious, glorious Sunday morning.
Yeah, it is glorious. Good temperatures and a nice breeze blowing as well, which of course all the players and the officials will appreciate. Zimonic once again. To the pad, it's going to be another ball we're not going to get any runs from, so 3 balls, no runs. Speaking of officials, we see a bit of our very own blue crew wearing the blue. Tyrone Peters and also Meta Gooch is umpiring in this match.
Yep. Of course, Meta will be umpiring in the Meltle Shield, so wanting to get a little bit of get an eye in before heading over there at the end of the 2-week stint in Rome.
Yeah, and of course, all the branding is happening as we speak there in Rome, and it's starting to really come together, looking quite exceptional, I have to say. I think it's going to be a sensational event. Metro Shield, of course, following on from the Western Shield that men were involved in. Right in the air, it's in. Oh dear, I think that's out there long enough to be taken. I think Kazunic is very, very disappointed that the fielders didn't get to this. That's an opportunity that has to be taken. Lakov gets lucky.
Yeah, he can go. Of course, I did say it in the presentation. A huge thanks to Grizzly Bear Sports for providing these new umpiring shirts. And on debut in this tournament, we saw them out in Croatia a couple of times as well. It's good to see, of course, in these summer months, now away from the blue, from the black. I think it's pretty, pretty tough conditions being out there consistently in all black. So, well, Rico would tell us, as that's what he's wearing today. Probably the worst day to choose to wear all black, to be honest.
In the gloves are now, but there's another dot ball as Dima has this. We're going to miss. Yeah, I mean, black's probably not the right colour, but this is the thing is this material is very cool. So
yeah, that's true.
It's cool. It's not clingy. It's not. I must admit, yesterday by the time I got back, because of course I do walk back, but by the time I get back, that shirt was stuck to me. But I did go to the gym. Didn't see you there, by the way, but went to the gym, and Oscar Duff was in there doing a bit of stretching, so we had a chat. I'm waiting to see Oscar because a rumour has it, or not rumour, he told me himself that he's going to be cooking for himself and the Dowling, so I wonder how that went. It's played away. It'll take the single.
No, I never said I was going to the gym yesterday.
I know you didn't.
Oh, so why are you making a little comment there?
I just said I didn't see you there.
Yeah, okay, all right, settle down,
No,
mister.
I haven't seen you there. I haven't seen it. Have you been to the gym here?
Yeah, it's been like 6 times.
Yeah. Don't believe you. How come we missed each other all the
Because
time?
we've been on different schedules, different days. As in,
What, in the evenings?
no, because you've come back, and I don't go every day.
Okay.
not-
I believe you.
I'm not Alistair.
I believe you. Well, yeah. No, oh, Alistair, gee. I think he lives in the... Do you reckon he lives in the gym?
Don't know, but that's all he posts. 43 days to go until the Dream 11 ECC will get underway out in Cartama, of course, and dwindling down to it. But of course, we've got plenty of action to come until then, as Whitley Burton is going to take this second over. Of course, only got 3 deliveries in the last game. Can he make the most of the opportunity here?
In the gym, what's the worst exercise you have to do?
Cardio.
You do it, but you hate it. No, but what,
Cardio.
particularly what, though?
Running.
Yeah.
Pretty obvious.
I hate the bike. I really do.
You hate the bike? I don't mind the bike.
I don't like the bike because everybody's getting involved now. Thing is with the bike, you can make it easy, because then you're doing it for nothing. So you got to like make it harder, and I don't like it. I just think that's when I'm doing the bike is when I'm the saddest. In the air, chance. And we're talking about sadness. There's going to be more sadness because Dima Nikolov is going to go. And the thing about this is, in a way, at least he goes, but he doesn't chew up too many deliveries. So it's not the worst of things. It could have been worse. He was out there for a number of balls, but he's gone for it. That's what he knows he's got to do. Doesn't get the middle of the bat. That's maybe he's a tad unlucky. Gets the toe end of the bat. Doesn't get the power in it. Doesn't get the distance. He'll depart. So the wicket goes, and that means new batter's going to come out there, and you'd expect it will probably be Amanan Bashir. Let's see who does come in. So Chris Lakov, who also hasn't found his form just yet, goes up to the new batter and says, come on, it's down to me and you now. And in fact, it's Danny and Ali that comes in.
Rohit Dhiman.
It's Rohit Dhiman, is it?
Oh, third time lucky.
Rohit Dhiman
Still,
does come
no
in.
man out. I don't get it. Why?
Yeah, Rohit Dhiman obviously coming in because of, I suppose, when he has had a chance, he's done okay with the bat. Oh, no, it's been put down. And they will get a single. So, well, Rohit Dhiman, he gets lucky as well. It should have been gone very first ball.
Yeah, you could see his heart was in his throat. He gets away with it, but yeah, trouble sometimes. Of course, Dhiman actually had a good finals day, didn't he?
Yeah.
For the Sophia Stars. Didn't do much throughout the entire tournament. Then came on, bowled well, hit some runs, got a catch or two, and yeah, played a nice helping hand in of course, a very successful day for the Sophia Stars.
Yeah, he did. In the air, gone. Another one bites the dust. Lakov does go. And Whitley Burton, who didn't opt himself to bowl at the top end of the innings in the last match, well, he has this time. He's bowling over number 2, and he takes the second wicket. A good catch above the head from the fielder. But Chris Lakov, he's going to have to depart. Doesn't get this right. And what a good catch this is. Well held.
Yeah, very good. Was tracking back and made no mistake of it. That's another one. It's another one that's been held for Vukasin, so very well done to him. And yeah, credit to the likes of Whitley Burton. He's taken 2 in this over. What a start. Bulgaria 3 for 2.
Now, I just think Bulgaria, we were saying a lot of this yesterday and today I think they've done it again here. They just haven't selected the right personnel in the right areas of the batting. So Manan Bashir now does come in. He comes in, surprisingly, at number 4. And, well, Rohit Dhiman's out there with him, who himself was dropped off the first ball.
2 balls left in the over. Whitley, well, his tail's up. Manan Bashir does come in at 4. Might as well have opened him. He's only missed 1.4 overs so far.
Struck well, but to the fielder, no run.
Yeah,
Good
well
stop.
done. Very good from Rahman Ademi. Once again, good over this from Burton. It was a matter of time for him. You've seen him time and time. It's my first time seeing him in person, but it was just a matter of time for him realistically.
Well bowled again, good areas, and Whitley Burton just making sure, you can see, just keeping that ball outside the off. He does, big smile on his face as he retrieves his cap from Mehta. And a happy man at the moment, and why shouldn't he be? And just have a look at that. Well, this is the way it looks. So you can see what Bulgaria have to do here, Charlie. They have to win all their matches and then rely on Serbia to do them a favour and beat Gibraltar If they can do that, they win it. So even if they win all their matches, they're still relying on a bit of help from Serbia.
Yeah.
But of course, if they go down here, well, you might as well forget it.
Yeah, it just looks as if Tyro wants to go and have a little look at the stumps here. Is quite in the right area.
What an over that was, by the way. What an over. He only went for 1 run and picked up 2 wickets.
3 for 2 at the end of the second. They're going to stick with Lukasin Zimonjic, who's taken 2 good catches at mid-on in that last innings, in that last over even. Here for the third.
A little bit wide this time, and well, ricochets off the pads.
That's poor.
Of the keeper.
Sorry, that's poor. Reece Hartley didn't have too much of an idea. Get a bite. Just doesn't really look to get down to this, really.
Yeah, the keeper doesn't get down. I mean, let's have a look at the delivery as well. It goes over the line. Nothing wrong with that, but the keeper just doesn't want to use his gloves there. Does Hartley.
Bashir, none off 2. Well, he's got a half century in this this weekend already. And look for maybe 1 or 2 more. They'd love one here from him.
In the air, once again, it's sort of get a go for the boundary, but it's in the air long enough in that 30-yard circle if the fielder's in the right place to take the catch. But he gets it, luckily, I think, in the gap.
Yeah, very much a tape ball shot, and is it? Steps across. Very still, though, isn't he, at the point of impact, which is the impressive thing. That's what we've seen. You look at when Ferrari got that 60-odd in on the first game. Of course, everything was still at the point of impact. That's always the difference. And it's the same for the likes of Agigul Ahmedov. When he's not moving, he gets it out of the middle a lot more than he doesn't.
Yeah. Swings hard at this one. This time goes to the fielder. Makes a very good stop. Gets down. Well, he's had a few issues out there. Zimovic, but this time off his brother's bowling. Makes no mistake.
Yeah. Good noise out there from the Serbians as well, which is nice to see. Certainly up for this at the moment, and rightfully so. Their tails should certainly be up. 8 for 2 is what they were at one point. Now, of course, moving on to 9 for 2, but they clearly feel as if they're in for this. And as I said, probably the best time to play this Bulgarian side.
It's a good length again, just slightly onto the pads, but still, it will only just be a single. Yeah, right. Diman, of course, came. He was sort of out of favour with his captain of the Soviet Stars, so Prakash Mishra, for a few games. But in the final, when they needed him, he came good. And well, Bulgaria need him now. Will he come good for them as well?
He'd love to for his nation, wouldn't he?
Into the pad, they'll get a leg by. Good length being bowled. All right, that one probably gets away with it, really. I think it's one that Bashir would have been looking to just clip away to the boundary, but misses it. Gets struck at the pad pretty firmly. They'll take the leg by. But I like the length he's bowling. If you can get this out the off stump, it's dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to get full and asking the right questions, which is what he needs to do at the moment, which is the right thing to be looking to try and work on. He'd like to take a wicket. Didn't take one this morning. He'd like one here.
Oh, well bowled. That's the line. That's the areas. That's where he causes issues. Speaking of issues, plenty of issues here for Bulgaria. The power play completed, and not a lot of power in it. 11 for 2.
Yeah, of course you can't really take Bulgaria out of the equation yet. Of course, Gibraltar were none for 2 and ended up winning that game yesterday. So there is, of course, still time for Bulgaria to sort things out and maybe right some wrongs. Skyscraper in that third, going for 8, just 2 and 1, coming off the first 2 overs, which is a little bit disappointing for Bulgaria. But Serbia, of course, changing in tactic as well. Matija Saranac didn't take that second over, which is a change. He's going to come on for the 4th now, as Wintley's probably going to look to maybe save himself for an over in the death.
Yeah, Saranac didn't bowl the best of overs in the last match. Only got the 1 because he went for 18. So looking to make amends, and we know when he gets it right, he's dangerous. He showed that yesterday where he bowled beautifully. Of course, we called him the stump buster when he smashed the middle stump in half. Let's see if he could do that again. In the air, but this is going to get over the man at point. It's going to be 4 runs. The one thing that Manam Bashir is going to do is swing and swing hard. He doesn't play too many defensive shots.
No, not at all. He actually plays it quite nicely in fairness. He is looking to go square of the wicket, just again off the splice, but not a bad shot. Couple of bounces, trickles over that rope, 4 more. So Again, looking to be positive is Bashir. Of course, last couple of days of the Olympics, and of course, and that's very quickly come and gone, isn't it? The Olympics.
Is. I think today is the last day.
I think
isn't
it actually is.
It's
Yeah.
the last day today because, of course, yesterday was the thrilling 4x100. That's a little bit high. I wonder if the umpires will have a look at it. It's well stopped by AO.
It does finish today.
It will be a single. Let's just have a look at the height of this if we can. And
That's fine. Dipping.
That's just okay.
Dipping. Of course, third umps is going to be called upon there, but pretty simple one, of course. Third third umpire here, of course, Derek Vinu. But yeah, of course, there's rumours going around about Tom Cruise being involved in the closing ceremony. Good delivery again. Yeah, due to, of course, the 2028 Olympics being in LA, there's rumours of, well, I think that it's almost confirmed, but it's definitely still a rumour that that Tom Cruise will be there. Have you seen Snoop Dogg and his involvement of the entire Olympics?
Not
He's been
really.
everywhere. He was at the dressage. He was in all the gear. He's loving it.
What do you mean by all the gear?
As in, was like wearing
But
all like the posh,
Yeah.
the posh dressage wear, not what the horses were, obviously.
And it's a wide, but well stopped. So that's good work there by Hartley. I think that's that slower ball that Serenek as well as Zimanic, they've both tried it but haven't really been able to nail it here. And at least this time it hasn't been clobbered for a Maximo. But trying hard is a demand to get going. 2 of 5 at the moment. Oh, he hits this pretty well, and he'll get a boundary as well. Wide of the man that's patrolling that mid-wicket boundary. 4 runs, and that's a nice shot. He's timed that well. Sometimes a shot like this just gives you the confidence and the belief to go on further and go bigger.
Yeah, just needs to sort of stand and deliver, and that's what he does. Doesn't bother running for it. He knew that was going to split the gap. So for Diman, first boundary, of course, for him in this international series. First involvement here today.
That's that gunny ball, and this time it will go all the way. It's going to be a minimal. And as Hartley, he did do well to stop the one before, but this time he just doesn't get the feet moving. Watch the feet here, Charlie. He just needed another step across, doesn't, and then tries to reach for it. Look, it's not a good ball, but it's one that probably a keeper, if he's moving well, should get down and stop. So that becomes 5, and now just like that, Bulgaria had a very slow start. Remember, just 2 of the first, 1 run of the second. They were 3 for 2. They're starting to get a move on.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? They just need to sort of, as I said, it is a bit of a rebuilding moment, this, but make the most of it.
In the air. Oh, great save. This is a great save. I mean, it's dipping on him, and Burton's gone for the catch, but I think in the end what he does do is he saves 3 runs. A wonderful effort there from Wintley Burton, the captain.
Yeah, it just wasn't walking in. I think that might have just be the issue there. Yeah, don't take a single either, so he's actually ended up saving 4 there, which is rather massively impressive.
Yeah, can't believe they haven't run there, but Manan Bashir, if he has a weakness, that's it. He doesn't run.
It's twice now for Diman he's been dropped.
Uh-oh, and a double uh-oh, and double. Is there going to be a double minimize? He made a great stop. Well, that could be an outstanding piece of work there from the man who's at a very fine third. Saves, what you would have to say, is 3 runs, because I thought it was going to be a minimum. Just checking the fielding here, I think, is Medagooch. Make sure he doesn't touch the line at all. Let's have a look at this. Comes across, gets a hand on it, and now he's not touching the ball. That's remarkably well done.
Yeah, no issue for me with that one. I think that's okay. And they just are just double checking, but yeah, I think he's fine.
Yeah, super save, but not good bowling there from Saranak again.
Yeah, it's just going to be the wide confirmation. As just wanting to confirm that, did the umpires, and rightfully so. That's what it's there. That's what the technology's there for.
It's another one, so Saranak just loses rhythm. Now this is where somebody, yeah, I like that. Wintley just needs to take a walk over to him and use his calm and soothing voice and just say to Saranak, look, back to the way you started, back to the basics. Just keep that ball in the right area. Just off stump. Look at your field. Go for the off stump.
I was going to say, you don't want to go back to the way it started. It started with the boundary, didn't he? So you might want to just try and get it on that off stump line.
Well, he won't. It's down leg side. Now this one could go all the way, and it will go all the way. Balle, 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 kinna zona. Shakalagia. And once again, it wasn't a good delivery, and Serenat gets put away. And Serenat, I saw him there just as Whitley Burton's going past him. He said, nah, that's it. No more from me. So Burton now knows that he's not going to get a second from Serenat. But then having said that, with that one going for 24, I don't think he was going to go to him anyway. 35 for 2 after 4.
The thing is, though, is like you've now got to look at who they could get an over from him because they've been relying on him for at least 2. So Romana Demi, of course, didn't get a bowl. This is, of course, today's Hunt the Answer. In the top 5 partnerships, batting partnerships, in the record partnerships in T20 internationals, 2 of them have been scored against the same country. Can you name which country it is? Of course, the bonus in the question is if you can name the countries who scored those 2 partnerships. Answer will come in that last game of the day. You got any idea?
I know it.
Okay, then. He does know it. That's boring.
No, that's a pretty easy one, actually.
Is it?
Yeah, that was a pretty easy one.
Okay.
Pretty easy one.
No one likes to show off, Rika.
I'm not showing off. But it's a pretty easy one. In the context of... No, I don't want to say
Don't give anything away,
Yeah, I don't want to
please.
say anything because
Don't give anything
I might
away.
give it away. Okay, I'm not sure, there was a bit of conversation there between Tyrone Peters and Whitley Burton. Not sure what that was, but anyway, here we go. Oh, well, this one takes off. Well, that's what this pitch can deliver. We've seen a few that haven't risen for a while, and all of a sudden, there you go. Bob's your uncle. There's the bounce.
Yeah, that one really lifts off, and Demand does well. That'll be one for the over straight away. So he's going to have to try and go full now. This is, of course, Nemanja Zimanic for this over. Wow. Interesting tactic here because he actually drops one very short, but Demand slaps it away back over his head for 4.
Yeah, and Nemanja Zimanic just has to realise that the one before he got that exceptional bounce. It doesn't always happen. So he got a little bit excited, maybe a little bit carried away, thought he was going to do it again. And the next one, well, he just stands still and pulls it straight down the ground. Into the pads, better come back. Good running there from Rory Demand.
Had to go full, didn't he? Of course, he actually gets away with the one that he just bowled previously, that it doesn't actually get up. It's the one that stays low. Would have been a no ball if it went up high, up top.
Mm-hmm.
Bashir then, 16 off 8 for him. Can he just find a way of, again, we saw him in that 50 that he made yesterday. He did struggle a little bit to get going at times, to be honest. He struggled a bit at the early times, but when he does get into a rhythm, it's tough to stop him. Well, it's another shorter delivery, but this time not short enough, as that one is going to be okay.
Yeah, you're right about Manan Bashir. I mean, he certainly didn't flow as well as that we know that he can. I mean, normally he's like a 6-hitting machine. But they did, but in fairness, they bowled well to him. They didn't really let him have too many of the short stuff, which he likes to put away. Shouts to catch it. They're coming in, but nobody's going to be able to get there. A little bit more suerte for Bashir. This one just ends up dropping inside that 30-yard circle where Whitley Burton is not able to get on it.
Yeah, just of course. Things to remember, of course, it's well aware that they're just 10, so you've got to remember that rule. The rule is, if of course they are fielding with less than 11, maybe due to an injury that happens during the time, the rule is you can still have your 5 out. That's your maximum.
Oh, that's over pitch, and he's missed out on this. And this is sometimes the issue when batters are just swinging across the line. I mean, if you have a look at some of the batting that we saw from Gibraltar, Charlie, in the last match, they were playing these balls on merit. They were playing them out of the offside, and that ball should have been going in the offside. Look at that. That's an opportunity being missed.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Louis Bruce loves to go over the top on the offside, and that's what they sort of should have been looking at there. Well, let's have a look at the calendar for the remainder of the year, of course, ECS-wise, that is. As we will go to Rome starting tomorrow, Austria and then Croatia. ECC will get underway on the 23rd of September. Of course, we spoke about that. But of course, Malta for the first time this year. Leaving it late, but we'll get there. Better late than never. And I know John Easham's looking forward to it because John's going to be there for the first 2 weeks on holiday. So we're looking forward to seeing John again. But of course, then we move to back to Barcelona and then all the way down to Cartama once again for the ECCW at the end of the year. And of course, looking forward to both of those events taking place in Cartama. I might not be there in a working capacity, but I might turn up and sort of show me face a little bit.
Well, yeah, and I'd like to see you up there because, of course, Cartama is a place where you can take some fantastic crowd catching. And I think this time around there might be a little incentive as well.
Oh, I might
some crowd catching.
Might have to either do that or I might volunteer as a ball boy for an hour. See what I can do. I have to say, so listen, we love our volunteers and we appreciate the ball boys, but weren't they told eventually just to stop trying to catch it?
Yeah, well, the thing, yeah, they were, and there's a reason for it. I mean, look, when it's sunny and it's night, daytime, yeah, no problem.
Daytime.
But when the lights go on and it gets dark and the floodlight, they're trying to catch balls they can't see, and of course, there's going to be injuries, and there were. So they were just told, look, we can't be having you all lining up to go into the first T10. Just stop the ball. Don't try and catch it.
Yeah, run out of ball boys. Here we go. Here's Stanjevic.
It's leaned into and it's going to go all the way. This is a bit of a dangerous move. I know that he did pick up a wicket in the last match, but he also went for plenty of runs as well. So
yeah.
Manav Bashir is going to go after him here.
41 for 2 is what they were at the halfway stage. Of course, 47 now, but credit to them. They were together at 3 for 2 when these two were sort of joined in the middle. So there is certainly scope for improvement, but they are just doing what they had to do in those last sort of 4 overs, which is just nurdle a few things here.
Yeah, Nicolas Stanovic is spending a lot of time getting his offside field ready.
I wouldn't really worry about that.
Let's hope he bowls to the offside. Let's see. No. Well, that's what I mean. I mean, you can be very particular with your field, but really, if you're not going to pitch it or if you're going to bowl it down the leg side, Manan Bashir is going to, well, let's just say he's going to gobble you up, and that's what he's doing here. So 6 more, and Bashir, just like that, the Bashir swag seems to have returned.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of freebies to get away. This was a full toss. He's not going to miss out. It just sat up. It's like taking candy from a baby. Ali Rasul in the chat says, come on the boys. But yeah, Ali, of course, hope your back's better, mate. And I think Ty's, of course, Ty has a very good good coaching background. Oh dear, that's Gundy. Ty just said to me, said, look, you're a youngster, you come pumping in for 2 weeks. And he said, you've got to stretch more. I think Ty was just saying, you know, you've got to look after your body. And listen, Ali, listen, he's he shredded some weight after last year.
Up in the air, and this one could be going into the athletics track, and it will do. Seis carreras, boom. Shaka lag gaya ke wah ke genial ke grande. 6 carreras.
That's gone. That's out of here. 6 runs. And there is Bashir, the best of Bashir, because it's gone a long old way. And that's gone into that athletics track. I can see it, but I can't get it.
Nah. They were retrieved well by one of the guys at the ground yesterday. I'm sure he's going to be up and about in there in a moment. I don't know how he got in, actually.
Must be a gate somewhere, surely.
Got to be somewhere, yeah.
Must be a gate somewhere.
Well, Louis, let's send Louis there. Come on, Louis, get over that fence.
Go on, you can get over that fence. You've got long legs.
You can get it.
Well, you couldn't catch anything early, so you might be able to go get that.
Well, it's another one. Gaya. Chaka lag gaya. 6 carreras más. अब देख लो पटाखे चल पे अपना मनन बशेरिया ने शुरू हो गया हुन. Shakkeman as another one. You can't be bowling these to him. I thought this was going to be a bit risky and a bit dangerous, and it proves to be.
Yeah, and I'm not liking the move to go realistically to Nicola here. And this is what I'm just saying. They tried to do it. It didn't work in the last game. It's not working here.
It's another one. Adios, Bolota. Boom. Shaka lag gaya. Shaka time.
That's gone.
And, well, we're doing it the old Caribbean Calypso style here. And no hay dos en tres. So this over's gone 6-6 wide. 6-6-6. Charlie, 6 sixes in an over is definitely on here. The over has gone for 31. Here we go. Are we going to see 6 sixes in an over? Remind you what we've seen so far. 6, 6, wide. And then 6, 6, 6. Here we go. Here we go again. So Whitley Burton is having a chat with the bowler here, Nicola.
That ball went into the football pitch, by the way. I told you it's gone. Don't know why they're still waiting around.
I think they're just trying to find more ball. I think we're running out pretty quickly here, Charlie.
Last day, isn't it? So it could be certainly on the cards.
A supersonic over here at this National Sports Academy, the Vasilevsky ground. Are we going to see some history in the making? Manan Bashir looking to hit every legal ball in the over for 6.
31 have come off it. Stanjevic, he's now going to try and change things up. He's going to go through and round. Well, here we go. This is certainly going to be interesting. Can he get the 6th that he's needed? It'll be his half century as well.
Oh, it's a wide.
I'll give you €10 later. You got that one right.
So he's still looking to pump this one away for another 6. So that's 32 off the over.
Oh. Serbia, they were well in this game, but they're bowling themselves out of it here.
And that's well bowled. It won't be 6, but it will be 4 as Burton just can't get a foot on this. What an over. Well, it does go for 36, but it's not 6 sixes. It's 5 sixes, 1 4, and 2 wides. And the introduction of spin goes tragically wrong here as Bulgaria move up to 77 for 2 at the end of 6.
Yeah, it's a really ugly 6th over. And that's disappointing because they had them in real trouble at 3 for 2. They're now 77 for 2. 74-run partnership between Diman and Bashir. And Bash, of course, does bring up a half century. Another one. And I said at the top of this innings when he came out, they'll be hoping that he can get one going. And that's exactly what they've done. I reckon that's 4 Grizzlies that we've lost in that over.
Yeah, and that's why I think Tyrone Peters and the rest of the gang are starting to just sweat a little. Well, 2 of these I know will come back eventually. Is that 2 right next to each other?
Yeah,
there?
that 4 went all the way through in the end. Oh dear, oh dear.
Right, somebody's got to get over in there. Who can go into the athletics track? Somebody's got to get in there. I'm looking for the guy who was in there yesterday. We need those balls. We need them quickly.
I think we'll be all right. James Cantor came down and he brought a few extras with him, so I think we'll be all right. Okay then. Here's the 7th. As Nemanja Zimonjic will come back.
Oh no. Oh dear. That is not good. Well, the assault of boundaries just keep on continue. This is going to be 4, just dropped short. So, well, if we have a look then at the last 7 legal deliveries have all gone to the boundary, and in between there have been 2 wides. This is not looking good as Rohit Diman gets in on the act.
It's another Grizzly gone, by the way.
It's gone in the road.
Good tie. Another one, please. Well, might have to invoice Serbia cricket here at the moment because it's not working. Well, there's 2 there. You are right. I'm not jumping over that fence.
We need somebody to come and do a bit
rock,
of
paper, scissors for who guys gets it.
a bit of javelin or a bit of the discus, because when they turn up, they can throw those ones back.
Oh, dot ball.
Well,
wow.
Bravo.
They do exist.
And applause for the dot ball. And outside the off, look, it may not be the best delivery, but at least it was located better.
Got away with it. Ali just saying he might just be a bit of a disc in his back problem. Well, up in the air this one. Could be a chance. Nope.
Just out of the reach of the fielder. Nemanja Zimonjic started to get a bit excited there. Thought he was going to pick up a wicket, but it's not to be. And, well, he's going to now be thinking, well, now I've got to deal with this guy.
Can I just say, I called this. I said Gibraltar were none for 2, and they ended up coming back beautifully. It's exactly what we're seeing here. As Serbia, it's all their own fault at the moment, realistically. Oh.
Adios. That is huge. That is humongous. The only saving grace in this one is at least it stays, well, not in this field, but in a field over there. And that ball will eventually come back, but they're bowling badly. And Manan Bashir, dare I say it, he's done it before. Yeah, if they keep bowling like this to him, the century's definitely on, Charlie.
Okay. No. At the moment from Zimonjic, it's not working. It's 4.16. Well, Bashir.
Okay, outside the off. Different ball game, isn't it? Get that ball outside the off, different ball game.
Yeah, but Bash knows it, though. Bashir knows that should have gone over the offside. All you got to do is get it through the gap there. They've got a very, very wide extra cover deep.
You look at the number of times he's been out. Short ball into his body, straight at him, he skies it. But if you bowl it there, he'll put it for 6. It's as simple as that. This
another ball, please.
It could be another one. It's hit the tree. Which way is it going? Has it stayed on this side of the field? Well, I tell you what, Tyrone is sweating. He's hoping this one comes back. I think Tyrone has now got to a point and said, well, if you can't get over that fence, I'll get over the fence and get them because we need these Grizzlies back. Is the end of the over as well, is it? I think it is the end of the over, so that's going to be another boundary. And that means that the score now in the 90s, 94 for 2. So all the hard work really in the first 3 overs that went 2, 1 and 8 has been undone, because after that I can tell you it's gone 24, 6, 36, 17.
And not looking pretty at the moment. And the thing is that hard work that they did in those first 2 overs, you know, you look at sort of who bowled those first 2. Of course, you got Wilkinson, he went for just 2. Wintley went for 1, picked up 2 wickets. And then since then, it's just been an onslaught. I mean, in 2 overs alone, in the 4th and 6th, I mean, listen to this, Rico. They've scored a grand total of 60 off just 2 overs.
Yeah.
And then 17 followed that 6th over. So that's just mental. 77 off 3. Ooh. Ugly.
Thing is, though, as we see this, and that's played down, should just be a single, but not the best bit of captaincy from Wintley Burton, because he bowled an over, and he has bowled an over, and he went for 1 run, picked up 2 wickets. We haven't seen him since. And as I would say and say a lot of times, what is he saving himself for? A lot of people, as this one gets worked away, so once again, should be just the one it will be. Yeah, a lot of people, including myself, I sometimes think if you bowl an over like that, and against a team that you know are weak with the batting because of the number of players that are absent, you bowl yourself again straight away. So I would have done that. But I can understand that he wanted to try it like Zimunic again. That worked okay. Only 8 came of it. But since then, it's gone bad. As soon as that over went for 24 from Saranak, he should have come on.
Yeah.
He's saving himself for nothing here. Up in the air, it's going to escape the fielder. They're going to chase after it. But to know about, well, I think the electricity nearly went out around the ground here, because I think that fielder almost goes into the electricity pile, and then, well, that would have sparked us out. It would have.
Oh, dear. Deman again, just flashing away, but he kind of has the license to do so. 96 now on the board. No, I tell a lie. It's 100. The 100 comes up.
Yeah.
With still 2.5 overs to go. This could be very, very dangerous. Could be seeing maybe the highest score of the ECS so far. And again, remember, they were 3 for 2. 97 now, this partnership, which is rather impressive. It's mightily impressive, in fact.
It's very impressive. And once again, Charlie, Rohit Dhiman, when a team needs him, be it his domestic team or club, I should say, or the national team, he does provide 21 of 16. He's put in, like you said, a sensational partnership there with Bashir, and he will muller that to the boundary, no doubt about it. This one stays at least this side of the fence. It's 6 more as Rohit Dhiman moves to 27.
Absolutely, and reliable Rohit at the moment is probably what he's known for. This is just poor bowling, though. I'm sorry, you can't be bowling this. You look at the field he's got. They've got so many on the offside, and he's bowling on the hips. Don't get it. Very, very confusing. And tricky times for Serbia at the moment.
Good shot outside the off. I'm liking that. I mean, that's going to be 6 more, you know. That is a powerful shot. Rohit Dhiman now deciding that he's going to turn on the style at international level. Playing shots that even Manan Bashir can't get to play. Beautifully done. Gives himself the room. Hits it on the up. 6 more.
Yeah, once again, this is going to be another big over. 17 came off the 7th. 18 already off the 8th. And, of course, this is certainly tricky times for Serbia. And I know frustrations back home as well, as they're sort of watching on and just sort of thinking, what's going on here, lads? It's not clicking. Serbia, they played a lot of cricket here. It's not as if it's their first time ever.
And up and, oh, well. I saw a cap fly over there. I think that was just more the momentum of the fielder trying to take the catch, but it goes down. So Dhiman gets dropped on 33, and that sort of sums up the way things after the first overs, you have to say, have gone for Serbia here.
When it rains, it pours, Rico. Dhiman gets dropped again. He was dropped on none, by the way, just as a gentle reminder. He's now 30, just a couple of more, 34 off 19, and with 2 overs to go, Bulgaria, again, for the first time. So at least it's good to see that now all 3 sides have got into 100s. Of course, saw Serbia do it this morning, but Bulgaria looks as if they might be batting Serbia out of this one, 113 for 2.
Yeah, Burton now will come back to bowl his second, but like I've already mentioned, I think he's waited too long. He's also now coming on when both the batters have got themselves back in form. Dhiman, having been dropped, gets a single, gets back on strike.
Wintley.
He starts with a big wide.
Did you hear that? Ah, sorry. It just made me laugh. Oh, it's good.
That's where his issues have been. He avoided this in the first over, but he's gone down leg side. I think they might be looking at the heights on it. I wonder if we can just see the height side on this as well, because I can see that that's why Tyrone is waiting. Here it comes. We have a look at it here. So he gets this a little bit wrong and
dipping.
I can see that called, you know.
It is called. Never mind.
It is called.
I got it wrong.
I think it was over the waist, so it gets called. No ball. And Tyrone having a chat
was
there.
having a chat with Io there.
I think Io was saying, what are we waiting for, Umps? And Tyrone said, let me do my job. It's free hit it is. License to go. Boom. Shakalagi again. Can he do so? But he tries. And it'll be a single. So Manan Bashir will be happy to get back on strike, because I think he was worried that Rohit Diman was going to steal the show for a moment.
Rohit the man, isn't he, at the moment?
Yeah.
Reliable Rohit. Rohit the rocket. There's plenty in there.
There's plenty in there. Well,
Rohit the pocket rocket.
Should be a single. Plenty of bodies there, and well dealt with by Zimanic. Just a single.
Just hasn't really faced that many deliveries in the last couple of overs, has he?
No, that's why I was saying he was pretty happy to go and strike, but he only gets a single. But having said that, I think Bulgaria here now are in a much better place
Look at that.
than where they were before.
21 balls both faced, 35 and 65. It's pretty impressive from Anna, and of course did face 6 deliveries from Stamanievich, so it's fair enough.
Well bowled, well played, well fielded, good cricket.
We've seen that a couple of times, haven't we? Today and yesterday. Cricket being the winner. Not in that over from Nicola, though. Cricket wasn't the winner.
I see Burton running back to his mark pretty quickly. So after this ball, let's have a quick look at what the time is saying.
I think they're fine.
Launches into this, but once again, slight fumble, but a good backing up. Just a single. So see what I mean about Burton? I mean, all right, he saved himself here, but really he should have been, when you had Bulgaria on the wobble, he should have really been coming on with his second over to see if he could get another wicket or two and really put the pressure on him. He sort of let the pressure slip a little, and Bulgaria capitalised. Well bowled. Very well bowled, unlucky. And
elegantly done from Rohit.
Look at this from the wicketkeeper here. Hartley, he says, let's try and see if I can surprise Rohit. In comes, well, it's probably no pace on this ball as well, but it finally gets to Windley.
I think I saw that move in the breakdancing in the Olympics.
I still forgot to check that out. Chance, and grabbed. That was body going one way, arms going the other. It doesn't matter. Catch has been taken, and a very good innings from Rohit Diman comes to an end. Scores 36, but of course we all know he was dropped on 0. Was later dropped on 33 as well, but it's the one that was on 0 that would have mattered, because they could have been and would have been maybe in all sorts of trouble. End of a very good over there from Windley Burton, and a very good spell. It's quite amazing to actually think that they're 118 for 3, but 2 overs from Windley Burton have only gone for just 6 runs, and he's taken 3 wickets.
He's taken all 3 wickets of that as well. There you go, there's confirmation. This is going to be a big one, though, as they're going to go back to Matti Zaranak, who, of course, went for 24 off his over. So this is a big last over. 118 on the board for 3. Over to go, 6 balls left. Here we are.
That's going down the leg side, but
I was just going to say, interesting, they don't look to take a single, but then I realise it's Prakash that's come out at 5.
Yeah, Manan Bashir, he's missed out on a couple down. Look, his balls are wide, doesn't he? Look, his wrong footwork goes the wrong way. It should have gone the other way and clipped it, but he's missed it. Saranak gets lucky. Remember Saranak, when he bowled the last ball of that 6 over, he sort of gave the signal to his captain, said, that's me done, but he's obviously been persuaded to come back because they need him to come back. It will be just a single, because both batters are not good runners. And Prakash Mishra hasn't even got to the safety of the strikers, and yet he gets there now as the ball comes back.
Well, he's got a licence to go, isn't he? Has Prakash. I reckon he might be looking to go across the onside here, just as a hazarding, I guess.
They should have been at the end of the 8th over looking to be on about 145 finish.
Yeah, they have been dragged back, haven't they?
So Serbia, fair play to them, especially because of that over there from Burton, only going for 5. Saranat, though, can he play his part as well? And a good fight back for Serbia. And,
no. Let's hit the stumps and the bells haven't come off.
the batters here, so Prakash Mishra as well as Manan Bashir on 2 occasions now have spoiled wide. And why are you playing at these? Look how wide. Look at where Prakash is here. That is, yeah. And then he's just not even keen to get back.
Watch this. Look, hits the stumps. Nothing comes off.
Well, he doesn't really have any oomph in his little throws, hardly. Better delivery. This gets played away. They won't run 2. We know that, whether it's misfielded or not. Yeah, Prakash is, I've got a lot of time for Prakash. He's played a lot of good cricket. He's a good cricketer, but sometimes he does let himself down. I mean, youngsters watching will be watching that and say, well, is that the way we run? No, it's not. You run hard. I know Prakash is not the quickest runner. He's got a few injuries, but he can run better than that. Bashir will look to try and hit the next 2 balls to the boundary. And he won't, because I think this one is only just going to go to the fielder.
What a comeback this is from Saranak after going for 24 off his first over alone.
Yeah.
He's only gone for the, 3 singles with a ball to go.
Yeah. The thing is, though, he is a good bowler. We know that. He showed us that yesterday. He's just had he's had in this this international series a couple of bad overs, and it's cost him a lot of runs. But when he gets it right, he's dangerous. That's up in the air, and they may finish with a boundary. No, AO comes across. Makes it that's just, I don't like. Don't say it, Rika. Don't say it. You can't be playing at this level and just taking singles there. It's the end of the innings. And look, Prakash is walking to the other end like he thinks there's more to come. There's not, Prakash. You've got to be running hard there now. Maybe he feels that the score is enough, but still, standards are standards. But all I will say is Serbia, they certainly win 5 overs of this contest. The problem is the other 5 went badly wrong, and that's where Bulgaria scored the majority of their runs.
Just don't get why Prakash has come out there. You've still got Daniel Ali Ahmedal, you've got Dowling and Yusuf as well. They could easily have walked a little bit more there and maybe have even got a jog on potentially in comparison to Prakash. Let's have a look at the highlights though. Of course, Bulgaria will finish 122 for 3 off their 10. And what an absolutely fantastic bit of batting it has been from Bulgaria. But let's talk about Serbia at the start, of course. They looked really good, didn't they? 3 for 2 is what they had Bulgaria at one point. But what an incredible 119 run partnership, or a little bit less than that, sorry, but a great partnership for that 3rd wicket.
Yeah, it was. When you have a look at the bowling figures and the breakdown, what you'll see is that 5 overs, if my calculations are correct, went for 20, and the other 5 went for 102. Oof. So, again, when you look at that, I think I know he's learning all the time. Willie Burton just gets the bowling a little bit wrong. He held himself back when he shouldn't have. If he came on straight away, who knows? Could have been a very different story. But of course, the introduction of spin didn't go well. That over went for 36.
I would not have gone for realistically to give Nicola an over, to be honest. You got Ademi who only got 1. I would have given him 2, realistically. Give him 2 and then you can maybe get another over somewhere else. But yeah, it just didn't work. Of course, Io can bowl. Io hasn't bowled at all in this one, so a little bit confusing. We've got those Grizzlies back, by the way. There's, I think Anthony Dowling's gone down there to get those. Appreciate that. But yeah, here at the moment, this is unfortunate because realistically they had them in all heaps of bother, having them at 3 for 2. But of course they end up, that partnership between Diman and Manan Bashir was worth a grand total of 115, which is very, very impressive from those boys. But of course, still lots of work to do for Bulgaria. They're going to have to restrict this Serbia side, who did get into the 100 in all fairness in their first game this morning. But of course they were lackluster with the ball once again. So looks as if it's troubled times ahead for this Serbia side. Of course, and there you go, there is confirmation. Just the 3 wickets for Burton, no one else, but a great spell for Whitley. 3 for 6 off his 2, of course, Zimanic, Vukasin Zimanic, that is, bowled very well as well, none for 3, but no one else really contributing much in any positive fashion. Bulgaria then, they need this win, don't they, desperately. They're going to need 123 if they're going to get it, as it's going to be an interesting chase. We'll be back 10 minutes time for the response from Bulgaria.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Vasilevsky Academy ground here in the wonderful Sofia, Bulgaria, where we're ready for the second half of match number 7 as Bulgaria have set 1-2-3 for victory as they finish on 122 off their first 10 overs. Of course, they'll be looking to restrict this Serbian side to a total of 85 or less, as of course we know that probably more a stronger bowling side than they are batting at the moment today with the lineup that they've got. But of course they were gifted a few runs and they did get up to a very respectable 122 in their first innings. So much down to the likes of Manan Bashir and Rohit Diman, of course. They have sort of very, very tough taste. Tough chase. Got there in the end with Serbia looking to try and get a win on the board. They probably would have felt this would have been a good time, and they did in fact have them at 3 for 2, but they got all the way up to 122 for 3. Daniel Ali will open the bowling then for this Bulgarian side up against the likes of Zimonjic, and it looks as if that's Ayo out there at the non-strikers. Let's get things underway, ready to rumble. As this one is going to get pushed into the offside, and they'll get a single to start straight to Prakash. As pleasure to have you company here on the European Cricket Network with myself, Charlie Hunt, joined by Rico Fu in the comms box.
Yeah, it's a great pleasure to have you here. I hope you're enjoying your Sunday. It should be a nice, leisurely day for most people, but not for our cricketers here. As Bulgaria and Serbia do battle. Bulgaria looking to defend. They believe that with the bowling attack they've got, that they should be able to do that. Of course, they've got a number of experienced bowlers, and well, we might even get to see some of the youngsters amongst their midst as well. Of course, we did see some very good bowling from those youngsters. So we know that Anthony Dowling picked up a wicket yesterday, as did Oscar Duff as well, and we probably will see more of them. But I wonder if we'll see a little bit more of Joshua. That's been pinged, by the way. That's going to be 6 runs, and well, it's obviously stopped somewhere. I think we're all right with this one. It doesn't go into the sports ground, but what a hit, what a strike. And hey, well, he was good, wasn't he, in the first match against Gibraltar. Helped his team to get to 104, got a half century, 52. So, well, he's the man of the moment at the moment for Serbia. Can he do it again?
Good shot from Ayo. Nice and full from Ali, but in the slot. What's the response?
Gone, Jagdipati. That's the response, Charlie, and it doesn't get better than that. And it's very much going to be 6 and out for Ayo. As Daniel Ali says, all right then, it's now my turn, and I'm going to knock you over. Dande Chakake Punje Rakadite as he knocks the stumps over. Jagdipati style. And it is 6 and out. Yeah, not the best of shots. Gets down on one knee and it doesn't work. So, of course, interesting that, of course, you see there Bashir behind the stumps due to the fact that, of course, no Kushan or Krishna Kumar here this morning. So, Manan takes the gloves. But, yeah, good delivery, good comeback from Danny Ali. Doesn't get much better than that. So, well, 50 runs is what they got off fire in the first game. 6 in the second. He goes 7 for 1 on the board. Windy Burton, the captain, comes out and knows that he needs to put a big shift in with the bat. The same way that he did with the ball. He bowled magnificently well, 3 for 6. Can he get something going with the bat as well? This one lifting quite viciously outside the off. Good take there from Bashir. It's a dot ball. Yeah, not a bad bit of bowling this from Daniel. You could see him come and be positive with his bowling. Because we often talk about positive batting. Got to be positive bowling as well. You know, you've got to be looking to bowl good delivery, set a plan, and sort of entice the batter into some false shots. Make him make a mistake. Yeah, just like that. Yeah, just like that. And Burton, he's gone back to trying to crash the ball over the leg side, but forgetting he can play on the offside as well. Over comes to an end, just 7 from it, but he gets the big wicket also of Ayo. A good start from Ali. Yeah, I've got a question to everyone in the chat, by the way. It's not a hunt the answer. But as I'm travelling this evening, have you got any recommendations for films or TV shows to start on the plane? Of course, I will certainly take your recommendations. Let me know. 36 matches now, though, since a golden ball. Well, could we have one in internationals here in Bulgaria? Did I say at the start of this week that I said I don't think we're going to get one? No, you actually... No, I came in on one day and I said I feel like one. I fancy one. I didn't think we'd get one. I said I fancy one. It didn't happen. Anyway, here's Joseph Yusuf for the second over. In the hands of the fielder, gone, and that's Demo. The demolition man takes the catch, and Huzaifa Yusuf takes a wicket of his very first ball. And well held, and what a lovely moment that is for a lovely guy, because me and you, we both got a lot of time for Yusuf.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a bad shot, but unfortunately he just doesn't really commit to it. And it's going to be a pretty good catch by Dimek. Came in relatively quickly off the bat of Zimonjic, but he'll now go. And Serbia, well, they're all sort of in the same heaps of trouble. They had Bulgaria, as that's going to be the end of Vukasin. He goes, and the score now is going to be 7 for 2. Zirak Chuktai is in the chat as well. Everyone is getting in and involved this morning. Pleasure to have you with us, Zirak. Hope you're well. Of course, yeah, as you mentioned at the start of the day, Rico, the start of this one, Zirak just had a bit of an injury to his hand, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, and he got crunched by one yesterday as well. So Zirak, I spoke to him yesterday after the matches, and he informed me that he wouldn't be playing. So I hope you're nursing that injury well. I had it to everybody else in the chat as well. Emmanuel Robbins, and it's another one, 2 in 2, and we could see an international hat-trick here for Huzaifa Yusuf, who is just bowling full and straight, and that is too good for Nemanja Zimovic, and he's going to go. Both the brothers departed. That's just not a good shot. He placed this so early. Just watch him here, so early on the shot. Ball hits the stumps, and Yusuf gets another.
Yeah, well, he's sort of moaning, complaining and everything, but it's got to be a golden quacker. There's Derek this morning. Oh dear, he's not happy. He's only got himself to blame. It's a poor shot from Nemanja. He's not happy at all. I don't know why. Get on with it. You got bowled, son.
I don't know what he's complaining about, but yeah, he gets done. He gets done because he plays a bad shot. So, well, hat-trick time. Gagadeep, we know he got one. And here's Huzaifa Yusuf going to get one, of course. Murat Yilmaz, of course, from the Turkey side, also picking up the hat-trick. So we've seen 2. Are we going to have another? Yusuf, in he comes. Bowling to Dujic. It gets nicely played in the vortex, and it will get through. Of course it will. It's a vortex, and it just goes, and Amadel can't stop it.
Well, I'm surprised that Agigul said yes to being fielding down there once again. He had about 3 that went through him in about the space of 5 overs. This is a nice shot from Dugic, though, and yeah, not the best of hat-trick deliveries, though, from Huzaifa Yusuf. Yeah, got a lot of time for Huzzy. He's, of course, been involved in Bulgarian cricket for a number of years, and good to see him with the colours on here at the moment.
Well, he's banging him in, and bending his back as well, isn't he? Is Yusuf. I'm liking this from him, and those colours suit him, don't they? The colours of Bulgaria here. A few people were on my social media yesterday saying that they thought that the Bulgarian kit here looked very festive, very sort of Christmassy. Had a Christmassy feel about it. I see what people are talking about.
Put it on the Christmas tree.
I was just about to say, after this delivery, and that's a good pull shot, but well picked up. Dimo gets a throw in. Very well done. And, Dimo Nikolov, lovely stop. Yeah, I mean, we know that right behind the wicketkeeper is that Christmas tree that seems to be doing very well and growing very healthily. Maybe you could get them all around there and they could take their picture for this year's Christmas postcard, couldn't they?
Certainly good.
Look like the elves, somebody said to me. Look like the elves.
If they're all the elves, who's Santa? Prakash?
Well bowled, well played. We'll take the single, well run. What a good start this for Yusuf. 2 wickets and only concede 6 runs, and Serbia in a lot of trouble. But I've got to remind you that so were Bulgaria. Bulgaria at 3 overs were 11 for 2. And they were 3 for 2 at the end of the second. Their opponents here are 12 for 3. This is why this match is so important for Bulgaria. I mean, they would love to pick up the 4 points. That means they will still stay a point behind. And then, of course, they do play Gibraltar in the next match. Hit hard and hit for 4. Cuatro carreras. Nobody is stopping that.
Yeah, they need Whitley to have a bit of a heater here, don't they? Of course, did have an innings of about 20 odd off of not very many, but since then it hasn't really been too much else apart from that. So this one is it's nicely played from Whitley into the onside. Thing is, for me though, with Burton, it does look a little bit one-dimensional with the bat, and that could be his downfall.
Yeah, it's interesting though because you know, I've seen him bat a fair bit, and he does like to hit very well straight. We haven't seen too much of that from him here so far, and whether he just needs to get in and before he starts to play some more different stylish shots. Well, that one is down the leg side. Timo gives it chase, can't get a foot on it, and if you can't stop it, it's going to get past you, go to the boundary. Ali's not happy that Dima doesn't go down there. Dima has taken the catch, has made one good stop in that area, but this one gets away from him.
Yeah, a little bit misfortunate. It's not a bad shot, though, to be fair. But, yeah, you're right, Dimo. Not quite the best of efforts there. Got to get down and do the work. Yeah, of course, look at his stats, realistically. Of course, he scored 64 against Forfarshire at the start of this year. That's not easy for anyone. So we need to do that. Clearly, he has got form in the tank. Just whether or not it works for him.
He can play to all parts of the ground. I've seen him do it, and that innings against Forfarshire, he did just that. When I saw him playing Zagreb, he did say the only thing is here at the moment, I think he needs a bit of time out there, a bit of time in the middle. Daniel Ali needs to get a bit fuller. And this one is going to go probably, I think, one bounce for is an edge. And Burton, he's got to be brave, and he's hoping that fortune will favour him. As the saying goes, fortune favours the brave, and that one, well, thank you very much. We'll take whatever we can get.
Yeah, one bounce for, so good bit of work and a good effort, though, for Burton. As you say, fortune favours the brave. It seems to be what we've been saying quite a lot over the last couple of days, especially with batters who have come out and looked a little bit negative in their intent, look to try and bat within themselves. But, yeah, as you say, got to get runs here.
That's better from Daniel Ali. Keep that ball at the moment outside the off, where Wintley Burton hasn't been able to get anything on it. So good comeback from Ali, and if he can stay under that 20-run mark after this ball, that would be the end of his spell. We'll be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, take the wins, take the small wins when you can.
But he won't, because this one will get whacked for a big six. That's a bit of a monster shot. Well, Wintley Burton, we know that he can be brutal, and he was brutal here. 6 to finish, and well, it's starting to look a bit healthy. 31 for 3 at the end of the power play, and we know, and of course you all know, that means that they are ahead, because we know that Bulgaria at this point were in all sorts of trouble. There you go, 11 for 2 they were. So at the moment, if they can get a good partnership, well, if they can do what Bulgaria did, then they're in for a win here.
Thing is, though, for me, I just don't know if they've got the batting to come. I think that's just the key issue. In all honesty, I don't know if they've got it in them to be able to work it out. Into the power play, of course, so not too bad from Serbia, going at 10 and a bit. 31 for 3. Yeah, of course, keep your suggestions coming in. Emmanuel gave me a good suggestion for something to watch. Appreciate it. Here's Yusuf once more.
Very short, gets played away. Dimo will watch this into his hands. Keeps to 1. Yeah, Yusuf, go back to getting the ball full and straight. That's what worked for him.
Yeah, that's absolutely where it needs to be. Don't want to change it up.
I'll tell you one man who's happy at the moment, probably Chris Lakov, because it means that he can just chill a little before he's called upon. I'm pretty sure that he may be the next man to bowl. Or they might even go with Oscar Duff, who bowled very well.
Yeah, they've got options.
To get a little bit short, Lakov will have to get there, because gets past Mishra, who I don't think even moves.
Do you know what they don't have? Spin option.
Yeah.
And do you know what I'd be saying to Josh? Go and see if you can work out how to bowl some off spin, because then he can come into this side and he'll turn around and be like, well, I'm going to offer you that option of spin. You know, at the moment he's sort of frustrated, he's not being utilised with the ball. You know, you're still young. Add it to your trade.
Oh, he's unlucky. It's just changes up the pace. Yeah, I get what you mean, but he's a young man who's bowling well. He bowls good pace. I wouldn't be encouraging him to change what he does. I think the captain just has to acknowledge what he does and use him.
Yeah, but how great would it be to have a seriously good spinner? Give him a year, and all of a sudden he's a walk into this side. I just think there's different ways you can. You know, he's still young. He's still 15.
You got Rohit Dhiman in your side, so they have got that option. Gone, and it's a false shot. Yusuf takes the catch, picks up his 3rd wicket. Dujic will be very, very unhappy about this. He changes his shot. I think the ball probably does pop up a little bit, but it's one of those where he stops the shot, the ball pops up, and Yusuf says, thank you very much.
Yeah, just too early on it. And it's a good catch from Yusuf, so he'll pick up a 3rd in his spell. And it's going to be the 4th to 4 now. Serbia in all heaps of trouble. 33 for 4 here.
Yeah, it goes back to what you were saying, that we know that Wintley Burton is going well, but who's going to partner him to try and get the score? It's very much like what we saw there from Bulgaria when Manan Bashir was the, if you like, he was the Burton, but who's going to be the Damian for Serbia? Who's going to be the Rohit Damian who can stay there and get a partnership going?
Yeah, Rohit Daman, of course, was a good support act. Oh, tentative from Ademi.
Yeah, and they'll get the single.
Of course, 33 for 4, essentially 33 for 5. Got to keep that in mind as well, Rico, haven't you? Because just the 10. So you still got, who's left to come? This is the thing. You've got Buyan, hasn't really got more than a runner ball. Hartley didn't look great. Saranec, haven't really seen him do much, and we haven't also seen Stanijevic. So tough times.
Yeah,
it's Burton or nobody.
A good shot. Well, you're right, Burton or nobody, and Burton, he'll whack this away. It's another one that ends up going into the athletics field behind us. What a good shot this in from Burton, and good from the captain. He knows that wickets are falling around him, but he's saying it doesn't mean I'm going to stop doing what I'm doing, and that is go for it. 4 overs gone, 40 for 4.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Emmanuel agrees with me. He thinks he's young. Give it a go. I get what you're saying. I think, let him stick to it. But I think if you want to break into a side, you've got to look at what they need and what they're demanding. And I think what they are needing, and we've said this, remember last year we said the exact same thing. They don't have a spin option.
You're right, but you don't change what a young player does.
Why not? He's 15. You can adapt.
But so what? If you're a striker, you want to stay a striker. If you're a seam bowler, what Bulgaria should be doing, they should be looking at their whole team and then set up and saying, right, we're missing spinners. Let's go out there and find spinners, and then let's develop the spinners that we've got.
Okay,
not change a player who is a seam bowler who, let's be fair, at the moment in this setup isn't been given a chance. So
what spin bowlers were there in the ECS that qualify for Bulgaria?
What bowlers qualify? I couldn't tell you who qualify because I don't know that details, but we saw spin bowlers. We saw slow bowlers. You can use Dima can bowl slower. Rohit Diman, who's playing here, can be your slower bowler. Shafeen bowled. They could develop him further. He's somebody who bowled well, but needed to stick to whether he's bowling leg spin or off spin. So there are bowlers there. I don't like the idea where you change something. You go to somebody and say, hey, you need to change it because that's how you get into the side. No, he's natural talent. He has natural talent. Develop that natural talent. Nobody went to Louis Bruce 4 years ago and said, Louis Bruce, we're going to change you into a spinner. No,
they didn't need a spinner. They didn't need a spinner. They had Avinash Pai. They had Midpuri before his injury. They had Whelan. They had Advani.
Yeah,
they didn't need a spinner.
Yeah, but why take? If somebody's got natural talent, why take away to change and do something else? Personally, I don't agree with that. If you are what you are, and you work on that, you get coached on that, you get better. Different way of looking at things.
Interesting. Be boring if we agreed on everything, by the way.
Well, one thing we do agree on is that this young man, Oscar Duff, is going places. I do like what he has to offer. Played very well for the Blacksmiths, and he can bat a bit as well. Hasn't had the opportunity with the bat, but with the ball, he's doing well. No. 3 international wickets to his name at the age of 15.
Yeah, absolutely. And just wait until those shoulders broaden slightly and he gets a bit taller and a bit stronger. It'll be scary.
I want to take the run on. That's all it should be and will be as it gets nicely fielded there by the man I call Danny and Ali because I saw the 7 on the back but didn't realise that there's a DIY a
107.
1 and a 0 that's been put in front of it as well. But
I think the 0.
They're happy to have him in the side.
Yeah, big time. And listen, he's Mr. Reliable, isn't he?
Let's go.
Oh no! Oh,
it's Amadel again.
That's what I'm saying. The poor bloke can't get away from it. It'll be a single to end the over. Great over from young Oscar. Just the 4 come off it. And at the halfway stage, very much behind the rate, Serbia. It's 4s all round. It's 44 for 4.
Yeah, and a chance for the players to take on some fluids. And, of course, we have got Charlie's Hunt the answer as well. And I'll go back on time as well. Of course, we're all enjoying the Olympics. Of course, last day of the Olympics today. But back in 1984... at the Olympic Games in Los Angeles, Carl Lewis, what an athlete he was, became the 3rd track and field athlete to win 4 gold medals in 1 Olympics. Yeah, Carl Lewis, he was an outstanding man to watch. I think, and after him, of course, we all remember Usain Bolt. So the Olympics, haven't really, I must admit, this time round, maybe because...
Don't get time.
Yeah, maybe because we don't get time where we are. Of course, the coverage here is a little bit different to where it would be in other places. I mean, I watched some of it yesterday. They were, quite rightly so, focusing a lot on the Bulgarian athletes. So we saw a fair bit of the wrestling and the boxing yesterday. I saw a bit of that while I was doing other things.
Sorry, and I'm going to go back to it. I'm going to go back to our discussion.
What's that?
Right. So I'm going to take it away from cricket.
Okay.
How many amazing footballers in academies, right?
Mm.
They'll turn around and say, every footballer when they're a kid normally will say, I want to be a striker, I want to do this, I want to be a winger.
Mm.
And then all of a sudden, at some point, they have to go, right, you're better utilised at learning us and mastering the craft of a defender, of being a centre-back, for example.
Mm.
So I think that's that's pretty much a perfect replica. This is Anthony Dowling, as this is swatted into the onside. Well fielded by Ali. Do you not think that that's a pretty similar situation, though?
Yeah.
I feel like we're gonna have to agree to disagree on this
We'll
one.
agree I hear what you're saying. I'm not saying you're wrong because, yeah, you are always in play, and cricket can also be an example. You could have a group of youngsters with you. This one's been just going to drop just short of. Is one or the other right? Demand one or the other. You either go for the catch or save the runs. He decides to do neither, and as a result of that, it goes for him. You've got to make up your mind what you want to do with the ball coming to you. If he goes earlier, the catch is on, but you've got to get dirty and you've got to get ruffled and you've got to dive forward, or you stay where you are and make the save. He ends up in no man's land.
Just does nothing.
Yeah, going back to that, I mean, if you've got a load of kids around, you're looking at kids, they're all trying to, young kids all want to, I mean, years ago, all wanted to bowl fast, didn't they? All wanted to be quick bowlers. You're looking at bowling, and then you're looking at 1 or 2 individuals, looking at their action, looking at what they've got, and you say, look, I reckon if you try this, spin might be a better option for you. So I agree with all of that. What we're talking about here is somebody who I think is already a very good seam bowler. And all I'm saying is that I think we're at the stage where we should be maybe developing and encourage. Oh, well, this time, at least the stop gets made, that the catch isn't taken. I just think that the difference between the scenarios we're talking about is we're talking about a player that has already got the skills of being a seam bowler, and that's the difference here.
Sorry, I was just making noises there.
Yeah, I could see why. There was a lot happening.
I don't know. Look, let's go to the chat. All right, let's have a look at this. So Helix says, if he remembers correctly, Warney was a medium pacer as a kid, and then changed just as well. And then Wazza backs him up, says, yeah, Warney used to be a fast bowler and wanted to be one like Dennis Lilly, but changed. I just think you've got to look at it, right. And as well, you've also got to remember that, of course, Warney, that's in a big, that's in Australia, massive cricketing country.
How old was he?
I don't know. But
let the chat tell us how old he was.
But in the context of Bulgaria, not a big pool of players to choose from.
Thing is, though, Charlie, the other thing that we don't know, we got to think about, this is up in the air, and it's going to be 6 runs. Seis Guerreros of Burton keeps on going, and that's going to be the end of the over. So Dowling wasn't the worst until that one. And that will go all the way. So 14 come off the over. And the score at the end of 6 overs is going to be 58. What we don't know is when he plays his cricket back home, we don't know about the club situation there. We don't know if back home he is one of the key bowlers, as in pace bowlers. He could be. So if that's what he's doing there when he's playing most of his domestic cricket, you're then not, just for the sake of playing for Bulgaria, going to say, right, for Bulgaria, now change to be an off-spinner. You wouldn't do it.
Why would you not?
Because there's other options available. And his club, where he plays majority of his cricket, they may not need a spin bowler, so he wouldn't bowl.
Right.
He wouldn't bowl for his domestic club. Do you not get what I'm saying?
For the sake of the viewers, we're starting to sound
but
like
Charlie,
an old
do you understand
couple.
what I'm saying?
I do understand what you're saying, but I don't agree.
If he's playing his cricket for a club where he's an opening bowler and he's a pace bowler and they need him to be that,
15.
and they don't need a spinner, why would he change to spin and not bowl for his club?
Because he could still bowl for his club, 100%.
No, they wouldn't use him. They don't need a spinner.
No, but how do you don't know that anyway?
Well, you don't know that they don't.
Right, for the sake of the viewers, let's drop it. Let's put a pin in it because we're starting to sound like an old married couple.
We certainly are. But I'm not stepping down on this one.
Neither am I.
Good. Duff.
It'd be boring if we agreed on it. We'll ask him.
He probably will tell us he can bowl spin now.
Yeah, you watch. Shot, by the way.
And I think this is a spectacular save, you know. This is outstanding. Chris Lakov doing some of the matrix moves to keep this ball in play. This is incredible. The body may go past the boundary, but I tell you what, the Grizzly doesn't.
Oh, Lakov. Is he okay here? Let's see. Oh, Lakov, stop it, you. Stop it, you. Very good. Very good indeed.
No doubt about it.
Hey, can still move. Just watch that back.
That's hit
I
well.
lost that.
Well picked up. So
There's
from
Josh.
from one young man to another. The two 15-year-olds combining very well together.
Might tell Chris just to swap with Josh. I want to ask him. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
He's disappointed that he hasn't found the gap. You can see as soon as Whitley hits that, he's like looking up saying, I should have done better here. Finds the fielder. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, not a bit of a loose ball from Duff. Can he find a way of getting out of the over? He'd love a wicket.
And he gets one. And there you go, the commentator's kiss. He loves one. Charlie loved him to get one. We wanted him to get one. That's his fourth now. Well bowled, full and straight. And a fine way to get your fourth wicket. And that is going to be the end of another partner for Wintley Burton. So Demi got out there, got to double figures, got to 14 of 12, but he gets done there. A very good ball. And a rising star there, Oscar Duff.
Yeah, another one that bites the dust with this Serbia side. They're 64 for 5 at the end of the 7th. Of course, next game coming up, Bulgaria will return. They'll take on Gibraltar. Ivilo will come in for that game. And of course, Gauzy comes in for this Gibraltar side. That's the only change. So he, of course, will be looking to come back. And that's certainly going to be an interesting one. I think, of course, it's a must-win game for Bulgaria. They need to try and hope that, of course, they can get a bit of an upset against Gibraltar, give them a loss, and then hope that Serbia can get one over in the last game. But, of course, penultimate game coming up. That one starting in 33 minutes' time. So, might have to keep an eye on that one to see whether or not it's going to be
Here he is,
delay.
Joshua Dowling with the ball. Come on, Joshy. Well, it starts with a Gundy. That one goes a little bit wrong, so no ball down the leg side. Well, he tries to bowl the spin that Charlie wanted. Bowls the Gundy. Now go back. Now go back to bowling what you do.
That's not spin. What are you on about? Good Lord. He's only coming off a couple paces here, though.
Yeah, I've noticed that. He's
I'm
not
quite sure about.
I'm glad that Lakov went over and had a chat with him. Placed this down the leg side. He'll get lucky here, just single. Yeah, I like to see Josh just go back to what he was doing when he was playing for the Blacksmiths. Get your normal mark up. Take a breath. Go back to what you were doing in that in the European Cricket Series.
Yeah, I don't quite get this. Not
Probably under a bit of... I wonder if he's been asked to bowl slightly slower, or whether he's been listening to us, having a... that's a better delivery, better areas.
Get a single, that'll be frustrating for Josh. Not a bad start, though, here at the moment.
Yeah, a couple of loose ones, but you'd expect that. He hasn't had a bowl since playing in that European Cricket Series. So gets the loose ones out of the way.
Good to see the security guards here. They look like they'd stop a lot, wouldn't they?
They're doing a bit of watering at the moment.
Good ball.
Yeah, length is good. Good bowling. The encouragement is good. It's once again just slightly into the legs. I like to see him just get a little bit outside the off. But yeah, getting good applause from everybody. Of course, including from Mr. Motivator, Chris Lakov. And that's nicely played. The uppercut. That will go all the way. Well, I thought it went all the way. It's actually been gone for 4. I thought that was destined to go for 6, but just dropped short. But this is a really nice shot. Rocks back, hits it well. And
can't see a thing. Yeah. Where is it? Yeah, I'd love to see Josh get one here. He sort of watched the other two youngsters sort of have all the limelight. He wants a bit of the attention himself here now, doesn't he? Can he get Bouyan here?
That's nicely played. He uses his feet well. I mentioned this about Bulgaria earlier, that we did see him score runs yesterday, though, as you pointed out, it did take a long time to score that 19, but he could be the ideal partner to stay there with Burton.
Well, 13 off 13 for a point though, Rico, and it's just disappointing again, this for Serbia. Going to come to another loss.
Oh, so close. So close. And he'll finish with a very good dot ball. 8 of the over, well bowled. Joshua Dowling.
Yeah, not a bad first over in international cricket for the youngster. So he'll be happy with his efforts, and he knows that there might be another over in it here for him. Of course, I wonder if Prakash might have listened to our commentary yesterday and how much we were having a go at him for not giving Josh a go. End of the 8th, it's 73 for 5 after a good over from Josh.
Yeah, well done, Josh. He'll go now to that, well, very busy mid-wicket part of the ground. And we will see Rohit Dhiman with the ball.
Oh dear, security guards can't quite turn the car around. Can't reverse it. Oh dear, oh dear. Anyway, of course, at the moment, here is Rohit.
Yeah, good start on the money and gets that little bit of extra bounce that the spinners have enjoyed on this track. Oh. It's a big heave there for Buyan, but I don't really think he really knew what that was, and that will encourage Dhiman a little. He'll try and just dart one in here, I think. Well, he does try, gets bat onto ball, and it'll just trickle down to Daniel Ali. That'll take, the batters will take a single.
How good's it been to see the youngsters for both Bulgaria and, well, for all sides actually. Gibraltar have their fair share, of course. Sean Delgado, of course. Oh.
Inside edge, and a little bit of fortune here for Burton, who now gets himself into the 40s. Dhiman, slightly quicker ball, which Burton doesn't quite pick, but he manages to get a little feather on it here. You see that races to the boundary.
Yeah, it's been great to see the youngsters here over the weekend. They've been heavily involved. That's the thing. They've not been sort of hiding away from it. Good comeback that from Dhiman.
Hit firmly and taken. Well, Joshua Dowling, what a moment this is for the young man. We just saw him bowl his first over in international cricket, and that was a good and nice and tidy. Only went for 8, and now he goes into, as I said, that very busy and active mid-wicket area, and he has taken an absolute cracker. What a catch. He gets the wicket of Burton. Joshua, what a catch, what a moment. He'll savour that for a very long time, the young man.
Yeah, great bit of work to remove the dangerous Burton as well. Again, a good score, but not enough. 42 is what he'll finish on, and that will also be the end of the over, as that will be 78 for 6 then at the end of the 9th.
What a good catch that is, and not an easy one because the ball was travelling as well. So well done to Joshua.
Now Anthony Dowling will come on for an over to finish here. Of course, it's not looking the greatest, as this now is Buyan, and wow. Buyan has to try and get something going here.
Yeah, Buyan, of course, not known for his hard hitting. So well done to Dhiman. He does pick up a wicket. And here comes Anthony Dowling. Yeah, well, that's a shot he likes to go to, just likes to dab this away, has done so. Gets a single. That means that Saranak, Mateo Saranak now gets an opportunity to have a swing. Let's see where he can get them. Needs something special to get to the 86, but a boundary would come in handy.
7 off 5 at the moment.
Got to run, got to take whatever you can get. Searching to put their second point on the board. Only picked up the 1 point yesterday, did Serbia. And a lot didn't get any this morning.
Serbia actually fancied themselves coming into this tournament as being the group leaders, but it's not come off that way.
And that one will race away. And now the likelihood of that point gets ever so closer. Just 2 will give them a point here. And that's well played, actually. I think the batter sees the opportunity to send this one pretty fine. Goes for it, gets it. You can hear people around the ground sort of saying, go for the wicket, get it up there, go for the wicket. Gagandeep is looking at the very Peacock Friday today, by the way, I've got to say. I know it's a Sunday, but he's looking very Peacock Friday is what I mean. He's dressed, taking it on. They'll get there. They'll get another one here. So 1 of 2 balls to get a point. Remember, they got so close against Bulgaria yesterday, and off the last ball needing 1, it was a catch that was taken off the bowling of Prakash, and they lost out.
Oh, whoa. What's happened here? Oh, settle down.
No, there's all sorts of talk. Maybe he's saying there's
What's that all about?
There might have been. I think Chris might have been. In fairness, Chris Lackov might have been just talking, and he pulls away.
Don't fail your arms around about. Don't throw your toys out of the pram. Sorry, no.
Oh, they're going to have to go. They're not going to make it. They're not going to make it. So another one goes. They're going to need 1 of 1. Are they going to fall short on the last hurdle once again, as they did yesterday to Bulgaria? So 1 required of 1. So you know they're going to be looking at. So you've got to be sending the fastest player that you got out there now, because the chances are that you're going to have to run these. So that's going to goes down to the last ball here. Serbia looking to get a point. That means they need to get a single off this, the last ball.
Got to just turn and run, and everyone's in here. Well, this is the exact same situation we had on the first game of the day yesterday. It was Bulgaria against Serbia, and of course it was Serbia that needed just a single off the last, and of course it was caught by Ahmedal at mid-off. Oh, Anthony Downing, can he hold his nerve here? 1 needed for a bonus for just a single point here. Oh, hang on a second. Tyzer's just having a word with someone here. They want to make sure they get everything right. Here we go then.
And they will run, and this time round they will get the point. They'll come back for 2. They might even fancy a 3rd. They will fancy a 3rd, and they're going to get a run. Well done to Serbia. Well, yesterday they fell short getting out of that last ball, not getting that point. This time they do get it, so there's something at least for Serbia to take away from this contest.
Just their 2nd point in this tournament, but still another disappointing outing for the, well, the quiet neighbours. You know, we know the noisy neighbours, but the quiet neighbours to Bulgaria, as unfortunately Serbia again fall to a pretty heavy defeat. It'll be a 34-run victory for Bulgaria. Serbia just once more, though, to be honest with you, in the first game of the day, it was their bowling that let them down. In this one, it's both departments that completely lets the ball go away from them.
Yeah, what we're seeing from them is that you get one individual that tends to perform, but they need more than that. Burton, it was this time round, it was AO in the match earlier today, but they need to play and get more players making impact in the matches. This is what's coming up next. It's everything to play for here for Bulgaria. They must get a win here and then hope that Gibraltar mess up in the final match of this series against Serbia. Let's have a look at the highlights.
Yeah, not a weak side that for Gibraltar, by the way. They're going in for the kill once more. And yeah, we'll look at the start here. It was a good start for Ayo as he went down the ground, but then very next ball was cleaned up as Daniel Addy had his number top of off. Thank you for coming. The castle was destroyed. And of course that brought out Whitley in at 3. Well, yeah, it's a good little innings, but of course that was the end of Vukasin as he just completely played him straight to Demo. Good catch by Nikolov in that one. And again, it was a bit of a rash shot, this one from the Manu, as it was a horrid looking shot, played all round. It didn't get up, to be fair, but well, he wasn't happy with something. But well, I'll tell you what, there were a few times where the toys were getting thrown out of the pram for Serbia.
He only had himself to blame. He played a bad shot and got his stumps knocked over from Yusuf. Yusuf, a fine return to international duty for him, picking up 3 wickets. This is one that did go past Demo, and in the end, those little errors, Charlie, could have been the difference between taking 4 points or 3. That was a soft dismissal in the end there for Bogdan, just helping it back into the bowler's hands.
Yeah, and Yusuf actually does finish as a player of the match in this one, so congratulations to him. First game of the weekend, and yeah, good bit of work from him. A little bit of a mishap for Rohit down there. Normally Mr. Reliable, but well, this one, again, could have maybe got his positioning a little bit better, but Duff bowled well though, didn't he? Came on and only went for a couple of runs. That was due to lack of, that was due to of course, an excellent bit of work by Lakov, but that was nice and I called for it, and he supplied the goods into the base of leg stump, and that was a very, very good bit of bowling.
Yeah, good bowling. It was the element of surprise for the batter. He kept it sort of short of a length and then put the Yorker in, and there was the element of surprise for Wintley Burton as young Joshua Dowling took a screamer of a catch there on the boundary to send Burton back, and then after that it was just all about whether they would get a point out of this contest or not. They tried to take a cheeky single there, it didn't work, which meant they had to go down to the last ball, but it would be Hartley that held his cool and played it way into the offside to help his team get a point.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see there the top scorer, Whitley Burton, 42 off 25. But again, just for Serbia, when it's either Ayer or Burton, it's never the two of them at the same time. They'd love for those two to maybe get a partnership going, and they just can't seem to get something going. It always looks as if it's not them, then Vukasin maybe will get a couple going, but it's so frustrating for Serbia, and it's got to be frustrating for everyone involved.
Yeah, I'll tell you what is very good there from Bulgaria. Don't know if you noticed that. No wides at all. Only 3 extras, 1 no ball and 2 leg byes. That's quite sensational. And, well, even though with that, Serbia still managed to sneak the point away from them. But like I say, it doesn't really matter. I think Bulgaria know that getting the bonus point there or not doesn't make it too much of a difference. They've got to win the next match, and they've got to hope that Serbia can do something quite dramatical and beat Gibraltar in the last. That's the mid-match summary. We're going to leave you with that. Remember, we're back in 20 minutes' time with the big match. It's everything to play for Bulgaria. They've got to get a win over Gibraltar. That one coming up in 19 minutes' time. Myself, Rico Full, and Charlie Hunt. We'll see you then. Hasta pronto.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Match number 9 coming up, and this is the most important match so far of this international series, featuring the hosts Bulgaria, Gibraltar and Serbia. Bulgaria will be up against Gibraltar. Remember, they lost out to them yesterday, but even though Bulgaria are staying in touch with Gibraltar, they know that if they don't win this match, then Gibraltar will be crowned the winners. An important match. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Gibraltar the call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a heads.
We'll bat first.
They're going to have a bat.
Kieran Ferrari winning the toss, and to the disappointment that you can clearly see there from Prakash Mishra, decided that Gibraltar will bat first. No surprises for me at all. Look, you know it. You've been there. When you're playing on a hot sunny day and your captain's with you, all the players are saying to the captain, hey Skip, if you win the toss, let's have a bat. And that's what he's going to do. It is a scorcher here today. We're going to have the highs of 33 degrees during this match. So you can understand why Gibraltar want to bat first. They want to bat and they want to put all the pressure on Bulgaria. So once again, I think perhaps the captain himself might go to the top of the order. Ferrari, he batted very well in this contest yesterday, scoring a half century. But look at the players that he's got around him at the moment that are all performing really well. Hillman is finding his form. Pyle is batting very beautifully as well. And on the bowling front, the bowlers are bowling really well. I mean, we've seen there that Horrocks is finding his form. The spinners bowling really well. Be interesting if he's going to deploy both the spinners here. So Kabir Mirpuri and also Nico Advani could be the spinners here. But of course, one man that's been outstanding all the way through here, though it has to be said he was a little bit lucky in that last match, is Louis Bruce. Back-to-back half centuries for him. Though he was a little bit wayward with the ball, he'd be looking to improve on that. The Bulgaria side here, well, Prakash Mishra, you can clearly see that he is struggling with his own fitness as well. He's very tired out there. You can see that he's not really running very hard, but difficult for him. He's got a lot of players that are out. A good in that came in that last match is Rohit Diman, though I am hearing stories that Diman himself, after putting a good partnership together there with Manan Bashir, may not be available for this next match. So maybe someone like Daniel Ali becomes key. Certainly does need someone like Chris Lakov to have a good game as well. But the question is, the bowlers, are they going to be able to contain Gibraltar here? I think Daniel Ali will be key if he can get his line right. Chris Lakov didn't have the best of matches last time round. He needs to come good again. Of course, Prakash Mishra himself probably will have a bowl. But one thing that I would like to see, and I know a few other people are talking about it as well, maybe some of those youngsters playing a big part in this game. We know that the likes of Oscar Duff picked up his first international wickets yesterday. He picked up 3 wickets in the day. So he'll be key with the ball, but maybe a little bit more from the Downings. Anthony Downings did get a chance with the bat and did get a bowl yesterday, but Joshua Downing didn't really get a look in. Maybe this is an opportunity for this young man to shine. Going to be an exciting match, going to be an interesting match, going to be a match that could decide which way that or where the trophy is going to go. Will it stay here in Bulgaria or will it be making its way to Gibraltar? Charlie, the news in the middle here, no surprise that Kieran winning the toss for Gibraltar and going to have a hit first.
Thank you very much, Rico. And yeah, of course, it is do or die for Bulgaria in these ECIs. And I think that's why this Gibraltar side are still going very much full strength in this one. Gauzy comes in, of course, but yeah, Ivila comes in for Daniel, for the likes of Rohit Deman. So that's the changes that Rico spoke about. Let's have a look at the record between these two. They met twice yesterday, and of course it was it's 2-0 between these two in their little mini-series. Of course, match 2, Bulgaria put 105 on the board, and of course Gibraltar ended up winning that one by the way of 12 runs. Of course, they then met again in match 5, as once again Gibraltar beat Bulgaria, as they didn't have enough in the tank, Bulgaria. So it's going to be tricky, and I think that's why, of course, they've run when these two teams met yesterday. Gibraltar batted first and they put runs on the board. That's what they're looking to do here. As you can see, the two sides. Whelan is still there, yet to pick up a wicket in this tournament. We'll be hoping he can get one. He's been mightily unlucky. This is interesting. 45% plays 55%. I think that's might be being a bit nice potentially to Bulgaria, a bit positive, but you never know. Of course, if they do have a couple of good overs, restrict the likes of Louis Bruce and Pyle, and maybe the likes, of course, of Ferrari if he gets elevated potentially to a little bit higher up. But yeah, he's still got also the likes of Packard and Hillman to still come as well. Of course, welcome to everybody tuning in all around the world, whether it be on Fancode out in India or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. It's a pleasure to have you with us here. As you can see, Pyle will take the first delivery. It's going to be up against Daniel Ali. And certainly looking forward to this one, as Ivan is out there with Tyrone Peters at square leg. And let's get things right underway in this one. We're just waiting for that clock to tick over the half-an-hour mark. Daniel Ali, he'll be looking to try and, again, get a wicket in his first over. Of course, did so against Serbia. He'll be looking for one here against Gibraltar. Of course, a win for Gibraltar would pretty much confirm the way of this tri-series. Of course, they've got to remember that the ECI trophies, they're heavy, by the way, from Local Lifestyle. So you've got to maybe think about that one if you're going to take them back in your luggage. Here we go. First ball then of this third game of the day, match 8. And we're going to start with a dot ball. And, of course, this one, let's have a look. Pushing it a bit wider, Daniel Ali, but catches part of that line. He's very much well entitled to keep it in there, which is good. So yeah, of course, still relying on some of the youngsters maybe with the ball. Duff picked up another one in that last game. Inside edge. And we'll get runs on the board to start. Pyle just plays this down to long on. There's Hussein Yusuf, who he felt, even though he got 3 from that last game, he didn't really feel that he bowled that well. He said he wasn't too content with some of his efforts. I said to him, well, he didn't bowl a single wide, and he said he turned around and he said, "What, me or the whole team?" I said, "The whole team." He went, "No way." He couldn't believe it. Back of a length, and Louis just pushes into the onside. He'll get off the mark with a single as well. Yeah, good afternoon to John, John Gray and John Healy, of course, as well, and to Wayne Helix as well. Pleasure to have everybody with us. To Jeff as well. Good to see you, of course. Last day of action in Bulgaria. We'll move to Rome. And it is an all-Rome affair tomorrow. Roma taking on Roma, and then Roma are also taking on Roma, and again, and again, and again. Back of a length. Pyle just missing out on this one. Of course, if he gets over or through the gap in the infield, that's 4 all day. Nobody back at the vortex. The 2 men back are long on and long off. So that just changes things up in the approach for Pyle here. Is he able to maybe utilise that gap that is on the offside through down to the vortex? Stunning day here in Bulgaria again, 31 at the moment. So we're going to miss. Manan Bashir goes up. Ivan unmoved. What a bad start this, though, from Daniel Ali. Hitting the areas and hitting good marks. There's that one. Just that sort of wibbly-wobbly area, isn't it? Where you're not too sure whether to go back or go forward, especially on this wicket. You're never too sure in any sense. Can he finish off this very, very good first over, Daniel Ali? He will. This one up over the top. Well, unfortunately, this is going to go all the way. So not the best of finishes from Ali, but still not a bad over. But a sigh of relief for Gibraltar as Pyle will get one away. And not a bad way to end a tricky over for Gibraltar. They will get 8 off the first. And they are 8 without loss then after one. Rico joins me back in the box. 43 days to go until the all-important Dream 11 ECC.
Yeah, and the way that time is flying, it'll soon be here. I can't believe that where we are already, sort of midway into August, in the hot summer months, and a hot summery day here in Bulgaria as well. Temperatures, as Charlie said, now into the 30s. Highs of 33 today. 43 days then to go before we get to the Carnamova for Cartamania to rock the world once more. It's a nice start from Yusuf. Yusuf, of course, player of the match in that last one. Picking up 3 for 15. Very well bowled. And let's see if he can do it again here. Josef walks back to his mark. Wants to keep the pressure on. Of course, Lou Bruce will not be wanting to allow the opposition to get on top of them. He'll want to have the upper hand all the way through this. So we'll be looked to play aggressively in that one. Well, it could have gone anywhere, really. It's not bad areas from Yusuf. Maybe he can tighten up that area of the ground. He could always move everybody round one or get one to come over from the leg side. He's got 4 on the leg side at the moment. I mean, what could be an option is you get the man who's on the 45, very fine on the 45 to come over, make that area a little bit stronger, so have almost like a second point in there, and move the square leg just a little bit finer to cover the 45 and square. But at the moment, they're just keeping it very much as it is. Third comes up, backward point goes back. Yusuf back into Bruce. Bruce goes for this one, but a little bit too wide as Tyrone Peters spreads his arms and calls a wide board. Tyrone out there with umpire Ivan and Derek Vinu. He is the third umpire once again. And of course, we wished safe travels to Narayan and Satish yesterday, who left us after doing an outstanding job here. And now Tyrone Peters and Ivan, along with Derek Vinu and Metaguch, be the officials here today. That's just been punched off the back foot. And Chris Lakov gets a friendly Tortuga as he does the fielding, just a single. Well, Charlie's having a spot of lunch, but he's left his fan on here, so I'm going to take his one and only fan and put it on me. That'll do. I've got a stereo sound of fan now. I like that. Up in the air, adios pelota, gear, shakala gear. Well, anybody for shot put or the hammer or the discus? Well, if there is, while you're at it, can we have a ball back, please? Well, that's another one that's going all the way. Well, we do have now somebody who's a bit of an athlete himself who can, well, it takes an athlete to get into the athletics field. And maybe it will be young Anthony Dowling that we'll send over there again. Well, not at the moment, though, because he's on the pitch. Well, we're going to have to wait unless somebody else wants to do the honours. Good hit, 6 runs. Goes again, and he'll get another. 6 carreras más. Balle. Ginna sona. Shaka lagya. This one might just be on the edge of the fence. Just to your right there, Chris. There you go. So Chris finds the ball, brings this one back. Well, Yusuf, he needs to get back to getting that ball a little bit fuller and not allow the dangerous pile to get under it. Slices it up in the air. Fielder trying to get there, can't, but does stop the ball going to the boundary. We see Yusuf do this a lot. He did it a lot in the, of course, the European Cricket Series here as well, where putting the extra effort in. He ends up going to ground. When he does go to ground, the over will go for 19. 2 overs complete, 27 without loss. Yusuf not as successful in that over as he was in the 2 that he bowled in the last match. This is the way it looks. Gibraltar, 14 points, played a game less than Bulgaria. Bulgaria got to win this one and then be hoping that Serbia can do them a huge favour in the last match. Hit hard, Lakov, no mistakes, takes the catch. He's been outstanding. Chris Ball will go, and Daniel Ali gets the wicket. And once again, wow, Chris Ball going for 20. I'd love somebody to have a look back and see how many times he's got out. Not just on 20, I think on 20 exactly, probably about 3 times. But in the 20s, probably all of them. Good catch. Chris doesn't put him down. Daniel Ali coming in for his start of his second over, picks up a wicket straight away. So Pyle does get things going, but he does always find a way to get out in the 20s. 9 deliveries for that 20, 3 sixes. Lakov, once again, being the main force in the field. He's taken some serious catches. He's got to be right up there as the leading catcher in this ECI. Of course, being played in this beautiful National Sports Academy, the Vesko Lavisky Sports Ground, surrounded by beauty. The mountains around us. We'll have a look at those mountains maybe in a bit. It is World Mountain Day. That one gets nicely played away. Oh, that's just timed to perfection. And, well, they're giving Packard a chance here. They've got a number of options that they could go with. Well, CP, Charles Packard, comes out, and he just helps this along the way beautifully. Lovely shot. Just goes to show that some, like Chris Pyle, like to hammer the ball. Others like to just caress it around and use a little bit of finesse. Well, looks like Zimanic is going to try and jump that fence to get that ball. Well, this one gets past, everybody gets past the batter. Doesn't really come up that much from Daniel Ali. Gets past the keeper as well. That's Manan Bashir. Well, he's done it, you know. Busquets, Zimanic has jumped the fence. He's going to retrieve the ball. At least we get that one back. I wonder if it's worth me just telling him, take a chair, or I'll pass him a chair. Just spend the innings there, because there might be a few more coming that way. Trying to get this through the gap, and well stopped there by Joshua Dowling. Gets a hand onto this. Keeps it just to 1. Oh, well bowled. Really well bowled. Well, Busquets has come back and he's given me the ball. Well, thank you very much. Well done. And yeah, it's pretty new. You can see it's got a bit of the grass from the athletics tracks on it. Well, I'm going to just throw this over to Chris. Chris, this is the one that went over earlier. There you go. Well, that's one that we would have found. That one that comes back. That's the way the first 3 overs, the power play looks. 35 of it. 2 lots of 8. 19 in the middle. And, well, they're going to stick with Yusuf. He did go for 19, but you can see the Prakash Mishra saying, no, it's okay. Everybody's allowed to have one. I'm not going to say it was a bad over. It was just one that Chris Pyle took a liking to. But, of course, with Chris not there anymore, I don't mind this decision. Yeah, a lot fuller. Gets played down the ground, bobbles away. Daniel Ali deals with it. And a lot of people commenting, of course, on the kits here from Bulgaria. New kit. And got a lot of detail to it. I mean, have a look. You can see it quite well there on the back of Manav. The different shades of green, all sort of diamondy triangles. Sort of, when I first saw it, it sort of gave me sort of the feel of the old reptile, you know, the lizard effect. Nicely played, but he's a fielder there now, and well, Makes a very good stop. That's very well done. And gets applauded for his efforts as well. Has to get the dive right here and has to be lucky with the bounce. And he does. That's really well done. Well fielded. Ivalo does really well. Yusuf. Yeah, just goes a little bit too wide here. Well, Packard started with a beautifully timed shot for forward, didn't he? But since then he's just trying to be a little bit more super aggressive. And I said at the time, sometimes timing works wonders as well. Don't always have to cream it everywhere. Hit firmly. Well, this one is coming towards us and gets away from me. Down the hill it goes. Well, that was just to my left. That was absolutely crunched. What a lovely looking hit this is. Beautifully timed. And just to the left of the cube. And then makes his way down the hill into the little path, I think you call it, that goes behind us, which a lot of people, especially on a Sunday like today, are leisurely walking round. Goes for it again. Chris Lakoff, 100% record so far. And he puts this one down. Catches his fingertips. I think if we have a look at this, he doesn't quite get it into the palm of his hands. Louis Bruce, not a man you want to give a life to. And you can see there just getting into the fingers and getting away. And that's CP, by the way, not Bruce. So Packard just couldn't get that into his hands, could he? Packard gets a life on 10. Another wide. Liking what Yusuf's trying to do here, though. He's trying to keep that just wide of that off stump. He's got the field set for it, so he's trying to bowl to his field. I don't mind if he gets it the wrong once or twice. I think he's better there than spraying it around. John Heasham is saying today is salted caramel latte day. It's going to be wide again. Yeah, Yusuf just getting a bit despondent with himself. I don't mind. I'll tell you what's been great over the summer at the moment, because we've been to some very warm days, is the iced coffees. I don't think the coffee which is just like coffee and ice, I'm not a big fan of that. But of course, I'm talking about like the frappes, you know, where you're made with cream and ice cream. Oh yeah, I'll have some of that. I had a strawberry frappe the other day. That was here actually in Bulgaria. In the air, just dipping, and we'll be a single. Yusuf, a little bit expensive now. He's gone into the 30s. That was okay, but my favourite still is the caramel. So you've got the caramel, you've got the ice cream, and of course you've got the coffee as well there. Yeah, very nice, especially on a hot day. Helix, naughty boy. Up in the air. All right, here we go. If you can find it in the sun. And he can't. It's another one that gets away from Chris Lakoff. This is a very difficult catch, though. It goes a long, long way up. It really does. This has gone up to the moon and back. And on the way down, I think you can see that Chris is trying to, look at him here. He's trying to keep the sun out of his eyes, and then he thinks he's got it, but it just gets away from him. The end of the over. A disappointment because both batters are living a bit of a charmed life. So Charles Packard gets dropped again. He got dropped on 10. And now on 11. That's the end of the over. 49 for 1. That over going for 14 in the end. Over before that from Danny Ali went for 8. So time to try something new and try for Amadel to get in the act. Start to the short one. Pulled away, but we'll go to the fielder. Only the single, and that's Dimo Nikolov. He's fielding in that part of the ground. 50 now comes up on the board. Yeah, Helix, I was saying being naughty because he says I have salted caramel whiskey. I know it does exist, all sorts of different flavours now on the market of different spirits. And of course, we were yesterday, myself and Charlie, we were talking about the Tortuga rum, which I'm going to investigate next time I'm going through duty free. Not a big spirit drinker, I have to say that this time of year when it is very hot, I'm not a big beer drinker. That's a wild swing there from Louis Bruce, and you can hear them all saying no, no need throwing it. But thankfully Lakov, look where Lakov gets to, by the way, the ground that he covers to back that up is quite sensational. Yeah, no need just throwing it away. Yeah, not a big beer drinker. No, this when it's nice and hot, a lot of people fancy a nice beer. We talked about like having a nice shandy and something like that yesterday, so don't mind a shandy. Of course, the Radlers are pretty popular these days. Right over the stumps, but once again, Manan Bashir not able to take it cleanly. So the boundaries, I suppose, at least they've dried up a little bit, but still finding ways to score runs, and whether it's through extras or buys. Remember that last match we were saying that Bulgaria didn't bowl a single wide. In this one, we've seen now 7 extras already, 4 of those in wides and 3 buys as well. Yeah, I think in the spirit front, gin and tonic, you can't go wrong with that this time of year. With the ice and the lemon. I always like to put some mint leaves if available in it. Launched, gone, 6 runs. Adios, Pelota, watch out. Anybody that's walking by, as that one is going to, well, probably stay just on the, in between the athletics field and the football field, but he just pitches this one up, and you can see that he was just waiting for it, wanted it there, did Lou Bruce, gets it and smashes it. So 6 more, going a little bit slower than he would normally, Bruce, but that would help. So, ball to go before the players will take on some drinks. And Lou Bruce goes up and away again. Bully, brrrr, shakalug, yeah. Well, that's the second. 2 in 2. Well, I said he was going a little bit slower than what he normally does. Well, all of a sudden, with just 2 shots, he goes back to where you'd expect him to be as he moves into the 20s. 24 of 13. And Gibraltar at the end of 5 overs. They are now 65 and just the 1 wicket down. So once again, they're on course to put plenty of runs on the board. You can always stay in touch with us. And as I was saying, a lot of you are coming in with some really good banter, and not just in the chat, but also on social media. Thank you very much for your comments. A lot of people were talking about the kits from Bulgaria, saying it was very festive. Reminded them of Christmas, of Santa's helpers maybe. But yeah, do stay in touch. And of course, we do thank you for your support. Of course, the last day here in Bulgaria, but of course you will join Nish and Vinny Sandhu. Mr. Maximo himself who will start Rome tomorrow, and I will join Vinny there on Tuesday before Vinny goes off to do other things. Of course, so much happening on the network at the moment, and myself and Nish will take you through the rest of the week. So looking forward to being back at that Roma cricket ground. I was not there last year, so I'm looking forward to meeting Prabhath and the guys and girls there this time round. And John Heasham saying it's what's he saying here? That's well hit. It's going to be a good stop, but can't stop it. And he's already gone over the rope. And in fact, here, so as soon as this touches Daniel Ali, that's going to be 4 runs. So Oscar Duff coming in at quite a dangerous time. Both batters are really looking to crack on with it here. That last over from Amadel went for 16. So they're going to go after him. So the young man, he's got to really keep his composure and mind here. In the air, hit nice and straight. And I think that one goes all the way. I think Very, very close. But I think it's 6, but I think you need to check it. I think it's 6. I think it goes over, but it's worth checking it. Because you can see even Chris Lakov, who's right there, he's thinking, let's have a look. Let's see where this ball lands here. And see if we can see it going over the line at any point. Yeah, 6. So horn signal there by Tyrone Peters. So 6 runs. So under attack. 4 and 6. Looking pretty slick here. Packard. And oh, that is humongous. That is a monster shot. It's gone a long, long way. A little bit too short from Oscar Duff. And that is being blasted. Packard, well, he's lived a bit of a charmed life, hasn't he? He's had been dropped a few times. Not easy chances. But Lakov hasn't been able to pick him up. And now he's trying to and will cash in as they really do start to motor along. Well, that's been absolutely whacked. Good rum of vodka for me, was what John Heasham was saying. Peanut butter flavoured gin, I think Elix is telling me. Another nice shot. So as I was fearing, coming on at a time when two batters are looking to be very destructive, both of them have found the boundary rope a few times. They were going to go and have a go at Oscar Duff, and Oscar is really going to have to. The young man, 15 years of age, is really going to show his character here. 20 have come off the first 4. He's just going to back himself here and say, right, okay, I'm just going to keep it there. My time will come. It's hit well. And this one, well, this goes through under the table. That's been absolutely walloped. And Lakov is trying to get there. Some passer-bys as well, but that's gone. Another ball is going to have to come out. Well, this one has, well, it's gone like a bullet, hasn't it? It's another boundary. 4 more, so every ball gone to the boundary so far. We did see this earlier in the day when Munam Bashir hit 34 of 1 over, but there was 2 wides in that as well. There was 36 of that. This one has gone for 24. Oscar under attack. Jib are on the attack. There's the dot ball asking the question. Tyrone Peters, I think, deep down in his heart, he'd love to put the finger up, but he has to be a neutral and says not out. Now, I don't know what Tyrone is now talking about here. Talking about something. Not out is the decision. He's on the walkie-talkie about something, but I think over has been called. I don't think there was anything on it. It wasn't a huge appeal. Over has been called. This is the way it's looking at the moment. 89 for 1. 6 overs complete. So looking to put a big score on. The biggest score that we have seen was posted by Gibraltar. And that was yesterday. It wasn't big. 126. It did look like it was going to be about 140, but Bulgaria, who they played against, did put a good couple of overs in at the end. Same way I said about Oscar Duff. Well, I have to say that Chris Lakov, very much the same sort of situation for him, coming onto bowl when 2 batters are hungry to attack and hungry for runs. This one probably stays just a tad low. It's been well played away. It will just be a single. Packard now gets back on strike. Bruce on 25. Bouncing away, and Daniel Ali this time no mistakes. It's a couple of singles. This is what Bulgaria need right now. In fact, Wickets will be even better, but just to slow things down would be great. Yeah, well, we were talking about peanut butter flavoured beverages when the onslaught started there. And this is more. It's a very good shot. Just slightly short. Not that short, But how quickly Louis Bruce gets onto this. Let's just talk about Louis Bruce for a moment. 19 years of age. Finished yesterday as the top run scorer. Scored 69 in the last match not out. Then, of course, here this morning he scored a 50. And now, well, you could say he's on his way to another one. Such a young talent. And really, don't forget, as Ian Latton was pointing out in the chat earlier, he will get stronger physically and even better. And that is so scary as he goes for another one. And I think this is going to get over Demo as well. It will. 6 more to Bruce, who's taking on a very good and experienced bowler here, Chris Lakoff. But Bruce having the upper hand again. He's in, he's set. He's in a good place at the moment, Gibraltar. Plenty of batters still to come in. And both these are well set. They really are looking to pile on the runs and maybe get to a 150 score here, perhaps. 80% to 20, says the win predictor, in favour of Jib. That's hit pretty well down the ground, bobbling away. And well done to young Oscar Duff, who, well, that's big shoes to fill in that position where Lakoff normally is. A few people are saying that commentators curse for Lakoff after I said he's taken everything that's come his way. And then, now we've put 2 down since then. Gone. Tries to get funky, does Chris Packard. Well, sometimes, well, getting a little bit too cocky means it could end up badly. He wanted to play a little bit of sexy cricket, but he didn't have the right equipment for sexy cricket. He's going to have to go. And Lakoff gets the wicket. And that's what you've got to do. Look, all the bowlers and youngsters watching around the world, when batters start to do this, the best thing to do, the best advice that I can give you is go straight at the stumps. And that's exactly what Chris Lakoff did. And that will be the end of Charles Packard. 40 of 16. Gets a warm reception as he goes back. Was dropped on 10 and also dropped on 11 as well. But he's got his team in a very good position. Lakoff picks up the wicket. That also was the end of the over. So 7 overs down, 104. Louis Bruce still there, and he's been joined by Kenroy Nesta. I think so many options. And I think this here from Gibraltar is just they've had a look and said, right, we know that the likes of Hillman's had a knock and a few others. So let's go with Kenroy, see if he can get going. He's going to have to wait because Louis Bruce strikes end. Prakash Mishra starts, gets played away. Prakash is on 5 wickets to his name in this international series. He's been more productive, I think, throughout our time in Bulgaria, even when he played and captained the Sofia Stars, being more productive as a bowler than a batter. It just hasn't clicked with the batting. Mr. Evergreen looking to roll back the years again. Is Prakash, gets a dot ball in there. He's really been tested during this series as Prakash. That's a little bit too short, and that's been hammered. The power that Kenroy Nesta gets into this shot is quite extraordinary. It's hardly any pace on the ball, but big Kenroy, oh, he can hit a ball all right. Boom! Absolutely thumped. The Helix is calling me a posh drinker. I'm not really. I'm not really a posh drinker, I don't think. I'm not. Are you a cocktail person? I must admit, I'm not really a cocktail person. I always, every time, obviously you pay more for cocktails where you go, and then they come, and quite often they come in like little dinky glasses, and you think, well, that's not very good value for money. I'm sort of paying almost double what I would have paid for my normal drink, and other times you sort of taste them and think, that's just pure sugar. So yeah, I avoid cocktails. Firmly hit, watch the bounce on this, and does well. Daniel Ali keeps it to the single, even though the batters are looking to come back for 2. I think the best cocktail that I've had was actually in Malaga, not far there from our Sunset Beach Club Hotel where I had a pina colada, and that was very nice. And maybe I'll go back there this time around when we're there in September. Weather permitting, of course, which I'm sure it will be nice. Few people saying back to Italy, so pizza time. Well, at the moment is quattro mas for Nesta. Not a good ball there from Mishra. Not a good way to end the over. It goes down the leg side, gets worked away for 4. 13 will come off that. And now into the 120s. Still 12 balls to go in the innings. Not quite the 120s, beg your pardon. 117, so closing on to the 120s. Helix, I do. I mean, if out of all the drinks, whiskey is my drink. So, but I don't drink so much of whiskey in the summer. You know, so it's a bit like red wine. I like red wine. So outside the summer, red wine and whiskey would be the go-to drinks. I always, you know, always telling people that sort of the way to end my day would be, you know, get back, do what I have to do, and then a little nightcap, a little whiskey, while I'm just relaxing for half an hour or so before bed. But just the one, you know, just, you know, for health purposes. Red wine is very much the same, if not whiskey, red wine. But in the summer, I just don't think it's the same. And I don't like, as that one's played away pretty straight, but it should be stopped. I don't like, oh no, that's gone wrong for Daniel Ali. And the worst thing about this is he's got backup behind him from Oscar Duff, but Daniel Ali, he sort of diverts this in an area where not even Duff can get to. See, look at this. If it goes through him, Duff will stop it. But it ricochets to the right, can't stop it. That's disappointing. Lakov then bangs this one in short. Louis Bruce on 44 misses out on it. Yeah, but I'm not one who likes to mix the whiskey with. So on the rocks, yeah, fine. Maybe with some water, cold water, fine. But with any other mixes, nah. Not for me. If you're going to have it, you have it as it is. Launches into that. Now, is he going to get his 50? It's going to be taken. It's going to be taken. So the short ball from Lakov gets his second wicket, and Louis Bruce will miss out. He was eyeing up 3 consecutive half centuries, but he's going to fall short on 44. But once again, though, it has been a very good knock. He just doesn't quite get this right. And it's probably one that I reckon Chris Lakov, though it's the short delivery, I think he holds it back slightly, doesn't put as much pace in it, and that's why it doesn't go as far. So a wicket falls at a very important time. Louis Bruce going at 44. Important because I think it might just affect the momentum that they were going at, might just slow it down. Remember, they were on course for getting to that 150. So 44 of 23. He did start slowly, and then, of course, he hit those 2 sixes on the spin of Yusuf and picked up the rate. Just going for big shots here. So it will be Alexander Hillman that comes out. Hillman joins Kenroy Nesta. And Helix saying he's not really a big drinker, but he agrees with me about the whiskey. Right, high up in the air, all right. Young Oscar Duff, if he can get there. No, he can't. He's struggling to get there, chasing hard. And he had to really, in all honesty, the catch here has to be for the man who's sort of in that deep extra cover. But that's Prakash Mishra. And if it was anybody else who didn't have the dodgy knees and the aching body of Prakash, they would have got there, but Oscar Duff realised that Prakash is not going to get there, so has to try, but just couldn't get there. Hillman will get lucky there. They'll come back, and they'll also take 2. That means that Nesta will be on strike for the last. 123. It's very similar, really, finish to the match these two had yesterday, where, again, on the way things were going with 12 balls to go, you thought Gibraltar were going to finish on a big score plot past the 145 mark. But then there was a good finish from Bulgaria, which kept them to that into the 120s. 126 it ended up being. Now this one, 123, so same story. Gets played away, will take the single. They're running it hard, they're taking on the, oh no, he's gone down. So Hillman goes down and says, no, leave it. And now Hillman will get set to face his third, and of course he'll be looking for boundaries here. They still should be looking to get past the 130 mark, which will go past the highest score that we've seen scored in this series so far, which stands at 126. So just like the European Cricket Series here, the 12 days of action we had, scores not quite as high as we thought, though higher than the last few years. Prakash puts it up there, should be taken. The wicketkeeper comes, stops, but doesn't put the fielder off. Nicely held. Well done to Ivalo. Ivalo comes across, and Katsatsky takes the catch, and Prakash Mishra gets another wicket as Hillman will go. So putting the squeeze on at the end, and I have to say that Bulgaria are keeping their hopes of winning this match alive. First, Chris Lakov, that fantastic 9th over, only went, by the way, just for 6 runs and picked up a valuable wicket. Now Prakash looking to keep this one nice and tidy as well. So Hillman goes, and this time doesn't really get going. 2-3. Ivalo takes the catch. Prakash with the wicket. It's another swing and a miss, as it is the captain, Kiran Ferrari, who comes out. So just not being able to finish well at Gibraltar here. Started quietly with that first over game for 8, then got things moving again. And then the last 12 balls, they struggled. Well, that's hit beautifully. I don't think anybody's going to, oh, well, I'm going to eat me hat. I said I don't think anybody's going to stop this. And Daniel Ali, of all people, has stunned everybody by pulling off a remarkable stop. This is travelling. If we see this from camera 4, you can see it has the umpire in trouble, has the non-striker in trouble. Daniel Ali, he might have lost a foot, but he has saved runs here. Oh, that was an amazing stop. They only get the single. Last ball then. Hits it hard. They'll run 1. They'll have to come back for 2. It's a great throw. And it should be out. It will be out. And would you believe it? They will finish on the same score as they did yesterday. 126. And the same number of wickets. It'll be 5 wickets down. So never mind the 150. What a good comeback that is. That's quite sensational. A really sensational comeback. 126, they'll get the 1. But of course, outrunning the second. 5 wickets down. Bulgaria will actually come off the field here pretty, in fact, very happy with what they just achieved. That's a sensational performance from them in the last 2 overs. That over from Prakash, only going for 3. Of course, 2 wickets in there, 1 being the run out. That means only 9 came off the last 12 deliveries. And lack of, we know, no lack of effort from him when it comes to taking the catches. He took one there. That was a really nice stop as well. But this was just when I said lack of, who doesn't normally drop them. He put not just 1, but 2 down. That one went such a long way up in the air. And this was when trouble was brewing, as Oscar Duff came on to bowl, and he went for 24 in that over. Every ball bar 1 came to the boundary. The next over went for 15. Prakash Mishra's first 13, but the end was quite unbelievable. That little shot there, I mean, that was when he was trying to get funky, wasn't he? Charles Packard sort of gave his wicket away. And as we often say, if you give your wicket away, you just don't know what's going to happen next. And you can see there that it was, well, you're not going to call it a collapse, really. But 1 went, then another goes. That was the end there of Bruce, who was trying to bring up He's 50. Bruce would go from 44. And then Ivalo Kazarski coming in and picking up the catch as well. This one was stopped. What a stop this is. That's a remarkable stop. And I love the way he lays it on for Oscar to get the ball in as well. And that's the decision there from the umpire. Ken Roy Nesta trying to get a couple there at the end. But it will be quite amazingly exactly the same score that Gibraltar scored against Bulgaria in their second match yesterday, 126 for 5. But Bulgaria, in reply, they were disappointing. Only got to 80 yesterday. But could it be different here today with the likes of Manan Bashir or maybe even Chris Lakov help them get to what would be quite a remarkable victory? Because at one point here, Gibraltar were looking to put 150 on the board. Louis Bruce, once again, the main contributor, 44 from him earlier. Chris Paul, a quick fire 20. And Charles Packard, 40, but he'd be disappointed the way that he got out. Chris Lakov, 2 for 21. Prakash Mishra, 1 for 16, well bowled. And also Daniel Ali, 1 for 15 off his 2 overs. Yusuf, a little bit expensive this time round, 33 without picking up any. And Hamadel and Duff also were a little bit expensive. So the mid-match summary, there it is. Gibraltar, once again, 126 to defend. So 127 required for Bulgaria if they're to get the win in this one. Join me and Charlie back in about 10 minutes for the start of the reply from Bulgaria. Eyeing up 127 for victory. Hasta pronto!
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the wonderful Vasilevsky Academy ground here as we near the end of our Bulgarian stay. As well, we've still got 3 innings to go, though, folks. We've got a big one here. Of course, Bulgaria looking to, well, keep this tournament alive. Of course, 125 is what Gibraltar finished on, and it'll be a chase of 1, 2. In fact, that's changed. So the first innings was 126 in the end, so it'll be 127 will be the target. And so that certainly changes things up in that respect. But Bulgaria, they know it is now or never, and if they don't get something going here, then it's going to be Gibraltar who take it all the way back to the Europa Point Stadium at the most southern point of Europe. So looking forward to this one. Of course, it's going to be tricky for Bulgaria. They need runs. They need runs quickly as they've stuck with their guns at the top. Lakov opening alongside Dimo Nikolov. Again, we've said it time and time again, not too sure as to what the plan is with Nikolov being at the top of the order, but nevertheless, we'll see if it comes up. Mark Gowes, who comes in for his first involvement of the day. Missed out the first game, but he's here in the second. Let's get things underway. This one is lofted up in the air over the top. This is probably going to be a boundary to start, and it will be a 1 bounce forward to get us underway. Lakov goes over the top on the onside. Rico will take this innings off and enjoy a lovely spot of butter chicken with some parantas a bit, I think is what it was, but nice shot from Lakov early on. Very warm welcome to everybody tuning in around the world, whether it be on fan code, out in India or on ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Wider delivery, too wide from Galsey. Well, umpire Ivan and Gals. Well, some would argue maybe long-lost twins, Galsey and Ivan. Goes for it again. Not out of the middle of the bat. Will be a tough chance. And, oh, well, went for the one-handed option. Did Charles Packard. It didn't work. As he puts it down, it was a tough chance. But again, one that you would expect Gibraltar to be taking after yesterday. Maybe not after this morning, but this was a tough one. And it's one of those that, well, if he takes it, it looks great. But unfortunately gets put down, so that'll be a single to the total. As it will now, of course, be... Well, in fact, they've changed things up there. Say they had Dimo, but they haven't. They've got Daniel Ali, in fact. That's a nice change. Positive. And he's going to drive this into a point. Kazi has to get the skates on as it's a good bit of fielding from Hillman. Again, of course, just can't quite take the gloves away from Powell, and you can understand as to why. He's been very good behind the stumps. Nice shot, though, from Ali to start with. A good pick up and throw. Maybe at the, probably at the right end, to be fair, from Hillman. As I mentioned, playing and batting to keep this game alive and keep the tournament alive. That's a bit of a Gundy ball from Gowsey. Gets this one wrong. I think he knows it as well. Not the best of efforts from him in that respect. Cows. Just the 3 legal deliveries thus far. Taking a bit of time to get through the over. 61%, plays 39 at the moment. Short, pulled firmly, nobody there. That's going to be 4. As Gowsey just struggling a little bit with the rhythm here. Maybe a bit of rust after sitting out the 1 this morning. He drops 1 short here and it doesn't work. Lakov quick onto it. And says thank you very much for coming. Yeah, warm welcome to Dave, to Monica, to Chris, to Helix as well, to John, and to Wayne in that respect as well. Obviously, love having your company here on the European Cricket Network. We're coming, of course, to the end of our stay. But the action, of course, continues well into tomorrow with the first day of 12 out in the European Cricket Series in Italy and Rome. Of course, second time we've been to Italy. We were there earlier in the year. Still struggling. Here is Mark. Again, he just sort of holds his head and just can't get out of it. Listen, it is warm out there. I will tell you this for free. Temperature gauge will tell you it's about 33, but when you're out there, there's no wind, you can't get out of the sun. It genuinely feels about probably near enough 40 more than anything. Can get it right. That's a good delivery. Dot ball. Lakov unable to play it away. You can hear them. A lot of support, of course. They won't get on each other's backs. They'll support each other. Gals just know he just needs to get out of the over. It's not a bad start. In reality, of course, you've got the fielding restrictions going against the fielding side. So certainly options for Lakov to go over the top. Last ball potentially of the over. Will be. Played into the onside. There's Nestor. Does very well. Gets his body behind it, which means Lakov will keep the strike. And it's an interesting first over. 14 come off it. It's 14 without loss at the end of 1. Of course, well, Tyser's gone. I think Tyser might have just forgotten his what's he forgotten? He's forgotten his walkie-talkie. 37 matches now since the Golden Ball. And of course, that was back over a week ago now. And of course, was not long ago where the Jinx Zagreb side lost to the Lavender Lionesses in just the second ever ECSW fixture. It was pretty extraordinary scenes. Not only the fact that it was the second ever game, but it was also the fact that, well, there was no sunlight pretty much. It was almost pitch black. And it was an excellent bit of work. And Corey will, of course, claim the fact that he comes on for 1 and breaks the 268 deficit. Anyway, here's Roshan for the second over. Flicked nicely into the onside. Gauzy involved in the action. Very good bit of work. Only had one stump to aim at. Very good bit of effort from him. Good to see. He's not letting that last over get to him too badly, but not a bad start for Russia. He's bowled well in this tournament so far. Of course, Mohammad Roshan. 2 for 13 he took against Bulgaria earlier. Of course, that was in one of their last meetings. Outswinging delivery, and this one up in the air. I think this might go all the way, in fact. I think this is 6 runs, it is. Tyser wants to have a look, but I think this has gone all the way. And Daniel Ali, well, he's going to swing and swing hard. And I think that's just what the ability that he has compared to the likes of Dimo Nikolov. Let's have a look. Here we go. I think this is 6. Oh, no, just in. 1 bounce 4. Well, there you go. Well, it was signalled by 6. It was signalled as 6 by the fielders out there, but I think that's 4. Tyser doesn't. There we go. Loads it up. The old false quick fire, but yeah, that's given us 4. Good shot though from Ali. I don't mind him throwing his hands at it. It was wide, wasn't it, from Roshan? What's the response? Back of a length, much better. Good comeback. Bruce down at long off does well. Gets the old long barrier out. Gibble now, a couple of early wickets, and it's going to be an uphill battle for this Bulgaria side. And they also know that a win here pretty much means that they've got to allow probably another 10 kilos because those trophies pretty heavy. And again, swatted down to Bruce, who, oh dear, well, not good enough. That's unfortunate. He just wasn't really too sure on whether or not to go long barrier or attack it. And to be honest, on this outfield, you're better off being a defensive fielder rather than being on the offense. Lakov will get 4 though. Just see here, look, he realistically wasn't too sure. He's kind of stuck in 2 minds. Love the chat going on, by the way, all about the Olympics, of course, finishing today. How quick's that gone? And the thing is as well, pretty much started just before we arrived here in Bulgaria, so didn't really get too much time to watch any of it, which has been a real shame. But of course, I think the big thing for everyone is, you know, what are we going to do now? You can't just turn on the TV and watch a random sport. I mean, when was the last time you watched the long jump without the Olympics? Couldn't tell you. Full toss, and again driven, and once more work to do for Bruce, who does get down this time around. And a bit of the old oohs and ahs, but does get down this time. He looks back at the pitch, and he's talking to himself. I probably can't repeat what he's saying in that one, to be fair. And again, this time over Bruce's head. That's going to be 6 runs. Glorious shot from Daniel Ali, and finally something's clicked in this Bulgarian side. They realised Dimo at the top was hampering their ideas and their in reality their chances, as Daniel Ali moves up to the top and gets one away. Maximo time. Good way to end a very good over again for Bulgaria. 2 good overs on the spin. 31 without loss after 2. They're now going to go to Mr. Reliable. And I was actually thinking about this. Gibraltar as a nation have been pretty heavily reliant on Louis Bruce for the last couple of years. He's made his debut in international cricket back at 16 and kind of just been on the up and up ever since. 14-12 at the moment, hence why this game for Bulgaria is a must-win. They've got to get above them in the table and then hope that somehow Serbia can, well, pull one out of there, out of nowhere in that last game of the day. Here is Bruce then for this third. Oh, not far away at all. Rash from Lakov. Of course. They have opted at times to have a bit of spin to finish the spell, or finish the power play, but not this time. Don't mind it though, to be honest with you. Kabir, Kieran as well. Kieran had a good time with the ball, 1 for 17 in the last game earlier. That's about him. Doesn't get a finger on this, otherwise he probably would have been straight up, but they'll get a single. See, I tell you what, I reckon this might be one of the locations where we've seen the batters play so straight that it goes back onto the stumps time and time again. But I think we've only seen one run out in that way, which is pretty impressive. Phoenix, unless you're paying to view it, Charles, no one probably watching it. Probably true. On the pad, good delivery. That's hurt him. And Daniel Ali, of course, copped one on that leg earlier. So this is going to be a little bit of a sore one. Just needs a bit of a moment just to maybe watch this one off here. Definitely angling down the pad. Well, down the leg side, but that's right on the toe. That'll hurt. Yeah, I always say that I think the Olympics is, as much as I'm not too concerned about who wins, and I know that it looks, I think the US are almost running away with it, but for me, I think the fact that all of a sudden eyes are watching sort of the likes of the long jump and pole vaulting, for example, shot up in the air, 6 runs, gloriously played into the dugouts. Watch out, there certainly is a Grizzly about, and Daniel Ali, what a move to bring him up. Of course, had a bit of up and down in the domestic series throughout the 2-week stint. But here, of course, he's trying to get something going for his country. That's a nice shot. Of course, not a bad power play going into it. Can they find a way here of just minimising the damage, Gibraltar? It's not been a bad start, this, from the host side. Shorter, back of a length for Ari at backward point. Does well. Does very well. Keeps it down to 1. Singles don't hurt them. 88 off 43 for victory at the moment then. Just above at 2 a ball. Got to be thinking. Got to be noisy. Got to make this Bulgarian side have to work for it. Again, driven sweetly. Horrocks, can he get down? Does, makes no mistake. So Louis, that's how you do it. So it'll be 10 come off the over, but goes wicketless, does Louis Bruce. End of the over, actually only 9 because they only get a single. Poor running. End of the power play, it's 40 without loss. Comparison, 40 without loss plays 35 for 1, so well ahead at the moment are Bulgaria, but of course, time and time again, it's been the spin that has dragged Gibraltar back into games, and that's what they're going to go for here. Is Kabir Midpuri is going to come on for the 4th. When was the last time you saw or went to a diamond maths competition? I'm assuming that means. Don't know what it is. So never. I have no idea what you're on about. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, of course. The thing to mention though is that, of course, the Olympics finished, but the Paralympics start. So not exactly struggling for sporting entertainment around the world. Pretty much neck and neck, 51-49 at the moment from the win predictor. Here is Kabir Midpuri. Carved away. Fielder out there. Does do well. Hillman. Well, he's had Hillman Hill. I reckon that's Hillman's corner over there, isn't it? He's been there all the time. goes wider and might have got a wicket here. No, Ferrari just gets over him. It's going to trickle over the rope again. So Daniel Ali, he's, well, he's going for it, isn't he? And they need someone to, they just haven't had that in the last couple of games for Bulgaria. This is a nice shot, though, from Ali. He just gets it over the top. That'll be another boundary. So 4 more, 45 now on the board. They haven't had someone who's just sort of gone out carefree and just sort of seen ball, hit ball. And that's what Daniel Ali's done. 23 off 8. Lack of well supporting, though, at 19 off 12. Defensively played, well respected from Ali. Good comeback from Cabs. By the way, nothing easy about doing shoelaces up with inners on. Pyle making it look very easy. Diamond League Athletics. No, still never heard of it. Still never heard of it. Up in the air again. It's probably going to get away from him. Oh, no, it's not. Well, there you go. Kieran Ferrari, take a bow. That is superb. He's still running. Is he going to put the brakes on? No, not yet. That's a great catch. Just gets over him, and I thought it was just going to run away from him. But just the outstretched right hand of the skipper in Kieran Ferrari means that that will be the end of Daniel Ali. Just see there. Oh, it just sticks. And that's going to be a first wicket that they were desperately needing. Were Gibraltar. Bulgaria, they're going to be 45 for 1. Daniel Ali goes. Very good catch from Kieran Ferrari, has to be said. Very good indeed. Certainly a wicket that was very much required. So a good bit of work from the skipper. Manan Bashir comes out at 3. Yeah, good luck to Monica. Just talking about her degree. Of course, good luck to you. Of course, want to say a huge happy birthday to Marzi, by the way. Marzi will be PMing out in Rome. I know he's travelling at the moment. Happy birthday, Marzi. Hope you're well. And yeah, catch up with you soon. Midfield, he does this, doesn't he, for his country time and time again. He has a knack of taking wickets at the right time. Of course, great catch by Ferrari, running away. And just sticks, doesn't it? Here's Bashir in at 3. Good delivery. First up, bit of a wayward shot from Bashir. Got to get into them here, haven't they, in the field? Get noisy, get loud. Probably there to be hit, but just misses out. And again, 2 swings and a miss. Good over from Kabir Midpudi. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for Gibraltar. And after 4, Bulgaria 45 for 1. What's that now then? 82 off 36, and it's starting to grow is this rate and require about 13.5, maybe even 14. Of course, we have got a question of the day, and it is in the top 5 partnerships in T20's internationals. 2 of them have been scored against the same country. Can you name which country it is? And I'll also give you a bonus point if you can name the countries who scored those 2 partnerships. Have a think. Have a think about who's playing. Have a think about who it could be. Give us your answer in the last game of the day. Of course, just 4 games today. And then there'll be a little presentation, of course, to the winning side and the MVP as well, of course. Presenting our lovely, lovely, lovely international trophies provided by our partners at Local Lifestyle. And Helix saying, still not a clue. No, not a Scooby. Sorry, apologies. The only weird and obscure sport that I know is Keirin, only because I had to do it was actually part of my commentary school. I had to sort of short prep a sport that we didn't know and knew nothing about, and the sport was the Keirin. Mental sport, very much mental sport. Horrocks in for the 5th. This one hit away. Bruce, let's get his body behind it. We'll get a 1. Dave wishing Marzi a happy birthday, absolutely. Yeah, afternoon to Aidan as well. Says you just come here to watch some cricket. Let us know where you're watching from, Aidan. pulled into the onside. That's too short. Don't bowl there to Manan Bashir. He did this against Serbia and he'll do it here. That's a lovely shot. What a way to get off the mark. 6 runs. Gives the old swivel on it. So still at impact. It's very impressive from Manan. Of course, crazy to think that he has got a century on it to his name on the network. Lack of 20 off 13 for him at the moment. We'll be hoping that he can maybe produce something here, a bit of magic. They need it, don't they? Need to be at 13s now. Gibraltar just starting to become slightly ahead in this fixture. Good comeback from Horrocks, very good indeed. As they just drop this into the offside. Well done from Kabir. Still plenty of options though for Gibraltar with the ball in hand. Of course, they've used, this is the 5th bowler they've used already, but of course looking to maybe give others a chance. That's going to be a wide. Lack of then. Has he got a way of finding something here? 20 off 13. He'd love to be 40 off of 20. Oh dear, Gundy. Well, this one is going to get taken, but I'm not too sure. Let's double check. Let's have a look here. There's been no signal on field yet. They want to make sure. Well, it's either going to be a free hit to come or it's going to be out. Let's see. I don't think this is going to. Oh, hang on. Tough call here. He's very much a couple of steps outside. Very, very tricky call for third umps to make here. No ball called, probably the right one. Got to go to the way of the batter there, realistically. Was dipping, it was a slower ball, but gets it wrong. So, dot ball there, in all fairness, not the be-all end-all, but it does mean that there will be a free hit to come. Free hit to come then. Lakov, can he cash in? Not really. This is going to be just spliced out to Hillman. And they come back on the misfield. Bashir has to get his skates on. Could be more. No, very well fielded in the end. Good running. They come back for the second. They desperately need to be pushing these 1s and 2s now. Still in and amongst it though, are Bulgaria. Not out of it here. 70 off 32. They just need a big over. They need a magical over, don't they? That's what they quite honestly just need to be looking for. It'll come though. Leg side wide.
Nothing like 9 ball overs in this heat, Horrocks.
I hope that got picked up, but that's Ghazi giving a bit of stick to Jack there. Maybe just forgetting he bowled the first. Oh, well bowled, slower ball, Lakov can't get it away. Hey, listen, when you feel like you're playing with your friends, your cricket just instantly gets better. .22 off 16. He's getting near to that runnable Lakov situation, isn't he, for Chris? Oh, there we go. Team GB have just quite literally won their 65th medal. So going past Tokyo's tally. Oh, back at him. And Horrocks just thought this was going a lot quicker than it did. Just comes off the splice. And that will probably be the end of the over. It will be just a single. So big turning points here. Look at this. He just thinks it's going a bit faster, but he actually has quite a lot of time to react. Doesn't come off the middle of the bat. They'll get a single to end the over then. Halfway stage. It's 59 for 1 after 5. There'll be a quick drinks break here in this third game of the day. Of course, I can tell you where we are in the calendar. Of course, Rome coming up, then Austria, then Croatia. And all of a sudden, we're in the ECC, of course, 4 weeks out there at Khartoum. And then another 2 More than 2 in Malta, more than 2 in Spain, and then the ECCW, or the ECC Dubs as I'm calling it. That, of course, taking place on the 9th of December. That'll be a couple of weeks as well. So looking forward to that one. And plenty of action, of course, away from just the ECS as well. We've, of course, got Netherlands, Canada, and the US of A going at it in a T20I Tri-Series out in the Netherlands. Malta will be hosting the Women's Valletta Cup. Of course, participating countries in that one are the likes of Serbia. You've also got the likes the Isle of Man, Malta, of course, they're in there as well. There's a side from the MCC as well, which I'm looking forward to. Greece will be there as well. Greece, of course, the side that we saw earlier in the year as well. So looking forward to their return to the network. Here's Kabir Mirpuri. 1 off 5 for his first over. He's going to come back for a second. Back to back. Can he find something here? 68 off 30. Lakov needs to get going here. 23 off 17. Again, he's just going to push down the ground. Horrocks will do very well. Manan's got to go here, isn't he? He's come out, of course, hasn't faced as near as many deliveries as Lakov, but Manan's going to have to go now, isn't he? He has to find a couple of gears here. Of course, 2 half centuries in the series. Does he have a way of getting his side over the line? No. Very good bowling. Really, really good. And again, superb from Kabir though, isn't it? He's not offering anything at the moment. Doesn't offer width, doesn't offer any length either. This time it is short, but straight to the fielder again. Oh, well watch from Whelan. They get another single, but Lakov at the moment, I hate to say it, he's living up to his previous nickname of Runnable Lakov at the moment. Going at 25 off 19, but he hasn't accelerated in quite a long time. Been a while since the last boundary for him. Full toss, doesn't get underneath it again. And you just feel that frustration now starting to kick in for this Bulgarian side. Still got spin options to go to, of course, as they look to try and find something out. Can they? It's a question of can they for Bulgaria. They've been close at times. Lofted, not got near it. Chance. Oh, Horrocks puts it down. And another one goes, but could be a chance here at the non-strikers. He's going to be gone by a long way. Tizer almost gets wiped out, but it's going to be a tactical drop potentially from Horrocks. But that's disappointing. Bashir gets called through for a second. They always say you never run on a misfield. And Bashir will go, run out at the non-strikers as Gibraltar. Well, the catch goes down, but they won't mind as they do get the wicket they were looking for. Bashir gone for 9. And it was a rash shot from Lakov. He knew he had to get going. Horrocks put the catch down, but Bruce, very well done to back him up. And Mirpuri just sort of held his nerve. Manan Bashir will have to go. It's disappointing for him. Well, Ivailo's having a good time. He's got his legs out. He's having a tan. Pressure all on Bulgaria now. Ahmedel in at 4, but Lakov still on strike. Very good from Ty. Very good. He's having a bit of fun out there, rightfully so. Long 2 weeks for him and the umpires. Oh, swings and misses, and it's going to be 4 byes to finish. So uncharacteristic mistake from Pyle as it gets through him, and that's going to be a frustrating way to end a very good over, as they do pick up 8 runs out of it. And at the end of the 6th over, the score 68 for 2. Going to stick with Horrocks here. They're going to bring him back after going for 14 off his first over. Of course, in these hot days, you've got to Got to mention the 12th and 13th men of each side. Nicola Advani on the duties alongside Sean Delgado for Gibraltar. Credit to those boys because keeping their compadres hydrated out in what can only be described as tough heat. Whelan in front of me, he's a ginger as well, so he's keeping his hat on. Ahmed El to face up then for his first ball against Horrocks. That's absolutely fine. Ahmed El, you're moving too much to be able to tell where the ball is. You can't keep moving around. Yeah, of course. It's disappointing, the Olympics, that in reality there's been a lot of controversy around individuals and athletes and different things. Almost sort of takes over from the celebration and success that should come from the Olympic events. Good delivery though, isn't it? Well directed. Nice shot. Hit firmly over the top of the offside. That'll be 4. So Ahmed El, strong wrists indeed, and gets this one away. That one is going to be a boundary to start. Just a little bit full though from Horrocks, isn't it? It's in the slot. He knows the space is on the offside as well. It's a very much packed leg side field, more space on the offside. So opting to stick at it. Ahmed El plays on its merit. Good shot. Outside edge and gone. So 4 and out for Ahmed El. And well, he's not waiting around. Why is it? Yeah, Ivan then turns around and says, "Yeah, you are gone." Looking at Tyser. Tyser saying, "What are you looking at me for?" As Horrocks will get a wicket. Good catch from Piles as well. That's a really good bit of work from Pile behind the stumps. And unfortunately, yeah, there was a definite inside edge onto this one. Bottom edge. And Ahmed El, well, he was going, wasn't waiting, and then he sort of thought, well, actually, well, I will wait if Ivan's not going to give me. Then eventually, Ivan raises the finger. And well, now they do send Demo out, and it's do or die now for Bulgaria as they're in heaps of trouble, as it's going to be 72 for 3. Of course, the controversy in the Olympics all started back at the first opening night, wasn't it? The opening ceremony. Of course, interesting to see what happens at the closing ceremony later on. Demo in at 5. Nice shot, carved away. Bit of work to do for Hillman. He's going to get there. Superb bit of work. Yes, no, maybe out in the middle as well. They just get one. That is excellent work from Hillman. It doesn't get much better than that. That is superb. Setting the standards in the field are Gibraltar. Not a bad shot from Demo to start. Backs away though, doesn't he? Look at this here though from Hillman. Gets down, gets a hand out, and that is stunning. Just sticks. Lakov then, he's 26 off 21 at the moment. And again, thumped into the onside. They'll think of 2. Demo wasn't thinking about it at all. Lakov was wanting it. Very good cricket in the end. What an over. Just the 6 come off it. It's 74 for 3 after 7. Of course, last game of our Bulgarian adventure. And it's going to be Serbia taking on Gibraltar in that one. Of course, at the moment, looks as if that's going to be a bit of a nothing game. Gibraltar, of course, looks as if they're on their way to picking up an ECI tournament win in this weekend. Serbia yet to get a win on the board, though, so they'll be hoping they can maybe change things up. Of course, good to see Sean Delgado, Nicola Advani and Alex Sawyer in the side for Gibraltar, as a couple of individuals like Nestor drops out as well, doesn't he? So, as does the likes of Whelan as well. And, yeah, that one, of course, coming up in around about half an hour's time. Lofted, up in the air. Doesn't carry to Bruce. Well, watch though. They just get one and they won't mind singles here. Lakov, has he done more damage than good here at the moment? Okay, he's contributed 28, but off a 23 delivery, he's not quite enough. Not quick enough at that either. Full, straight, good from Roshan. Coming back a little bit earlier. Normally see him on the last over, but he's coming out here in the 8th. Probably holding Bruce back maybe for that last over. Gowsey has got an over in him as well. Of course, there's been no overs for Whelan or for Ferrari. Bit of chat out there from what I just heard between Ferrari and Lakov. Leg by, of course. There were certainly a few words exchanged between the skipper for Gibraltar and Lakov. Good delivery, but it's again just one-dimensional from Demo, I'm afraid. Another single. Yeah, one game left, of course, of what's been a very good series this weekend. Been a struggle for Serbia, but Gibraltar have just looked a class above the rest, haven't they, at the moment? 49 off 14. Well bowled. Just jabs out into the offside again. Another single. Lakov now 29 off 25. And now the thing is as well, Lakov just starting to get slightly frustrated. Starting to sort of talk back to the field, which is always a sign of frustration. Up in the air. Can anybody get there? No, it's going to fall in between the two of them. And Whelan does very well. Sensible, just watches it, doesn't really get excited and lose it. That'll be the end. End of the over. Very good over from Roshan again, just dealing in singles and leg buys. End of the over then. Got 4.5 minutes to get through this. Gibraltar. They've got to get a bit of a move on here, and interesting that they go to Louis Bruce. I'm surprised they maybe wouldn't have gone with Whelan or Ferrari just to get through the over with some spin. So Bruce is going to come back here, and you can see there just been on a downward spiral since the 5th. Here is Bruce. Up in the air, bit of work to do. Not going to get there. That's 4. It's a great effort from Whelan. It's a great last-ditch effort from Whelan, to be fair. One that I think maybe some of the England football players would have been too happy about. Well, Whelan putting a shout in for the old Gibraltar national team, maybe. Good football-wise, that is. Good boot. Just didn't get there. Goes over the line, 4 runs, so good start. Nikolov gets a boundary. 3.5 to get through this over. Up in the air. Chance, maybe. Can somebody get there? No! Put down. And another one goes astray. This time it's Charles Packard, who has been normally almost perfect out there at the moment. But that one goes astray. And the thing is as well, that's a minute that they don't get back because they don't get the wicket. Demo gets a life, gets another 2 though. Swing and a miss. Should be okay time-wise in theory. Just got to get over it, get round it. Of course, now looking at it, who are they going to go for this last over? Gowsey probably. He's got an over to go. Three off 9 for a point. Full toss, inside edge onto the pad. Oh, now they will get a single. Probably will be a point then for Bulgaria, but even though they'll might get a point here, it's the loss that's devastating, which means Gibraltar will probably take the victory in these internationals, which is credit to them. They've just been too good, to be quite honest with you, in all respects. Listen, they had a great day in the field yesterday, slightly under par in the field today, but still, though, their bowling's been very tidy. Batting's been class as well. They know what's required. Gibraltar is often the home of some big scores on that Europa Point ground. Okay, then. So Nikolov is at the non-strikers, as Lakov will look to get going here. 29 now for him. Hasn't had a boundary in a long old time. Well, he's going to get one here, but that's just a fortune favours the brave. 6 runs, so there's the point for Bulgaria. They do get a point out of it. But, well, point or no point, it makes no difference. You're going to lose here, Bulgaria. It's going to be a disappointing one at that as well. They're going to fall very well short of this target. Well, you never know, though, actually. You could get one away here. 33 off 8. It's not over yet, is it, really? Oh, and again, mistimed. Tortuga off the edge of the pitch, though. Horrocks will collect it nicely. Demo, can he get something going here? Can he get one out of the screws? He'd love to. It'd be a great time to do so. Get them into the 20s, going into the last. Oh, back at Bruce. And he says he's okay, but that one stung. And glad to see that he's not copped this one anywhere that could have ended badly. And they do get a single. Nice moment between himself and Demo. I think he says, I don't really want to fist pump you with that hand because he's stung. It's stinging, and that's going to be a single to end the over. Still mathematically within a chance. You see here, he almost just palms it away. He's a bit annoyed that he doesn't maybe have one that sticks, but I think they're okay time-wise though as well. Only just though. So it'll be 31 needed off the last. Of course, would be pretty impressive, but you're going to have to go up. Who's going to come on here? I think Gowsie's going to come on here. Just try and and find a way of just getting out of the game. 31 off 6 would have to be something impressive. Thing is as well that you've got Lakov off strike. Nikolov hasn't really got one going. 12 off 9, so probably very much just a 1% chance. Well, this is hit firmly. Hang on a second. Never mind. Oh, let's just check this. I think he's okay, but there's a very close moment where the foot is close to the rope. I think he's okay, but just got to double check to be sure. You never know. Let's see. It's that foot here. We just keep on going. Just this bit. Next one. No, he's okay. There's grass between the foot and the rope. So good catch from Horrocks. Gowsie picks up a wicket, and that'll be the end of Demo. And that probably is the game. 127, of course, is what they were looking for, but they're not there yet. They're not even in the 100 yet. 96 for 4 now. Who's this that's come out? It's Hussaif. Hussaif Yusuf has come out. Good catch from Horrocks. Of course, put a couple down today as Jack, but he'll be glad to see that one sticks. Just need 5 legal deliveries here, does Mark. 31 off 5. Just need 5 legal balls. Hussaif in. This is struck nicely. In fairness, it's probably going to split the gap. It does. Well, it doesn't actually. Bruce does very well, in fact. Just lost it in the shade out there. Good stop, though, from Bruce. Lofted again. Oh, Lakov can't get it out of the screws. I'm trying to think of the last one that he middled. The 6 that he hit a couple of overs ago was, of course, the first and only 6 he's hit, but it was an outside edge. He's hit 3 4s. The rest of them have all been 1s and 2s. Dave saying, what was the controversy with the opening ceremony? There was just a lot of... Listen, in the woke culture today, there was a lot of moments that some found a little bit upsetting. Shot, 4 more. That's a nice pickup from Hussaif. Little highlight for him, but of course the work not being done by the top order, so that's why it's going to be a win for Gibraltar here. Gowsie's just dropped a couple in on those on that legs, on the pads a couple of times today. Nice shot from Hussaif. Nice guy is Hussaif, but unfortunately, he's just come in at the wrong time. And again, well struck. This is probably going to be 6. It is. Gloriously played from Hussaif. We didn't really see too much of him with the bat for the Academic Sofia side in the ECS, but a nice couple of personal highlights to finish off Bulgaria's international series. Yeah, that's right. Hold the pose, Hussaif. Rightfully so. Very good from Huzzy indeed. Last ball of this innings. It's going to be the last ball that we'll see of Bulgaria here until we see them again up in the ECC, of course. Off the pads. And they'll get a leg by, but it'll be a 17-run victory for Gibraltar. And it's a very, very comfortable one at that as well. Credit to them. They did the hard work, and that does confirm Gibraltar will be the winners of the European Cricket Internationals. And nice to see there. There was a couple of words between Ferrari and Lakov, but it's handshakes at the end of the game, of course. As soon as that last ball is bowled and you're over that white line, all is forgiven. And of course, you can see last game of this series to come. Gibraltar, they'll take on Serbia, and you probably will see a couple of changes in the tactics. Maybe get to see Sawyer have a bowl, Delgado as well. Nikhil will probably get 2 overs as well. You might see the likes of Packard and maybe even Horrocks get a time at the top of the order as well. We'll see, of course, Serbia as they look to try and get a win on the board. Starts off then in these highlights, and it was a very big almost moment for Charles Packard. That was a close one. Lakov, though, it'll be disappointing. You can see his back was just starting to play up, maybe, or was he just sort of having a look there? Of course, Daniel Ali moved up to the top of the order, and it was a nice way for him to get going with a couple of boundaries, in all fairness. But again, 2 4s and 2 6s, but of course Bruce was interested for a moment there, but wasn't really ever looking to be at him. This one was hit firmly back at the stumps, but Lakov, after a couple of those boundaries, really struggled. And he, well, not quite runnable, but not far away. 37 off 28 for him, not out as well from the start, facing just shy of half the runs, or half the balls faced. And he's not scored more than half the runs, so that's a little bit confusing and a little bit frustrating for him. But of course, a disappointing way for some of these lads to finish their time on the network over the last 2 weeks. There have been some great performances, both for their domestic side and internationally. Manan Bashir, 2 half-centuries to his name, but he was gone after 9. He was run out, of course, off the drop of Jack Horrocks. Hillman, of course, out there had a good bit of work, but a good comeback from Horrocks, as this one was Amadou who was gone, caught behind. And of course, apart from that, no one really else got going. Demo, 12 off 10. Demo just hasn't had a good weekend with the bat, I'm sorry. He's been good in the field. That was a great moment, though, from Hillman, to be fair. Out in the offside. Whelan tried to get that one out. Packard put another one down. This one, of course, was the simple one, but it went astray. And of course, Demo struck one firmly back at Louis Bruce, but couldn't quite cut that one off. And then, well, Horrocks took a catch, a very good catch. That was the end of Demo. And Jose came in, hit a 4 and a 6 to get some personal highlights for him. I'm sure he'll be putting those on the old social media, or his personal ones later on. Handshakes all round that you can see there between Lakov and Ferrari as well, which is nice to see. Of course, in the moment of game, it always tends to happen. But at the end of the day, Gibraltar, too good for Bulgaria. They beat them 3 times out of 3. And of course, it will be Gibraltar that will finish top of the table at the end of today's action. Lakov, 37 not out. Not good enough, though, I'm afraid. Yusuf, 11 not out of 4. But of course, those in between, not the best. 13 extras, not terrible, not great, though, from Gibraltar. Of course, they let a few go, in all fairness, but unfortunately, that was just a little bit tricky. As for the bowlers, again, Midputty, very good. 2 for him, 1 for Horrocks, and 1 for Gowsy. Horrocks, of course, involved in a catch as well. 17 runs the margin as Gibraltar get one over Bulgaria and confirm their victory in the European Cricket Internationals here. As will they have one more game. They take on Serbia. That one coming up in about 20 minutes' time. We'll be back very, very soon for the last game here in Bulgaria. You're watching the European Cricket Internationals on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, cricket lovers. Well, it's the last match here in Bulgaria, so it's sad in a way because we've had a wonderful time here. The cricket has been exciting, and of course the hospitality, as always, has been absolutely sensational. So thank you to our host Bulgaria for really looking after us. But sadly we move on, but remember that tomorrow things do start there in Rome, and that also will be a very exciting European cricket series there, and lots of other things, of course, coming up in Rome as well. So the last match here, and it will be, well, the clash between Gibraltar and Serbia. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Serbia to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's a head.
We're going to have a bat.
They're going to bat.
Serbia winning the toss and deciding that they will have a bat. So Whitley Burton, I think, is an opportunity for him and his side to have one big bash here. I mean, one thing that myself and Charlie have said, that we've seen individual performances from the Serbian side. Of course, a mixture of experience and young players, and I think that's the thing that excites us about cricket in Serbia at the moment. A lot of youngsters are coming through, and we can see that here, and both the Zimanovs here have been absolutely sensational. But can they finish well? Can someone like Saranak get his line together, and then can Ayo and also Whitley Burton get enough runs on the board to make this a competitive game? Gibraltar, of course, they have been the side to beat here. They have played some sensational cricket. They will be looking to end on a high. I wonder if they change things around a little bit here. They've got a big squad here. They've got some talented players, so we might see some changes. It's going to have to wait and see who we see out there. But of course, they played some very good cricket, and I'm excited to see how this one ends. And I know another man who's been very good here throughout our time in Bulgaria. It's been a pleasure to work with him. Charlie, for the last time, over to you for the start of this one, and it will be Serbia that will have.
Thank you very much, Rico. And yeah, a bit of a moment here, and it's an emotional one as well, as Mark Gowles will take to the field for the final time in a Gibraltar shirt, a career that spanned a long amount of years. He's played 13 international T20 matches for his country, and of course we'll see him for the final time in a Gibraltar shirt here, as we'll finish off our stay in Bulgaria. 5 wickets internationally for Mark Gowles in T20s, and also was used as a batter earlier on in his career. A huge congratulations to Mark, and of course wish him well. Hopefully we'll see him and in the domestic game out in Gibraltar for the years to come. But well, it's going to hopefully be a positive send-off for him, as Gibraltar, of course, will be in the field first. So Serbia winning the toss, batting first in the last game of the day. It's a tricky one, certainly is. You kind of have the idea here that, of course, Serbia know that, well, if they bat first, they might just bat with a bit of freedom and hope that they can get something away here. But, of course, still lots of work to do for Serbia as they look to try and try desperately to pick up a win in this tournament. Of course, opening is the big man himself, the skipper in Whitley Burton, alongside Io at the top of the order. Of course, yeah, huge congratulations to Mark Gowes for an outstanding career. Of course, has been part of the Gibraltar setup for many a year, and I know he'll be sticking around, of course. But a huge congratulations to him, and a huge thanks to Spring for helping us grab that lovely moment for him there. Let's get things right underway then. For the final time here in Bulgaria, Serbia take on Gibraltar in this last game of the international series, and we're going to start with a couple of runs. It's going to be 4 as the Pigeons fly away. Delric Vinu signals that one. That's going to be 4 runs to start for Serbia. And a warm welcome for the very last time here in Bulgaria. It'll be the last time I commentate with him for quite a while. It is, of course, the one, the only, Rico Fu back in the box.
Thank you very much, Charlie. We'll be back before you know it. And, yeah, well, yeah, look, big well done to Gowes, as you're saying. And, yeah, loving that moment there. And this is what makes the European Cricket Network and the community that we're within so special. And a special moment there for Mark Gowes. And, well, he'll love to finish it off with style. Maybe pick it up a wicket or 2 here. Didn't start well. Burton gets 4. And, that's well played. All right, this just not going to get back behind here quick enough, does Gowes. It's an early throw back to him, but the batters are pretty quick and pretty nimble. Take the single.
Yeah, of course, picked up a wicket in the last game, did Gowsey, so he'll be hoping to try and replicate a bit of that form, pick up another couple here to finish off and take back to Gibraltar with him.
So, let's just forget about that one, Gowes, but let's just say the wicketkeeper there, Pyle, saves your bacon with a good stop.
Just watch Gowsey's reaction, hand on head. It's a great stop behind the stumps for Pyle, it really is. In fact, that's not. They've had a late change, we haven't been told.
Who's that?
Hillman's behind the
It's
stumps.
Hillman, is it? All right.
Doesn't surprise me. They've, of course, already won the tournament. It's into the onside, 6 runs. Good shot from Io. Starts as he means to go on well. He did start his last innings with 6. He got out the next ball, though.
Yeah, he did. You're right. He played a lovely shot, and then he played a horrible one. So, well, Gowes just got to concentrate, getting his. He's probably quite emotional right now, I would imagine. Charlie's, so he's probably pretty emotional. Just maybe he's holding back the odds, holding back the floods. You never know. But he'll compose himself and maybe get a few right up there in the block hole.
Probably thinking of the beer he can have after the game, to be honest. To be quite frank. Of course, got a nice direct flight back to Gibraltar with these boys tomorrow, so they'll be happy with that one. But yeah,
just saw a shot. Sorry, Charlie. Just saw a shot there of obviously with Bruce next to Gowes there.
Past and the present, and the future.
You could get 2 of him in that shirt, of Brucey.
It's also probably the fact that that's the sort of past of the opening bowler in Gowsey, moving on to the present and also future in Bruce.
Gowes just puts his foot on the edge of that pitch for a moment. I thought, oh no, not another one. That wouldn't have been a good send-off, would it?
Every time he bowls, by the way.
Watch this. Just watch his foot here.
It did go. It did go. Ouch. Ouch. You'd hate that, wouldn't you? You'd absolutely hate that.
That would be horrific.
13 already off the over, by the way.
And up in the air, and this one is going to go all the way as well. It's going to be 6 more, so 13 becomes 19. Well, it could be a magical send-off here, Charlie.
He's probably thinking, I should have just stopped after the last one. I got a wicket in me last over in the last game. I should have just left it there.
Of course, Gibraltar, whatever the result, it doesn't matter. They will be taking home this trophy with them. It's a marvellous trophy, thanks to Local Lifestyles, but of course, they would love to go unbeaten here.
It's a heavy one as well, by the way. Glad I don't have to take that in my luggage.
Goes again, and it will go magical. So that's 23 off the over with a ball to go. Good hitting from Ayo here. This time he's making sure that he plays each ball to merit. Good hit straight down the ground.
Yeah, it goes a little bit over cover, doesn't he? Nice shot from Ayo, absolutely. He's had an up and down tournament, hasn't he? Couple of runs, but also some very cheap dismissals. So trying to finish off on a high, maybe. Can they get a win on the board, Serbia?
Mark Gowes now thinks, come on, let's get a good one in here. And he won't, because this one will be mashed down the ground as well. Bully. Well, this one is going around the athletics track. It literally is. And it might be doing it in record time as well. We could have a personal best here for the Grizzly. It's the end of the over. It will go for 29. Magical. It almost goes supersonic.
If I'm Gowsy, I'm saying I've hurt me back, I've hurt my ankle, I'm gone. Tomorrow, of course, we'll get the Rome series underway. It's Roma against Roma. Roma against Roma, Roma against Roma, one more Roma against Roma, and then Roma against Roma.
It's going to be a lot of Roma and at the Roma cricket ground, and I'll be making my way to Roma as well. It's a bit of a Roma thing going on there. Yeah, that will start tomorrow up until the 23rd of August. And looking forward to it. Of course, Vinny Sandhu and Nishay Bhatt will be starting things off tomorrow. Well, no messing around here. After that heavy over, they give the ball here to Louis Bruce.
Yeah, just, well, there you go. It was the past passing on to the present/future. Well, listen, I say present. Bruce has been involved in the ranks for 3 years now. What can he do here? 29 off the first.
Oh, no, that's a Tortuga, and Horrocks is going to try and stop it. He can't stop it either. Well, let's cue the music to this one, because this was a proper Tortuga. Here we go.
Tortuga. Tortuga.
Yeah, and now we see it. Well, I think Mirpuri said, yeah, I see it, and then he didn't.
Now you see it, now you don't. Oh dear, the old magic trick. Kabir getting that one wrong. Brucey, 4 against him to start.
In the air, it should be gone. Oh no! It couldn't have, can you believe who it happens to as well? Well, Gals, first he goes for 29 in the over, playing his last match for Jib, and now he puts down a catch. Well, that all could have been forgotten if he held on to this.
Well, he probably is genuinely sat there thinking, now I wish I just stopped after the last. Oh dear. Bruce should have had one. Doesn't. They get a single.
It's nicely played. Horrocks, yeah, gets his body behind it.
Is it me, or has this outfield just become bouncier? What's going on?
It's going to leave us with a lasting impression, I think. That's what it is.
Oh dear. Last game, of course, of the day means get your questions in. Of course, get your answer in. Of course, to the hunt, the answer. Last one for a good few weeks, actually. That's a lie. 10 days.
Better from Louis Bruce. It's right up there at the moment. I think it's the highest run scorer. Probably is it the top wicket taker as well? Or thereabout, I guess.
Must be indeed. Jug avoidance in the last game, though. 44 off 23.
Yeah, that is true.
Jug avoidance. And there'll be a few jugs, I'd imagine, if it's Gowsie's retirement day. And they, of course, got nothing tomorrow. This one, up in the air. Is it going to fall into no man's land? Oh, it's another one. Well, he put 2 down in the last game, did Packard. That's another one that goes down. And, well, my question to you here is, Rico, is that his, or do you reckon that's got to be Horrocks?
Horrocks had his eyes on it, but Horrocks does the right thing. He sees that his CP is going for it, so he holds back, but it goes down, and Horrocks is probably then thinking maybe he should have put a call on it.
2 drops now, by the way, and Aya's now on 23 off 5.
Well, that would have taken Bruce above Kabir Mirpuri as the leading wicket taker. They're joint at the moment on 7, and he is the highest run scorer on 169. And the thing is, though, if he's bowling, a fair number of catches have gone down. But even with that, it's pretty tidy. It's not the worst of overs. They needed a good one to follow up with, and Bruce does. 7 come off it. It is a good start, though, for Serbia. 36 without loss.
I think we timed our adventure here to Bulgaria to almost perfection. Do you know how hot it is next week?
I think somebody was saying to me it's 35 plus.
38.
Yeah.
With no wind, could you imagine? Ooh.
No, I can't. I know we've struggled here when the temperature just got to 31, 32.
Yeah,
so
Romania was horrible.
Hmm.
Think about what it is here at 38, 37. Oh, not fun. Well, from one leading wicket taker to another, Kabir Mirpuri to come on. And I did say in the last game that they like to have a bit of spin in the power play. They didn't do that against Bulgaria. They're going to do it up against Serbia here. I think they want to try and get a wicket here.
Yeah, Mirpuri has been very reliable. He's every time he's come on, he's made an impact, and that's what he's looking to do here. And no impact this time, because that has been thumped. As that's come out beautiful out of the middle of the bat of Wintley Burton. That's 6 runs. That is right out of the meat of that bat.
Yeah, all of a sudden clicking here, these two. It's nice to see. A sigh of relief for the Serbian outfit at the moment. been watching on, and it's not been pretty the last, what, 48 hours realistically, has it?
No, I mean,
Less than that.
they did get to the 100 mark in the last match, and well, they'll probably be looking to do that again here, and maybe some more, as well, it's the best start that they've had with the bat in some time. 42 without loss into the third over. Midbury doesn't seem to be too bothered at the moment. Gets worked. Good pick up, and he could have been in trouble now. They're going to get 4 misfield, and that's Advani. Nikhil Advani comes to the side. No doubt that he will be looking to have a ball at some point, but he spills this. If he took this cleanly, it could have been a run-out chance.
Yeah, it should have been. I like what the sort of saying is from Gibraltar. 40 minutes, please, lads. That's all they're asking for. 40 minutes of effort, and then you can go and sit down and let the batters take it on. And it's not wrong at all. Completely bang on.
And that one is going to be 4 more. Not a good ball this time down the leg side. And Wintley Burton, the captain of Serbia, he's deciding here, you know what, boys? It ain't going well, but let's go out with a bang. And he's probably saying, look, why don't we have our 40 minutes of fun as well with the bat and then do the same with the ball?
Yeah, absolutely. John Gray saying you could do with it. Mr. Whippy in Sophia. Oh, Flake 99.
Yes, please.
Double flake. Hello.
Yes. The only thing is, they melt pretty quickly.
No, I'd eat them quickly.
They melt pretty quickly.
50 up, by the way. 25 off Burton, 23, and then 2 extras.
It's a dot baller here, dot ball actually at the moment.
This is out. That's a short ball that should have gone over the top of the offside. Yeah. Do you know what? The thing is in London, whilst I was there, especially when it gets warmer, of course, they all come out in Wembley. They all sort of, all the vans.
Oh, well, let's talk about this first. That is huge. Well, that's going to go right into the adventure playground over there up in the trees. What a hit this is from Burton.
This is gloriously played. You're right. Lovely pickup indeed from Burton, which is nice to see some positives here for Serbia. Do you know how much these vans were charging for a Flake 99?
Go on.
£5.
No. Pounds. What?
£4.99.
What is going on? What is going on? I remember, okay, going back a fair time where you asked your mum and your dad for 25 pence so you could go get an ice cream when the ice cream van started to come out. That is just criminal, isn't
Actually,
it?
I wonder,
It's criminal.
Have a look at it. How much was 25p? Hang on, let me work this one out.
Charlie's doing a bit of research here now.
Hang on.
It's too hot for this much thinking from Charlie, but Charlie's going to give it a whirl anyway. Oh, look at that lovely white pigeon that just flew across the ground. And it's right up there on the cables. Well, it almost gets taken off those cables because Wintley Burton smashes another one away. Well, this is quite outstanding hitting at the moment. Serbia, well, whatever they had during that break is working a treat because all of a sudden they are onto something. What a start. This is electrifying at the moment. And this over also has gone for 20. Wow. Amazing. 26 that one goes for. So we've seen a 29, a 26. And in between that, Louis Bruce bowled that one for 7. What a start. Serbia, some will say, they're already more or less at a sort of score they've been scoring in the 10 overs, let alone in the power play.
What if I go 1984? £1 is now worth £3. That's really boring. Never mind. That's a boring stat. I thought it was going to be better than that. That's not great. £1 back in 1984 now is apparently worth £3.16. That's inflation. So 1p, what would that have been? 25p. I don't know. Too much math. Here we go. Here's Sawyer for the 4th.
So starts on the leg side. This is picked up beautifully. Well, this is going to go over for 6 on the 45 over the boundary. Down the leg side. Sawyer, of course, another youngster who gets given his opportunity here. I mean, it's bearing in mind that the 50's already come up. It's a brave call from the captain to go with the youngster.
I think they know that they can afford to give a few opportunities out here at the moment, and yeah, rightfully so as well. I have to say, it is warm. This is hot, I have to say, and we're under shade. Credit to the boys out there.
Good pick up, good shot. Ayo and Burton doing the business. Just leaves this one. It's a good leave. Will be a wide. So
Can't well there.
Yeah, Sawyer has to get it right, doesn't he? Did you say 15, Sawyer?
What, years of age?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
I think he was 15 or 16.
No, that was
No, who was that?
that was Delgado.
Delgado.
Let me
okay.
have a look. Let me work me magic. To be fair, you
Yeah.
could just ask Louis to your left.
Yeah,
but
we could do, really.
I'll have a look then, shall I?
Right, that's played to the fielder, and Cowes will. There you go. That's the way to do it. Gets the long barrier down, and comes the throw. Charlie's doing the maths in his head now.
17? 16? Hang on. Oh my lord.
Louis,
It's
how old is Sawyer?
16. Yeah.
16.
What did I say?
I think you went 15, 16, 17. You were trying to decide. Oh, it's another one that gets put away. It's 4 more.
Yeah, here we go.
We kept on saying, Charlie, didn't we, that these two had to click, but at the same time, well, they're doing it. So could they go and put a big score on? And Gibraltar, I think they might like a challenge. Well, I'll tell you what, they are going to get a challenge here. Because the way things are going here, we could be seeing a big score.
Could be.
Surely it's got at the moment, the run predictor's saying 142,
Thing
and I was
is,
about
though-
to say about 150.
Thing is, though,
Yeah, I
one
know.
wicket.
Yeah.
1 and 2 wickets, that's it. And it's tricky. It really is. Hey, listen, we won't see Bulgaria again, but as he walks past me, how good has it been to see the youngsters for Bulgaria over the last 2 days?
Yeah, it's
Talking about you, not to you. Keep walking.
I think that's been one of the treats really for us here, seeing the amount of
thanks.
youngsters that have been playing, and also, of course, national born players playing the sport.
Come on, then, Sawyer. Get it right. Up in the air. And this one is going to be 6 more. Glorious shot.
Yeah, just wonder here whether the fielder gets caught off the line, and as he's backtracking, if he stays where he was, whether he has a chance on this. We get a good chance to look at it here as we see the other replay. So we'll see where he is and where the ball goes. Yeah, maybe not. You don't quite see where the ball is, but CP comes off the line and then struggles to get back. 47, Burton has moved on to pretty rapidly.
Rapidly indeed.
And that will be the 50, and it will come up with another Maximo Manos. Arriba, Vitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. And Whitley Burton, the captain of Serbia, finally has something to smile about as he brings up his 50, and he brings it up in 15 deliveries. What a knock, but they haven't bowled bad. They haven't bowled well to him, Charlie.
No, 360-degree hitting, though, by the way. All the way down at point and mid-off, and also down at on the fine leg area as well. Dave B saying it was a 6pence for a flake with crushed peanuts and chocolate or strawberry sauce, and a 3pence for a normal ice cream no flake.
Well, I can vouch and clearly tell you that even I don't remember that, Charlie. Even I don't remember that.
Yeah, of course, get your questions in, folks. It's last time that I'll be alongside Rico for a good amount of time, actually. I'm trying to think when we could next be on. I don't know.
And well done to the youngster, Sawyer. Full and straight. Burton goes back to his old ways, goes across the line, and he gets done. So after bringing up his 50, 53 or 15, ball number 16 sees the end of him. And it's the young Alex Sawyer who brings up the wicket. Well bowled to him. And I wonder if is that his first international? It might be his first one on T10 international duty, but it's full and straight, and he knocks down the timber.
It's not. He's not on debut international-wise. Of course, has played a T20 international against Luxembourg last year. But yeah, he wanted that wicket. He was waiting. He's been waiting his turn, hasn't he, to get a chance. But yeah, credit to him. That's going to be a nice way to bring up a wicket. First wicket in the tournament for him. 86 for 1 at the end of 4.
Yeah, it's a nice moment. Still, plenty of runs on the ball, but this is what we were worried about, that once they perhaps lost this first wicket, that they might then struggle to try and, well, maybe not even keep up with the rate, but even if they went at half the rate, they'll end up with a decent score.
Absolutely. Even if they get another 40, 120, that's going to be an interesting one for Gibraltar to take on. They might chuck Ghazi to open just to sort of say, come on, what have you got? See if you can get back some of those runs you conceded off that first over. Of course, went for 29 off that first, didn't he? So he'll be saying, go on, try and get them back. Do something on your last game.
Yeah, well done to Sawyer. First T10 international wicket.
Big wicket as well.
Something to remember, yeah, and a big wicket. Horrocks being hit down the ground. Difficult one this for Bruce, but he deals with it nicely as that bobbles away.
Thank you, Louis. I wasn't getting up. I was not moving for that. Oh, dear. What a 2 weeks it's been, though, Rico. It's reminisce a little bit. We've had a couple of crazy moments. Of course, hat-tricks, centuries. No fifers. Did we have no Michelle? No Michelle. Viral moments, though.
That's gone. That's just too good there for Zimanic, and he will go. And unfortunately, it's going to be a first ball golden duck for Vuskan Zimanic. Just a really good delivery in good areas, good pace. Just have a look at this delivery. And catches the edge. Sharp catch there, taken by Hillman as well. So this was the worry, Charlie.
Yeah, sort of the revolving door was closed for a few overs, but it might be open now. So that's going to be 87 for 2. Good questions coming in. As John says, what was your favourite local delicacy in Bulgaria?
Ooh. Now you got me thinking. I'm going to say a lot of people I know you're not a big fan.
Oh, don't do this.
The yogurt with the cucumber on a day like now, nice and cold. It's got to be done, and the cheeses are pretty nice as well.
I was just going to say, so every restaurant that I've been to since being here, there's a side that they always do, and it's it's chips with the cheese on top. I know it's obviously from different places, but it's a certain type of cheese. It's very yummy. Oh, not far away as this is Duggett. She's come out at 4.
They also have, I don't know if you've seen them in the supermarkets, but they also have like they're a bit like naan bread, but they're stuffed, and they're stuffed with cheese or spinach. So they're like almost a better way to describe them is like 2 chapatis stuffed, another chapati on top, very, very soft. If you just grill them on a pan either side, they are delicious. They really are. And the only place that I've seen them is here. They're I don't know what they're called because of course all the sort of branding on it is just
the
can't read
jumbo.
it. They can't read it, but they're very nice.
Monica's asked, where are you from? Where am I from? I originally born just outside of London in Essex, and then moved to Spain when I was 9, and I've kind of been back and forth between there and the UK ever since. So hence why I've got no accent, no Essex accent, it's just a classic English one.
Sort of turn around the corner, and well, this goes there, the sort of one-handed stop.
At the moment, though, of course, as I said, a couple of wickets, and they're right back into this. And I think that's why Gibraltar didn't really look like they were sort of losing their patience out in the field. I think they knew that get a couple of wickets and you're right into them. Of course, Io's still there, can certainly maybe provide a bit of a fight back here after losing a couple of wickets in quick succession.
Horrocks, I think I said that this morning, I think his bowling is just come on leaps and bounds from the last match we saw him in yesterday and today. He puts a lot of effort in, not just in his bowling, but in his fielding as well. We've seen him throw himself around. He's certainly going to go back to Jib with a few cuts and bruises. Right, that's high. It's nobody back on the boundary. He don't know where it is. It will go. That's quite a lovely moment, actually. The two umpires looking at each other. This is going to be, well, Ivan's saying it's 4. We'll check it. It's Derek Vinny who's checking it here. But watch the fielder. It's one of those you think, right, I'm going to run and I'm going to see if I can catch it. And then at this point he says, where is it? Where's the ball? Where did it go?
Nikhil Advani, you can't take it out of it. It's going to be a boundary to finish halfway stage. 93 for 2 for Serbia. And of course, Nikhil Advani, you can't keep him out of the action, can you? Oh dear. Well, at the moment, I love this, by the way. I did clock that there was someone, a couple of right at the start of this in the chat. He's called Ahad Vod. He said Serbia win 100%, and then obviously he's changed his mind. He's gone Jib win.
It's not having a lot of faith in them. All right, as the teams have some water and need water out there because it's about 33 degrees, a bit of going back in time. And this is definitely worth mentioning. Back in 2005, another memorable milestone as Shane Warne becomes the first bowler to take 600 wickets. And he did it at Old Trafford, of course, the late, great Shane Warne. And from one great player to another, well, some would disagree. Back on this day in 1977, one of the most highly charged days in English cricket ended with Geoffrey Boycott making his 100th 100 in a perfect piece of stage management. He scored it on his home ground at Headingley, 1977. And, of course, Geoffrey Boycott, some were a fan, some weren't. But Shane Warne, I thought everybody loves Shane Warne. And, of course, it's very sadly missed. Back to the action here, 93 for 2. That will, I believe, be a wide. It will be, yes. A young Sawyer gets a second opportunity. Did pick up a wicket, but went for 24.
Yeah, I'm just in the chat at the moment, just sort of talking about film recommendations. Always happy to take some on board.
Okay, this is for your flight, right?
Yeah. T-minus 6 hours. Not that I'm counting.
Yeah, good here, says Jujic. Another swing and a miss, and it's quite clever here also from Gibraltar. They know that while Ayo is at the other end, they can just afford to put a bit of a squeeze on the field on the offside as well. They've got a short mid-wicket in too. They're happy for him to be there.
Interesting that they don't go with Imanya ahead of Duckett, really. It's a bit of a shock to me.
That's it well, and this is going to test Louis Bruce, but he can't get there. It's going to be 4 runs.
Nice shot from Dekic. That's a really nice bit of work, in all fairness, to get that one away. I'm hearing good things about Dune. Okay, Dune, I might have to. Is that? I'm assuming you're obviously on about the new one. I haven't seen as in the Dune recent one, because of course there was Dune a good few years ago, the older one, the one with. But I'm assuming you're on about the one with Zendaya in it. Okay, up in the air. Someone needs to get underneath it. Sawyer. Oh dear. Well, they both just kind of looked at each other. No one again had any any communication.
Young Sawyer will know, and he'll learn quickly. If you get a chance of your own bowling, unless it's the wicket keeper, you go for it, because sometimes the other players let you down. And this one, I bet you he's now thinking, why didn't I just go for it? It's off my own bowling. It could have been my second wicket.
Now I've got June, Game of Thrones. No, I'm part of the 1% at the moment that in the world that has never seen an episode of Game of Thrones.
Is that all? Is that a fact? 1%?
No, it's not.
No, I was going to say, you had me thinking, wow, that's quite sensational.
But it kind of is.
You haven't watched a single one. Is that because that sort of era of...
Just never got into it, and the thing is, it's now kind of a personality trait that I don't know it. 100 up, by the way, for Serbia.
Yeah, Serbia. Wait, you never know, They could go and put the highest score on the board so far.
They should do from here on in, really.
Yeah, they need to score another... No, a 27 would get them there. But we have seen teams, and including Gibraltar, that towards the end of the innings have slowed down rather than accelerated.
I've got an interesting one. Monica's just gone, you could play Uno, but Uno on my own? That doesn't sound great. How does that work? Not too sure. Game of Thrones. Yeah, just never got into it for me, really.
Pretty full, but I think height's okay. It's a slightly slower delivery, and will end up just being a single. They won't mind that.
Picks up a wicket, though, in his spell, and we'll finish with one. And Sawyer will be at the end of the over. Serbia 101 for 2.
That's not a bad over at all. And bearing in mind, he should have perhaps had another wicket as well. Would definitely have had another wicket if somebody at least gone for that cat. So well done to him. Finishes well. And now we can see that more spin. Nikhil Advani going to come on a bowl to try and cause a few more issues by just flighting this ball up. And issue might be when Ayo's on strike, but at the moment is Jujic. Jujic, though, has to play the smart cricket here and try and get Ayo on strike whenever he can.
Yeah, in theory, that's what he's got to be thinking of. Come on then, Nikhil Advani, Mr. Ghost Cricket himself. Shadow Cricket. What can he do? He's playing the real thing at the moment. He's got a couple of overs potentially if he can get a good first one going.
Bounces away, but oh, well, look at that, Mr. Evergreen. If not out one end, is it out the other end? Now we're going to have to wait and see.
Duggage is out anyway, doesn't matter. Duggage is definitely out. His bat was completely up. I think he's gone.
Well, let's have a look. We're going to have to look at both ends here. Now, this is where we're going to test our production partners, Spring Media. Let's have a look. So Gals did with the fielding. This is this side, and that's close. I want to slow it right down here. Slow this right down first. Let's make sure here. Now that I think it's okay. So now let's
hang on.
Let's go to the. Yeah, I'm just going by. Yeah, now. Well, that's that end. We'll leave them pondering about that, and let's now go to the other side and see if this is any clearer. So this is the
side. IO is out.
They've given IO out
Told
here.
you.
Okay. I thought you were saying the other side is definitely out.
Because I wasn't sure about the other one.
Well, that side is definitely
but
out.
But IO's going to be out at the strikers. Told you.
Mark Gals, well, he's
there you go.
Hasn't started brilliantly,
Gowsy.
but he will get some fantasy points here with that brilliant bit of lightning quick pick up and throw fielding.
Go on the boy, Nikhil, straight into the action, picks up a team wicket. 101 for 3 now. Good work here as well, and yeah, good call. I think that line there is out. Probably could have done with that one being painted again a few weeks ago. Nevertheless, though, IO will go. And now it could be trouble ahead for Serbia. In the onside from Nemanja Zimonjic. This one is going to get played out. There's Pyle. Does very, very well. Onside, dropped. They're going to be singles here. Now, with the wickets that have fallen, just feel that they may struggle to get up to that 127 now, Rico.
Yeah, well, this is what I say 100. He said, yeah, they should do. And I'll say, well, as we both know, once wickets fall, especially the wickets of Burton and AO, the runs can struggle.
Do you know what that run out was, by the way?
I think foot could be in the air here, Charlie.
I think he's gone.
I think the foot could be in the air, and this could be Hillman picking up another stumping.
His foot's on the line there.
Let's see here. Heel still in the air, out. That is out. That's really good work because he never slides it along the deck and back. He slides it back and up, and as a result of that, he's out. Can you see why I was thinking the run out was in? Because I was going by that mark as being
no,
the in.
but that's it's across that in the middle.
It
where
goes
it is.
that. Oh yeah, of course the pitch does that.
The pitch bends left.
Yeah.
Excellent bit of work from Hillman. Nice little moment for him. Excellent indeed. And Nemanja again just struggling. And I tell you now, I don't think they're going to get to 127 here.
Well, yeah. Zimovic will go for just one.
I was just going to say, with that run out, you know the run when I asked you a couple of days ago, what's one rule you would bring in? You can have 2 wickets in 1 ball.
Yeah.
There you are.
Yeah, that's the one. You're right. It's one I mentioned. You touched on it. A few other people said they liked that idea.
Buyan.
Oh, this could be another, but he's not the best of throws, unfortunately.
Oh,
now they could go again.
Gowsy.
Well, they'll get 2. They'll get 2 from what should have been nothing, and Advani is hopping around. Yeah, I think he's as he's gone down to pick that one up, he's probably caught himself on something. But, oh dear, if he only had got a good throw in here, it would have been another run out, but it wasn't a good throw. And then Hillman probably should have held on to it.
I don't mind it. You've got to go for it. I think this is the first time where today's just been, or even the 2 weeks. I don't think we've had a day hotter than today.
Today is probably one. I think we had one the first 2 or 3 days.
First 2 days were quite warm, weren't they?
And this is now really
this
got
is
very
scorching.
hot.
34.
Plays it away.
Louis Bruce, 19 years of age, telling Gowsy, I won't tell you his age, says, get down, Gowsy, get down. 42, by the way, that's how old he is.
End of the over. Dear. Nice one there from Advani, keeping it nice and simple. 2 wickets would fall there. And that's one run out and one that which does go to him. And I think some of the boys are saying adios to us.
Of course, this is what's coming up over the next couple of weeks. Bulgaria, well, that will fly off the page from tomorrow. And I know that John Hazel will be happy to see that Malta series will be on that screen coming up from tomorrow. So plenty of cricket, of course, yet to come. Still lots to go. Dave said, of course, he called on to what we were saying. He said if the rules changed, it would have been a double wicket. Wayne turned around and said, if my grandmother had wheels, she'd have been a bike.
I've heard that saying before.
Do you know where it's from?
Go on.
Gino De Campo on this morning.
The what?
Gino De Campo, you know the chef, the Italian chef,
yeah.
with Holly Willoughby, on this morning. Here's Sean Delgado.
I just remember, I don't know if they've done another one since, but a few years ago, I remember him and Ramsey and one other. They were sort of on the road, weren't they, in a camper van. It was hilarious, and so I remember them from that.
I could imagine you sitting there liking that, actually.
It was so funny. I just chipped this up in the air. There's nobody there at short mid-wicket. They will take one, then they turn it into two because Chris Pyle, without the gloves on, doesn't take it cleanly.
My grandmother had a wheel, she'd have been a bike. It's good, that. It is good. Yeah, Wayne likes Gino, rightfully so. Good areas from Delgado.
Delgado gets a wicket. Oh, yeah, wonderful. Well, it's all about the youngsters having their moment, and that's what I've loved about this tournament. You touched on it earlier, said, hasn't it been great that we've seen so many youngsters? It has been fantastic. Of course, the Zimaniches we've talked about the Dowlings, we've talked about Oscar Duff and Sawyer, and here we go. It's another one, and what another magical moment this is for a young bowler. Picks up a wicket.
Yeah, incredible stuff, and I believe first international wicket for him as well. So credit to him, and nice to see as well is that what you can see is everyone was up celebrating that one, not only out in the field but also those watching from the sidelines for Gibraltar. So credit to him, well done Sean. And in this one, but Serbia has been a day for cricket where it hasn't worked, but Serbia, Olympic champions in water polo. There you go, there's something to celebrate. Well bowled. Love this.
Well bowled. And you know what? It's not just his first international wicket. It's his first wicket on the European Cricket Network. And he does it international style. So well done. What a proud moment for the Delgados. Oh, it could be another. Oh, just fingertips away. And they'll come through and take a single.
I'm glad he didn't dive because I think he would have lost some of the skin on his head. Watch this, though. Good areas from a leggy. Oh, look at that. See, this is what I'm saying. A youngster, a young leggy for Bulgaria would be class. Just saying. Oh.
This gets played away, and it'll get past the younger Mark Gowers, and we'll go for 4.
Yeah. Well, listen, as a leggy, they always will probably offer one bad ball in the over. Just finishes it with a bit of a loose snap and a bit of a loose delivery from Sean Delgado. What an over, though. Just still 7 coming off it, picking up a wicket. And, well, Serbia, 1-1-3 at the end of 8 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, look at the first 4 overs, by the way. 29, 7, 26, 24, and it was 86 for 1. And then the next 4 have gone 7, 8, 5, and 7. And, of course, no prizes for guessing that all happened when the likes of Winterley Burton and Otto Ayo had been dismissed. So they're going to carry on with spin from Advani to bowl his second.
Yeah, and I think they'll probably go with Delgado at the end. I think they're going to want to ask these to maybe hit over the top and realistically say, go on, we'll catch you out in the deep. That's probably what I'd go with anyway. I've not played in much T10 cricket, so who would listen to me? Hey? No one.
They'll listen to you, Charlie. You got the experience now. Well bowled, well played, and a well run in the end.
Yeah, good single, cheeky single.
Serbia, credit to them. They have passed, once again, the 100 mark. It's their highest score. And let's see if, who knows, with a bit of a bat swing, bit of luck, they might even get to, well, they might even get to a 120 plus.
I'll be happy to see the 2 youngsters pick up wickets in Delgado and Sawyer.
Worth an appeal. This could be out, you know. It will be out. It gets given. I like the fact that Vinu takes his time, but I just think the batter's gone low to play it across the line. And, yeah, I think that ball is probably going to go and hit the stumps. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it was initially, yeah. The question might be height, but I think it's probably already going down as in reality. Look at it, Advani, pumped as ever, rightfully so.
Yeah, I think this is probably on the way down. You see them. I think it's a good chat. I think a lot of umpires.
There's enough there.
Yeah, a lot of umpires will say, no, you know, but no, I think The
Well,
ball is probably going to hit the top. So umpire's in the best position and gives it. Seen him given, seen him not.
114 for 6. Ademi.
That one's come out wrong, actually.
I was just going to say, of course, a man who will be very happy with the juniors getting wickets, and also with the fact that the senior and Advani gets a wicket. Of course, a man who works spend a lot of time with the youngsters. Cunningham, Richard Cunningham, of course. Good appeal. Oh yeah. Ooh.
I think the ooh is he's probably thinking if I had waited, I could have done it a bit later, because I think you'll see this. Just watch here at the moment. When those stumps go down, watch what happens with the foot. So he knocks them over, and then just after that, the batter then does that. That's why he's saying ooh.
Ooh, Cantona.
2 for 7. And now this is given on the field of play. We'll forget 2 for 7. Let's call it 3 for 7. Every time Nicola Advani has been called upon to bowl, he has taken wickets. And that's why we've always said this. You've got to have a combination in your attack. So let's see here. So here comes the delivery. Comes forward and
Encroaching.
ooh,
That's encroaching.
Those gloves there. Did he go just
That's
a little
encroaching.
bit too far in front of the stumps now? Now they might just ask the batter just to wait there for a moment. Let's see if the third umpire wants to. And that's Mahelo's third, but I think Charlie's onto something here. There might just be a whisker in front of the stumps.
It's tough because the angle's not exactly side on, so it's pretty tricky, but never know.
Oh, it gets pushed to. I thought they were saying no, no, no while they were running, but they do take the single. It's going to be another one. So 116, 7 balls to go in the innings. Flighted and beats the batter. That's going to be at the end of a terrific spell of bowling. And Nicola Advani takes 3 for 8. Serbia are 116 for 7 at the end of 9.
No issues with his gloves that time around, but very good though, very, very good indeed. And well, they are going to stick with spin, and rightfully so, as Delgado. But see that, and over to go, 116 for 7.
Right, so one more liking this is go back to the youngster Delgado and say, come on, get us one more, get us one more. Delgado will love the opportunity to pick up another wicket. Remember, he's picked up his first wicket on the European Cricket Network, and he's played in the national team here, and he's done it on national duty. What a moment for him. Can he get another?
Go, Shawnee.
Played nicely, bobbles away, and they're happy and content with just taking a single here. So slowly, surely maybe getting to a 120.
127 though. That's what they want to be at. I don't think they're going to get there, Rico.
And fields it off his own bowling. Well done.
Very good.
Saranek trying to get it away, but not able to get good clean contact.
Where was you saying, is this looks like a better camera? I think it's just the sunlight working its magic, in all honesty.
Hey, Charlie and
Hey.
everybody else, we have
Hey.
got a special coming up at the end of this innings.
Have we?
Something that I know Diana has been frantically working on today. She had a few issues, but it is ready. You'll remember you covered for me for about a match and a bit when myself and Diana went to one of Prakash's Bulgarian restaurants. Of course, it's got 2 restaurants, Bulgarian restaurant and an Indian. Oh, this one,
Fine.
we'll have to look at the second bounce, actually.
No, it's fine. It's past the crease.
So the 2 umpires look at each other. They give themselves the thumbs up, say it's okay. So, yeah, we're in Bulgaria. We know that Prakash is a bit of a master chef. And 1 bounce and
Past the crease. It's
past
fine.
the crease is okay. So watch out for that. So straight after these innings and after the scorecards. Gals, it's turning out to be an innings that he wants to forget. Didn't start well with 29 coming off his over the first. He dropped the catch, and then he's had a couple that have gone through him again.
He has to open the batting. He's got to get these runs back for his side.
He does have to. So look out for that. A bit of a behind-the-scenes special with a bit of special content there from Rakesh Mishra.
Ahat's back. Says Jib win. I like Ahat. He's a simple man, 2-word man himself. Well, 3-word. Serbia, Jib, win. Jib win. You think Jib win?
Jib win? Jib win?
Maybe Jib win. Serbia, maybe win.
Do you think 6 runs for 128 and a high score so far? Don't think so.
No. Maybe. Come on, Hartley. Prove us wrong. Last ball, maybe.
It could be a wide. Let's see. It's
Has to be a wide, right?
Has to be run out, but will this be a wide?
What's going on here? Unless it's clipped something.
Let's see the ball again. Maybe it does catch something. Let's have a look. It hit the pad. I don't think it hits anything.
That's got to be a wide then.
Yeah, it's got to be wide. I think that's what the batters are saying. It's got to be a wide if nobody touches it. So
wide ball.
I think it'll be run out and a wide. It will be the right. So definitely run out. And if the batter on strike, that will be out because it didn't cross. The ball. I mean, unless they're saying this has touched a bit of the bat on the pad, which we don't know. I think they will say it's a wide because new batter looks like he is coming out to face what will be the last ball. So to get one more.
It is a wicket though.
Yeah, it is a wicket.
Oh, hang on a second. But now, is it the right person who's out? Yeah, he is. They haven't crossed. So it will be Hartley who will go. And well, the new batter should be on strike. A little bit too much going on for the last ball in this heat.
That was very weird, wasn't it? Because there was hardly appeal. There was hardly anything. There was nothing from the umpires. And we were thinking, well, unless we're missing something, definitely
of course,
wide.
It's essentially last wicket, this, isn't it? Of course, I know it's the last ball, but
yeah,
one thing to remember. Stanijevic, last ball.
Oh, is it? I don't think that's the last one either because that's he should be trying to get back. I don't think he wants to.
No,
well, no, you're not going to make it, my son. You're not going to make it. He's going to be out.
Why have they done that?
That is just, that is so silly. It really is because that is now going to be the end of the innings because there's nobody else to come. So, on what would have been a free hit. I don't think I've ever seen this. I don't think in all the matches I've seen, and we're talking coming up to over 5,000, I don't think I've ever seen an innings end like this where there is a no ball, it will be a free hit, but the batters run themselves out, and that means that a free hit stays out there. That is just crazy. What wasn't crazy, though, was a lovely send-off that Gow's got coming onto the field. Even the Pigeons were in it, but the only problem was the batters weren't obliging. His first over went for 29.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, there was a nice send-off, but then it wasn't because, yeah, you're right, the batters had something to say about it. And, yeah, I have to say that, of course, there was a few misfields in there for Gibraltar. They weren't quite at it in the first half. But what a start to the innings it was, though, in this one, of course. The likes of Burton and Ayo going wonderfully to start with.
Yeah, that was good delivery right on the stumps. Knocks the stumps over, beautifully done. That was well taken as well. That was a great one from Horrocks. So after what was a great start from the likes of Burton and Ayo, it was then Gibraltar who came back pretty strongly.
Yeah, it was. A couple of boundaries, though, that got away. That was nice from Gowsy, and of course ended up being a run-out, wasn't it? As it was the end of Ayo. Well, it would have been out at both ends, but if, as everyone has been saying, if my grandmother had a wheel, she'd be a bike.
Yeah, and this one also was very close. This was taken, no problems whatsoever, and what a lovely moment that was for the young bowler. But there were more lovely moments to come. Advani was asking, he was wanting, he would get the LB. I don't think there was any doubt about it really, but I like the way that Vino thought hard about it and thought, yeah, I'm happy with that, and the wicket does get given. We'll have a quick look at the scorecards here, and what you will see is what we've said already, that it was Wintley Burton who made a very good start, hitting the ball very well, getting to a half century, but as soon as he got to that half century, he would lose his wicket. And Ayo, well, once again, showing that he is and had been one of the most consistent batters all the way through. And on the bowling front, we're having an issue with those scorecards. On the bowling front, a number of bowlers were used there, but once again, Nikhil Advani taking 3 for 8. But well done to the youngsters, Ali Sawyer and also there Delgado, who bowled very well. Well, scorecards are coming up there, and just straight after these scorecards there, we're going to go on to some ECN special content. We are in Bulgaria, and we're going to take the opportunity to, well, let's just say, to take you to Prakash Mishra's restaurant. Not only is he a sensational cricketer, but a very good chef as well. And he talks us through some of the delicious food that you find here in Bulgaria. That coming right up after the scorecards. So stay tuned and let us know what you think of the content straight afterwards.
Hello viewers, Rika Full here of the European Cricket Network in Bulgaria. It's the 5th year that we've come to Bulgaria, and in that time we've seen cricket develop and grow here. More players and more teams. One man that's been instrumental in that, we know him as Mr. Cricket himself in Bulgaria, is Prakash Mishra. We're going to find out a little bit more about the love of cricket and also the love of food from Prakash Mishra. Prakash, thank you very much for inviting us to this beautiful Bulgarian restaurant.
Thank you for coming, and thank you for coming out of the cricket in my Bulgarian restaurant, and hope you like the food and the traditional Bulgarian things we can show you in Bulgaria.
Looking forward to it. Prakash, before we move on to this glorious food, I want to talk a little bit about the cricket, because I know that our viewers have been following the European Cricket Network and us here in Bulgaria for 5 years. You've always featured, you're instrumental here in Bulgaria, you always look after us. Tell us a little bit more about Prakash Mishra and where the cricket journey started.
Everyone play cricket in India. Like when they're born, they get the bat in their hand first. So my dream was to play in a higher level in India, but somehow we can't get it because they're big competition. So I left cricket, but I don't left like totally. I left the level of cricket playing there. I started my hotel management. But when I come back in Bulgaria, I started again playing. I get a chance to play national team, involved with the kids, involved to grow cricket in Bulgaria, and I love this sport. And I'm gonna keep playing. I'm 45 now. I'm still playing. I don't know how long I'll play, but till time I'm standing, I'll play.
Your passion for cricket speaks for itself. For all the years, like I said, we've been here. You've been a top performer. Even now, I mean, you mentioned your age, still performing well, over 1,000 runs on the European Cricket Network, and I think by the time this current 2024 tournament is over, be over 50 wickets as well. But let's focus on the food side. How did your love affair with food start?
In India, first I had to choose career, so I was thinking to go in cricket, but they're big competition, like this, everybody want to be playing in national team, they want to play in domestic, they want to play in the Ranji leagues, but I don't get chance there, so I decided to move from cricket to cooking. And I saw my mom to cooking every day at home, and from there I was helping her in cooking, so I go from there, and I just give my more interest in cooking. So I did my hotel management in 2002, pass out from India. After that I went so many countries, like London, I went in UK, I went in South Korea, I was in Malaysia, and finally when I came in Bulgaria as a chef working in the company 2005, and I worked 2.5 years in the company, and then after that I start, at the same time people know me as a chef, so I start my own business, my own restaurants, and I opened my Indian restaurant first in 2008.
So Indian food in Bulgaria, I know from my own experiences, when I introduced Indian food in Spain in my own restaurant, it took a while for the locals to get used to the flavors. I think they have misconception about Indian food always being spicy. Did you experience the same sort of situations?
Indian cuisine, the people think always that Indian cuisine is spicy, chili and curry powder, but it took me more than 5 years to make people understand that Indian cuisine is about spices, not about spicy, not about curry powder, and it took a long time to reach my goals, but I reached my goals because we have to be educated people about Indian cuisine. It took time. It took struggle. It's so much struggle from my side, but we achieved something that time.
Your Indian food at your restaurant Saffron is amazing, and I think everyone on the European Cricket Network knows about the food, and every time they're coming here to Bulgaria, that's one place they don't want to visit on a number of occasions. What I'm interested to know is how does somebody who primarily primarily started with Indian food, moved over and learnt about Bulgarian food?
As a professional chef from background from a kitchen, I always try to learn something new. I always want to learn different cuisine than my Indian cuisine. Indian cuisine I have learned in India and I'm still working on that. So when I came in Bulgaria, it's my interest to know about the Bulgarian cuisine and I get into in the Bulgarian cuisine. I went in the internet, I check in the videos, I go through in the restaurant. I always try different things to do new things and we invent the Sarana Sol, the Bulgarian cuisine.
So Prakash, we've talked about the Bulgarian food and I know it looks absolutely outstanding. It's time now for us to have a look and also, more importantly, have a taste. Some delicious food in front of us here. And we've got one of the workers here. Let us know, what's your name first and where you're from?
My name is Belislava. I'm from Sofia.
You've been in catering for how many years now?
For 15 years.
15 years, okay.
Yes.
Well, I see some beautiful plates here in front of us. This one looks very delicious. Tell me a little bit about this dish.
This is a pancake with yellow cheese, mushrooms, corn, and cream.
Okay. And is there chicken inside this one? Is there
And
chicken?
yes, of course.
Chicken dish. Okay.
Chicken.
Now, is this a popular dish in Bulgaria?
Yes. It's
And what would you call this dish?
Palachinka.
This looks too good not to tuck into. It's all of my favorite ingredients. I love the toasted cheese, the chicken inside. So let's take a bite out of this and let's see what we think. Oh, wow, that was spectacular. I have a soft spot for cheese. It's cheesy, crispy on the outside, and inside the chicken is beautiful. I'm loving it. Now let's move on to the second dish. Prakash, tell us a little bit about what we have here.
So we have the roasted pork in the oven with the mushroom sauce with the mixed vegetable along with this.
Looks terrific.
Please try.
I will do. I'm getting stuck in.
Melt in mouth.
This is spectacular. Now we move on to our third and last dish. But I guess this looks very much like a barbecue.
Yes, it's a traditional Bulgarian grill. It's called kebabchita. The mixed meat with the beef and pork. This is called kipteta meatballs. And with both we have spices, cumin seed, cumin powder. So it goes with the cumin powder also. And it's a traditional Bulgarian. And it's along goes with the green salad also, the baked potato also, French fry also. What we are giving here, the green salad.
Okay, it looks amazing. Time for me to tuck in. Really get the spices.
Yes.
Right now the kipteta, which I believe has cumin inside. The meat is so succulent and so juicy, and you get that cumin.
Thank you.
Fabulous. It's time for something sweet. This is called tumbiska. To me, it looks very much like gulab jamun.
It tastes like gulab jamun, but it's a history of, it's influence of Turkish and Greek influence in the dessert. But mostly you can find most of the restaurants in Bulgaria, they sell this dessert. It's called tumbiska.
All right, I'm ready to give it a go.
It's a fried milk and flour. The syrup in the deep fried and you put in the syrup.
Very similar, as you say, to gulab jamun. What I like about it, as soon as you bite into it, you get all of that moisture and juices. Probably a little bit dissimilar to gulab jamun. Gulab jamun has a lot of syrup in the bowl. With these, it's inside.
Inside, yes.
The flavour really hits you when you bite in. Prakash, thank you very much indeed. My taste buds have come alive. The food has been absolutely sensational. I wish you all the best for the rest of your season.
Thank you.
Well, folks, I hope you like a little insight to Bulgarian food. Remember, stay tuned to European Cricket Network for some more behind-the-scenes content coming your way.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final innings of our campaign here in Gibraltar, and it's day 2, the end of day 2 of the international series. Serbia have got 125 on the board. They almost got to that 127. That means Gibraltar needing 126 for victory. 87 is the bonus point equation. We'll leave that out there. Thank you very much for all your lovely messages to do with the video. So yeah, just loving the work and the effort there from Prakash Mishra. Not only does he give 100% when it comes to playing the cricket, but he's pretty good behind the scenes on the food front as well. That's a nice start. It's going to be 4 runs to start. That's a cracking shot. Cuatro carreras. Paul gets going, and he's off with a flash. And well, Ivanovic just needs to get this in the right areas. It's a good shot that goes away. Yes, Charlie Hunt joins you back in the cube.
Thanks, Rico. Nice start. As it starts off with a boundary, so that will go all the way for 4. And yeah, not the best of starts for Vukas Zimonjic at the moment. Oh, carved away this time through the offside. Does get something on this. Does Mustafizar Buyan. Gets that one away. And, oh dear, more troubles in the field. It's another one that goes astray. And now they're going to come back for at least a few. I think that's going to be 3, you know. Not the best of starts. It is going to be at least 3. As Pyle gets that one away. Not the best.
They've got to be tired. This is one area they let themselves down against Bulgaria. Even they got good runs on the ball. They let themselves down in the area where they've been normally pretty good. That's with the ball. So they've got to be focused here if they want their one and only victory in this international series.
Driven firmly into the offside. Ferrari gets off the mark. I see him pushed up to the top. I don't mind it. Of course, coming into this tournament was a little bit cold turkey. Played in the World Cup qualifiers, but since before then has struggled with his injuries. But yeah, of course, got 60 on day 1 in first game for Gibraltar.
Yeah, it's good to see him up there. I can see if he can finish the way that he started as well.
Wide ball, can't bowl there.
Yeah, it's well left. And what I liked about Ferrari all the way through here is that you know, he's given all the batters an opportunity, hasn't he? He hasn't been greedy, you know, just because he scored runs on that match 1. He hasn't thought, right, you know, I've got to be up the top of the order all the time, and because I'm in form, he's sort of shared it about, and it's worked a treat. And now I think it's only fair that he gets the opportunity to end on a high.
100%. Oh, big swing and gets through the keeper. That's poor. Not good enough, I'm afraid. That's going to be that is going to be 4 byes.
Yeah, Hartley just doesn't really get off the ground. I mean, it is a very quick delivery, but you know you're going to get that from Zimonjic. But yeah, he's got to do better there. That one gets through him. It's going to be 4 byes. So trying to keep it tidy, but runs, the leaking runs here, 13 have already come off the over.
Yeah, of course, they're going to be looking to what would be a record chase in this international series. And I actually think it might be one. If they chase us down Gibraltar, it would be a record chase for the 2 weeks we've been here. You know, off the top of my head. Off the pad, asking the question. Delric turns him down. And Zimonjic, well, the Serbians, this is one thing I'm going to say. I'm not going to harp on it. Need to improve their attitude. Sorry, I'm going to say it. Just can't continuously. Oh, you see, and now he's just completely shoulder barged him here. It's a joke. I'm sorry. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. You don't shoulder barge. I'm sorry. See that there? Credit to Chris for not making a deal out of this, but I'm not having that. Don't care if it's a game that doesn't mean much to anyone or anything. Not okay. And now into the onside. They'll get a single. Kieran has to get a move on. That's well done.
Yeah, it's well run, well backed up there. So Zimonjic, yeah, just I suppose young, getting excited, too excitable. But that's where the captain really has to take control of things as well. Wintley Burton, I know he's a bit inexperienced, but he'll get, with experience, he'll be able to contain these issues. You can't, you know, you don't want people to be getting hot-headed, because if you get into that frame of mind, Charlie, you're not going to play good cricket.
It's just ugly. It's not pretty. It's just... It's rude as well, more than anything. I don't care what it is. End of the over. It's 15 without loss. Not impressed. Sorry. And listen, the last thing you probably want to do at the end of a 2-week stint in 30-odd degrees every day is do something negative, because it's going to get harped on. Sorry. It's not good enough. You got to agree with me here, right? You can't do that.
I didn't see the shoulder barge actually you were talking about, but the LBW appeal for me is just, yeah, he's disappointed, but it's not out. The umpire is not out. You've got to get on with it. And I think he was also disappointed that he wasn't getting too much support in the appeal from his players. But of course, they're only going to appeal if they think it's out. So, yeah, he's just. I think it's been a frustrating time here for Serbia.
Even if there wasn't contact, it's still an invasion of personal space that was not necessary.
Didn't see it. So
it's just honestly, I'll go back. I'm going to go back here on the stream and I'm going to show you. Is that okay?
Okay. Yeah.
I'm going to
show
take
me.
a moment.
Here comes Wintley as well. Oh, that's. He gets very lucky stopping this with his foot. Wintley Burton goes too wide. So. The fielder there at backward point, I think, is having problems with the pigeons at the moment. The pigeons have turned up. I'm not sure why that particular part of the ground. It's got to try and find out. Maybe somebody secretly is coming up at night and just putting down some seeds there or something. But they're always there. Wintley Burton. This time it's a little bit closer. And he gets a dot ball through.
There we go. I found it doesn't just get caught on stream. It's just at the top of the screen. But look at that. You see that? Trust me, he completely goes into his personal space unnecessarily. Look.
I suppose it doesn't really show it properly on the stream.
Trust me, I saw it. Now, through covers. Now it's going to be 4 runs. Not going to chase that one. Nice shot from Kieran Ferrari.
Yeah, nice shot. Beautifully played. Playing the ball on merit. The thing is here, he knows what Wintley Burton's going to do. He knows where the ball is going to do. He knows what he's trying to do. So he's already ready. And he plays away easily. Burton fighting to get his team something. Fighting for a good finish here.
Move on from it. But I tell you what, my blood's boiling. Again, nicely played. And that's going to be 4 again. Not going to get there. It's a lovely, delicate shot from Ferrari. Shot making at its finest.
Look at these pigeons. They don't even move. The grizzly doesn't even worry them. Charlie, look, they're just like, we don't care. Grizzly? What grizzly? Look at them. They don't care. They just sort of hop out of the way and said, it's only the grizzly. We've been used to that over the past fortnight. And, well, Wintley Burton may need to, if that's his approach, he needs to give himself a bit more protection out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I'm not going to bring it up again, but I'm just going to say there's been a couple of moments where their attitude has not been okay. Outside edge, 4 runs. I think Wintley has a bit of a giggle at this one, but unfortunately, it's a quick delivery because it flies off the outside edge.
Yeah, but then at the same time, I said Ferrari here, he knows what he's doing. That's not an edge. That is not an edge. You'll see that again. He knows exactly what he's doing. Gets the wrist involved, and he's just trying to get rid of those pigeons. They don't want to know. They're just saying, we're staying here. We're not going anywhere.
Reminds me of the Oval. The Oval always has a few issues with pigeons, in all fairness. Ferrari, 18 off 7 at the moment. Good strike rate, of course. Got 65 in that first game and then struggled in the next one. I think he was sort of 10 off 17, which wasn't great. Not a bad start there. So he loves pace on the ball, you can just tell. And again, confidently driven through cover. Extra cover will do the work.
He's doing what we saw him do when he scored that 50. He just bats with a lot of time. I think you said at the time the way he keeps his body perfectly still, playing the shot. Very elegant, wristy player of the ball. So he doesn't try to hit the ball too hard. He plays it beautifully. He's got time. I think that's the best way to describe it. He has so much time when he's playing those shots. That's the way it's looking. Of course, Gibraltar, whatever the outcome of this match, cannot be toppled. They are the winners of this European Cricket International, featuring, of course, those 3 sides. But, of course, they would love to make it a clean sweep, winning all 6 of their matches. And certainly, they're a team that have played and deserve that. They really, there's no doubt about it. They've been the better team.
Absolutely.
Nobody's come close.
In all 3 regards of the game.
Yeah.
Short and pumped into the onside. Bit of work to do for the fielder. Can he get down and chase it? No, even with the boot, not going to get there. Zimonjic can't get there. And that's going to be a boundary to start the over. And good again from Ferrari.
Yeah, Nemanja tries to get his footballing skills into play. A bit of the old slide tackle. But that Grizzly, once it gets away from you, you're not going to catch it. You're not going to stop it.
So then, Serbia, can they find something here? 89 off 47 at the moment. And of course, for Gibraltar to get something here. Do I tell Vukasin, who's next to us, that wasn't out, by the way, the LBW? Pumped onside. And this is going to be fielded by Nemanja Zimonic. He does well. Should I tell him? It wasn't out.
Away. No, it wasn't out.
It was no way near out. And then went off on one.
It was on the way up.
Ah, bowlers, honestly, who'd have them? Oh dear, was no way near out. I also got some intel that apparently it felt a little bit like World War III in that dugout at one point after that run out in the last in the end of that last innings. This one's going to be a chance. Gets through him. 4 runs. No commitment from Nemanja out there.
Oh dear, and yeah, he has so much time, but he almost gets rooted to the ground. Well, he's rooted there like the pigeons are in that third man area. He doesn't want to move like they don't want to move.
You're obsessed with those pigeons.
Yeah, he doesn't want to. He don't.
Get the old.
That's a shame.
But get the old debt collectors.
They're just not moving. Look, the fielders are there. The Grizzlies go out there saying no. But and somebody in the chat say maybe Prakash is feeding them as well over there.
Have you not noticed that in the last 10 years that pigeons have developed to not really be scared of humans?
Yeah, but in those public areas where people are feeding them and stuff, yeah. But in an area like this, anyway, it could be a cat. Well, there's not just the pigeons that are being fed. And this time round, it is Ayo that gets fed. Well, he doesn't get to 20 this time. He gets out. That's unusual.
Very rare for him. Got an opportunity, but doesn't cash in. But again, credit to him for, well, I have to say, for holding his nerve in a moment of slight madness for me. But comes to an end. Good catch by Ayo.
Yeah, Ayo takes the catch. The wicket does fall. Well done to Rehman.
Yeah, how crazy is it that, but even away from big city centres,
yeah.
You know, I remember when I was a kid at sort of 5 years old, I used to run up to one and they'd all fly away and it was great fun. I was entertained for hours. Now they just sort of look at you and go, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, what do you want? You looking at me?
What are you going to do about it, eh? What you want to do about it?
Yeah, are you looking at me? Yeah, they're just, look, the more they're getting reinforcements.
Are you
coming
talking
in
to
now.
me?
Reinforcements.
Are you talking to me? Thank you. I'm here all week. No, I'm not. I leave this evening.
Demi with the ball.
Hillman in at 3. I like this move. And there you go. Don't bowl there to Hillman because he'll hit you up that hill. Thank you very much. 4 runs.
Yeah, Hillman didn't quite get going in the last match. He got in and then got out and was part of the reason why they didn't finish well against Bulgaria and go on to that 150 score. But 126 was enough. And this time, they needing 126 to win. That'd be quite crazy if they get another 126 here. That'd be a hat trick of 126. Also, I still go back to the question that I was putting before. I don't think I've ever seen an innings finish that way, with a run out with a free hit to go. That was
that's
just
why
crazy.
That's why they were kicking off at each other, and it was a little bit like World War III out there. Shot pulled firmly. That's going to be 1 bounce. Cuatro carreras. Good start for Hillman. 2 boundaries back to back.
Yeah, Derek Vinu, very nice signals from him, by the way, today.
Yeah,
here,
very good.
That's a good shot from Hillman. Too short, puts it away. Lovely timing. And though there is a wicket there for Oman, he will go for 2 boundaries at the end. In fact, 4 boundaries at the over. 17 come from it. But he does get the wicket. Gibraltar, they're on 50 already.
Do you know why you also need to applaud Derek Vinu?
Go on, tell me.
Because he got the answer right.
Did he?
Yeah, he did get it right.
Well, I suppose.
Shush. Shush. Thank you.
Well, it's almost time to give it now,
2
isn't
overs. 2 overs.
All right. Well, why don't we give a clue then? Give a clue.
All right.
Derek Vinu is the clue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Derek Vinu is the clue. No, he's not. That's really obvious.
So, slight change in the field. So, Whitney Burton is going to bowl his second. Why not?
Up and down tournament for him as skipper, isn't it? Has got things right, but also has got a couple bits wrong. Performance has been up and down for him personally as well. Just fends away at this one, Ferrari. Just gets this one slightly wrong, trying to play it away when that sort of area isn't there to play it against as well. It's hot. And we've got to take this cube down.
Hot. Extremely hot.
Got to take the cube down.
Yeah, cube has to come down.
No creepy crawlies to worry about, though.
No, that's the good thing.
Touch wood. Full toss, driven firmly, Io. Very well watched. He's a live wire in the field, and this could be close here. I don't think Ferrari's going to wait. I think he's gone here.
Yeah, I think he's gone. This is very good work. A lovely pickup, good throw, good work from Wintley Burton as well, the captain. He's in the right place. That's what he needs to be. He gets at the stumps quickly. Let's have a look at this. Really good cricket. There's the shot. There's the pickup. There's the throw. And watch this.
Ball watching.
And he's gone, and he knows it as well. He's not going to get home, gone by a long way. So they get another wicket here. So they do get to 50, but the second wicket also falls. And it's the captain, Kieran Ferrari, who's going to have to go.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice moment for Io. Of course, got some runs now involved in the fielding as well. Good work, good pickup as well. You're right, it did take a bit of a mini Tortuga. He did very well.
So Hillman being joined now by Kabir Midpuri, so a slight change. Midpuri deserves to have a bit of a knock, I think. He's bowled extremely well. There's Kabir.
Don't mind this. We knew it was going to happen, really, for Jib. They're not too concerned about getting the win here. I think they want to just sort of give maybe opportunities to those that haven't had a chance with the bat, to be honest. Of course, plenty of action to come on the network over the next 2 weeks, of course. And, well, the countdown will probably begin for the Meltool Shield, of course, at the end of the 2-week stint in Rome. Can't wait for that one. I know that there'll be plenty of eyes on that. Some teams from players from all parts of Europe looking forward to it. And, of course, Richie Cunningham will be involved in that one. This one played away by Hillman, and well fielded in the end by Bhuyan. They'll get one.
Yeah, Hillman hands the strike over to Midpuri, who now gets set to face his first ball.
Kabir. He's bowled well this tournament. Hasn't had a chance with the bat, not been required. Can he get something going here? He'd love to, wouldn't he? He'd like to get a few. 75 off 39, not out of the equation here. Very manageable at just 11 and a halves. Best moment of the 2 weeks, Rika. Come on the spot. I'll give you the ball. I'll give you a delivery.
Just the delivery?
Yeah. Of course, you've not been here for all of it, so.
Yeah, not been here. I mean, missed some of those matches, of course, over 5 days. Yeah,
that you were here for. Do you need more than a ball? Okay. Normally you're quite quick with these.
There's always a big one. I mean, obviously the ton from Jones was exceptional, and it was a great partnership between him and Dunbar.
Oh,
this one tucks him up, but yeah, it's a tough one, really. Tough one.
I mean, mine's obvious.
You're going to have that the viral moment.
Yeah,
I wasn't here for that one, but obviously have seen it, and it was quite extraordinary. It's pretty wacky, actually.
Still doing the rounds. It was on ESPN Cricket Info the other day.
Yeah,
saw that. Done quite a lot, in all honesty. Afternoon to Steve, who jumps in the chat. Good to see you, Steve. It's a great appeal from deep backward point. It's a stunning appeal.
Yeah, I wonder if you just see the running here from Mirpuri as he gets to the other end. It's almost like he's going to trip over. I wonder if it. Just watch him here. I don't know if you can have all of this. So it hits him.
Bat on it and down late,
so
by the way.
He starts running here. Then just at the end here. I don't know what happens there.
Oh, he's all right though. Yeah. As I say, great appeal from deep backward point there.
You don't appeal, you don't get. End of the over. It does. They do pick up a wicket there, courtesy of the run out. So 52, not a bad over. Just a couple come from it as well. So Wintley Burton, a nice little spell from him. Just the 2 runs from it.
Good to see you, Steve. And Steve, of course, has been to Cartman before. I wonder if Steve's going to be there in Malaga come September/October. Of course, you'll see some improvements if you do. Just 6 overs left of action then here in Bulgaria. And it could come down to the wire, of course, as 74 off 36, but the wickets that have gone have been big ones, as both openers back in the shed now, and Pyle and Ferrari. There's going to be Saranak to come on for this 5th over. Into the onside, we'll just get one.
Just a single will get taken here. So what's your plan? So you've got a bit of time away from the cricket. You got any things to do?
Got a bit over a week though. Not that far until the Valletta Cup gets going.
When does that start? What's the first date?
26th, 21st, 22nd, something like that. We got one game on day 1, and then 2 games for 3 days, and then 3 games for 2 days.
Okay.
It's long.
Busy schedule.
Busy schedule. On me Jack Jones. Oh. Can you come and spray some of that water? I mean, I'm boiling. It's a bit hot, isn't it? Even with the open air, it's a bit warm.
There hasn't been
Not been a chilly day.
Any sort of kind of breeze here all day today, and that's another bit of a swing. Saranak will be hoping he can have a tidy spell here.
Yeah, big
a
time.
little bit like when he started yesterday.
Big time.
So no plans? You haven't got anything to go back and get done, or are you sort of more or less settled back at home there?
I'll tell you what I will be doing. Playing golf.
Yeah.
Although it is getting to the point where it's almost too hot at home to play golf. Up and lofted for 6. Gloriously played from Hillman. He's a very, very good player that has come into the ranks for this Gibraltar side. And yeah, he's done very, very well here in this weekend's action.
Yeah, good shot over long on. We saw him play a couple of shots down onto leg side, which he's also very powerful on, but just shows that, once again, like many of the other batters of Gibraltar, he can play 360, and that's a very good shot.
Oh, that's probably going to be a wide. It is, yeah. Once again, see, look, just look at this here. Descent and talking to the umpire. And while I actually think here, I don't know if it's for height. There, for height it is.
Yeah, I don't know if it's...
I also think it's wide on the offside.
I think it was given for probably more the offside.
It's wide on the offside and it's too high.
Yeah,
there you go. Move on.
Yeah, it's a wide delivery.
Not having it, Rico. I'm sorry.
You're getting well. The heat's got to you today.
It.
The heat has got to you today.
Not having it. It's constant.
They're not the only bowlers to do it, Charlie.
But it's consistent. It's every time. Away, firmly, work to do, gets a hand on it, and then gets a foot on it. It's a good bit of teamwork.
I don't know how Whitley Burton stopped this, but he has managed to stop it. Yeah, I've often said, actually, and I think I've been with you, because we were seeing a lot of it also in Romania from all the teams. I think that if teams start to do it too much, there should be that. There you go. That's another rule that you can introduce.
Yeah.
If you start to sort of... nicely played. Well, Pigeons, you're going to move now, aren't you? Oh, yeah, you are. A little bit of sexy cricket here from Midipuri. Well, I've said this before about Midipuri when he's been in the field, that Midipuri becomes a thicky puri. Well, he becomes a thicky, spicy puri here as he plays a little bit of sexy cricket. What a lovely shot. A little bit of class there from Kabir Midipuri. 4 runs.
I just don't like it. I'm sorry. And listen, as a youngster, I'll fully admit that I was the first to give a bit of stick.
You were terrible.
No, I was great.
You was terrible. And that's why I find it quite amusing
No,
that you're the one who's making a song and a dance about some of these.
But it's so consistent. Every time. It's constant. Shot over cover. That is stunning. It's going to be 1 bounce 4. And a good way to react to it from Midputty. So a bit of touch to go backward of square on the onside. Now goes over cover. 1 bounce 4. 2 fours to finish. 69 for 2 at the halfway stage. Okay, then. They'll have a drinks break here, and of course, well, we'll give a moment to, of course, say thank you to our partners at Paramatch. But of course, it is a time to bring on the Hunt the Answer. Of course, we have a look at the question first, then maybe in this one, of course, in the top 5 partnerships in T20Is. 2 of them have been scored against the same country. Can you name which country it is? And the bonus was, of course, if you can name the 2 countries that scored them. And, of course, the correct answer in this one is Bulgaria. And the hint was, of course, Delric Vinu. And, well, in fact, of course, the best part is here, who were the 2 teams that that scored them? It was the Czech Republic and Gibraltar. And, of course, it was big partnerships between Davitsi and Dylan Stay for the Czech Republic, and Avinash Pai and Louis Bruce. Both of those coming in Malta. And yeah, of course, I thought, let's get an answer where we can get at least 2 out of 3 of the teams in. I thought that was a good question to finish our little stint off in Bulgaria with.
Yeah, it was a good one, especially when, of course, Malta is going to be your next destination as well.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah, but going back to what we're talking about, yeah, I agree. I think what needs to start to happen, when you get too much of that, whether it's excessive appealing, whether it's bowlers that keep making those, and also batters. There's a lot of batters that every time the ball passes the off stump are saying, hey, there's a wide. I think you have a word and say, look, any more of that, we'll start to award penalty runs against you. Because I think it can get too much, and you don't want it to get too much, and you don't want it to spoil the game. And going back to you, There's my next
No, let's
question
not.
to you. No, let's do this. Because it's actually a productive question. Now, look, when you're young, as when you were, you do get a little bit sometimes overheated and maybe a little bit too vocal. So how did you change and overcome it? What was it that made you think, I don't have to be like that?
Because it's not big and it's not clever.
Yeah.
You know, you're getting yourself irate for no reason. And I think the thing that sort of stuck to me eventually was that the decision's been made. You're not going to overturn it no matter how much you complain or moan about it. And that's one thing that you've got to realise is that as soon as that decision's called, that's it. Game over. You can't change it. Well, bottom edge somehow. Well, watch out, pigeons. There's a flying Hartley coming your way. They're going to turn and come back for 2. Excellent running. Very good indeed. Yeah, I think for me it is just that. I think, listen, every batter is always frustrated when they get out. But, of course, it's not having a go at the umpire. It's, you know, you have your sort of, you have your 3 or 4 minutes in the dugout to yourself. And the thing that I actually found that worked for me is as soon as, it's a kind of recent thing when I've been playing, if you're annoyed, if you are frustrated, and I heard this from Ben Stokes of all people, he said if you get out, first thing you do when you get out, pack your bag. Put your pads in nicely, pack your stuff, and then go for a wander. Onside, lofted over the top. That's going to go all the way. 6 runs, glorious from Kabir there. As we've seen a bit of class with a couple of 4s. Now goes all the way. He has got it in the locker.
Yeah, Ademi puts it away. And I think also the players around you have to know you as well, don't they? I mean, the worst thing is if you do get maybe a shocker or if you've thumped one and somebody's taken a great catch, you don't want anyone to say, hey, unlucky, don't worry, it was a good catch. You don't want anyone to say anything to you. You just want to be left alone.
Yeah. Do
your little thing, and then when you come out and say, all right, lads, that's when people can say that to you. But you need a little bit of space, don't you?
Oh, goes again, and he's going to get it. It's going to be another one. 6 more. They're looking to chase this down here, Rico.
Yeah, timing is everything, isn't it? And Midpuri, he's come out here and he's played some sensational shots. I love the way that he waits for this and he gets it to perfection. A wonderful stroke.
Yeah, really nice. Very, very nice indeed. Yeah, that's for me as a batter, is literally just come off. First thing you do is put your bat down, and then you quite literally... Oh, look at that, by the way. What's that?
That's a bit of a dust storm there. The wicketkeepers copped it in the face.
Not Romania all over again.
just there.
That was weird.
Yeah,
just literally come off straight away, start packing your bag. Shot, gets it, and has got it. There you go. 1 bounce 4. This is glorious from Kabir. What a bit of flourishing moments this is. Bit of class.
Yeah, he's playing with so much time. Look, just steps across, and then he's got all the time in the world to execute the shot. And he does. He's going to get another 4.
I think they might have to put someone there, Rico.
Yeah,
they put someone there.
Thing is, they move someone there. That'd be the next place. So yeah, they're on their way. Just needing 38.
I don't mind a polite inquiry to an umpire, right? If you're appealing LB and he doesn't give it, if you go up to him and just go, can I just ask why? I don't mind that. But not feeling your arms around and blah, 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 blah. Don't like it. 22 going on 55. That's what I am. Maybe 70. I don't like it. Not for me. Potential last ball. Oh, not going to beat. Told you.
You're learning all the time. You're learning. Yeah, potential's the word. Yeah, of course, Serbia, I mean, by no means is this the word. We've seen a lot worse, and there is a lot worse. But I think one thing I will always say to bowlers, and this is with my umpire's hat on this, you need us.
Yeah.
You want to be on our side. Because
exactly.
When there's a 50-50 one, if you're a Mr. Nice Guy bowler, you might get the decision. If you're going to be giving us that an attitude, you ain't getting nothing.
Any umpire who says that doesn't come into it is a liar. That's all I'm going to say. Good shot, but straight to the fielder. It will be a single to finish then. It's 90 for 2 with 4 overs to go. I think for me as well, it's also about having some good role models in your side. And I'm just going to say this, and I want you to hear me out here, right? As some of the Bulgarian lads are off, and of course we wish them well for the rest of their season. But the thing for me, Mike Jones is of course a big leader for some of these boys. Now let's be honest here. Mike Jones leaves it all out on the pitch, and he's very, very vocal in his opinions on some things. And I just think that might be rubbing off slightly on some of these younger lads. I think you do need someone just to sort of sit there and go, listen, what you've just done there isn't okay. And if you're going to play in this team, you've got to always uphold to the same standards.
I think...
I'm not blaming Jonesy wholeheartedly there, by the way. He knows I wouldn't do that.
And Charlie, you're so right. And if I may come in here as well, I mean, the other day... And of course, we've just done a lovely feature on Prakash Mishra about the food side, and of course, Prakash is Mr. Cricket here in Bulgaria. But his LBW decision and the way he reacted wasn't good. Then when he came off and he threw the helmet, what sent the wrong message to me, to a lot of people, is when he then picks up player of the match. I don't think that should ever happen. That's my personal opinion, because what he did there was wrong. He knows it's wrong. It's not good for cricket, and that doesn't send the right message out. And so some of the things, maybe the way Mike was, with some passionate moments, maybe also Prakash there because that was a big moment, maybe him getting out. But those things then, they should be accountable for that. Giving somebody a player of the match performance who's done that doesn't sit well with the game. For me. That's a lovely shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, he's just bowling up dross at the moment, is Zimonjic. It's not working, and they're looking like they're going to chase this with relative ease at the moment, Gibraltar. And that just, again, is just sort of showing that they've just been a class above the rest in this weekend's action, has to be said. Yeah, I completely agree with you. Absolutely. That can't be setting the standards.
Yeah. And then just to finish off the point, 2 teams, we touched on this, young players. And I think when you've got a lot of young players inside, the leader of those young players not only has to be a captain, has to be kind of like a fatherly figure as well as a coach. It's a hard job to do because, of course, when you've got young blood, there's fiery young blood. So it's a difficult one. It will come, and it will come with time.
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly will. Short, pumped again. Bit of work to do for the field. They're not going to get there. Another boundary, and they're looking to do this in very much quick time.
Hillman, what a good striker of the ball that he is. He likes time, doesn't he? That's one thing I've noticed about Hillman. In the last match, he went out there and he had to hit straight away. A lot of batters, good batters, don't like to be in that position. And what I'm seeing from Hillman is he likes to be in a position where he's not being rushed and forced into playing shots.
Pigeons! They're coming. They're attacking you.
You mentioned pigeons. I know you said it once already, but I haven't said it. Apart from sending him a personal message to Mars Bargy, Mr. Wolfie himself. You talk pigeons. He loves pigeons. Well, he likes them not as pets. He likes them as in
bloke.
comida. He likes to eat pigeons. But anyway, Marzi, happy birthday. I hope you enjoy your pigeon dinner. Oh, that's glorious. That's a glorious shot. Straight down the ground. Well, is this your HCL software shot of the day? Coming right to the end of the day's play here. What a beauty this is. Yeah. What a cracker.
Stunning. What a way to again hit another maximum. Holds the pose, rightfully so. Glorious shot.
Yeah, wonderful shot.
Yeah, really nice shot now at just above a runner ball here. This is very, very impressive from Gibraltar. Serbia just have not been up to the mark here, unfortunately.
Yeah, Marzi, happy birthday. Enjoy your pigeon dinner.
He's in Rome, so I don't know how much pigeon he'll get. Pigeon pizza?
You never know where the things
Spaghetti
have
alla
happened.
pigeon? Maybe. I wouldn't, personally. Oh, dear. Gundy. And they'll come through. Good from Kabir. Oh, off the side of the pitch. They'll come through for the extra run, but there'll also be a noble free hit to come.
Yeah, not the first time that we've seen this from one of the Zimonjics. They just haven't been always able to get it right. Too high. They'll take the bye. Free hit.
Yeah, and that's just 18 needed off of 19 now. Oh, again, see, it's in. I'm not going to lose it because it's in the law, but he's not even moved out of the crease there.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what he's thinking here. It's not like they need these tight singles anyway, is it? They should be
gone.
Should be thinking about stopping the boundaries.
Hit firmly. Oh dear.
Tatuga. Well, we're going to certainly miss the Tortugas. I know he'll get 1 or 2 there in Rome, but not as many as these. Well, I suppose he does well with the free hit. Doesn't get put to the boundary. The over, though, will go in the end for, I think it goes magical in the end, does it? Or is it just short of magical? 19
short.
Of it.
No, 19.
Just one short.
Tomorrow, Roma. It's an all-Rome affair. I'm not going to go through it. I've made the point too many times, so I won't do it again. But yeah, 7 o'clock GMT, 9 o'clock Central European time, 12:30 out in India. Vinny Sandhu alongside Nisho Bhatt will be taking you through the action. Good luck to everyone out there, and of course, safe travels to all the crew travelling out there today. So, of course, good luck to you out there as well. Well, here he is. Vukasin Zimonjic is going to come on here. As they're 109 for 2, 17 needed. I think there might be a few short balls here.
Well, let's see how he goes here. He's not got too many runs to play with, just 17. I suppose get one very good over in here. You never know. You take it down into the last couple.
Here we go then. Bottom edge. They're going to take him on here, and he's going to be gone. And that will be the end of Kabir Midpuri, who's frustrated with himself. Good bit of work though by Zimonjic.
He does very well here, actually, very well. I mean, a lot of fast bowlers don't like to get into these areas, but he sees what the plan is. They didn't really have to try and take this one on, but he doesn't feel that Zimonjic is going to get there. But he's a good athlete, and it looks like he's a pretty good dart player as well.
Yeah, good innings though from Midpuri. He goes for 31 off of 14. Jib 109 for 3. I like this. Steve's got a good one here. Should be penalty runs for a failed mankad.
Yeah.
Don't mind it. Of course, part of the laws, isn't it? So, listen, I'm not saying I know better than the lawmakers, but hey ho, what do you know?
Yeah, it goes down just as like a run out now, isn't it? I mean, mankad is not a term that they like to use these days. But yeah, it's always one. It's still one I don't like, because I think for me it all depends what the batters do. I tell you what, I'd give you a good example for those of you that are wondering what I mean.
Ooh, stays low.
Go back and have a look when you get a chance. Go back and have a look at the last golden ball that we had on the European Cricket Network
in Croatia.
Yeah, the women's match. Have a look at how they tied the score, and if that was man-cadded, if you want to use the term, fair play, because the batter backing up was halfway down the pitch before the ball was bowled.
Player, hate the game.
Yeah, so if it's that, you can actually turn around and say, I understand it, because the batter involved is clearly trying to gain an advantage. Sometimes they're just walking and they're literally a centimetre away, not looking to cheat or anything, because they think the bowler's going to release it because that's what they're meant to do. And, you know, I'm meant to back up.
Yeah.
That's when I feel it's not good.
Another one that beats the bat. And
good wheels.
It is good wheels. He is quick, but it's just about the consistency.
Yeah, and that's where all of the things that we're talking about, Charlie, you know, about the way you conduct yourself, the discipline, that all comes under one thing, and that's about being coached, that's about being nurtured. And coaching isn't just about the ability of what you do with the ball or with the bat. It's about the way you conduct yourself. It's the way that you approach the game as well. It's about the sportsmanship. It's about a lot of things. This gets played away. It should be stopped. It will be stopped. It'll just be a single. And like you see there's Zimovich there. I mean, little things like this, he's getting very frustrated and annoyed. I mean, they've only got the single. It's only the single. But you can see his reaction because the ball takes slightly longer than he feels it does to get back in. And we've said this before, one thing Gibraltar do, where when they play well, they always rub off on each other. They get better. When you do this, the fielders get under pressure and you don't perform as well. He's got talent, he's got ability, and a lot of these players have. We know that, we've seen it. But that has to be nurtured in the right direction, because if it goes the wrong way, it can end up affecting their performances for the worse.
End of the over, and it's a very good one. Just one coming off it and also getting a wicket. Very good from Zimonjic. He'll finish with none for 11. Score is 110 for 3. 16 off 12 required. Oh, surely not. I've just had a thought.
What have you thought?
Remember my last set of internationals when I was there
when
on
there
the
was
last
nothing
day?
to play for? All right. Well, what's the equation? 16? You think not, wouldn't you?
You'd think not.
You'd think not.
Never mind.
Would you think not, especially with the batters that you got out there, of course, Charles Packard, who was player of the match in the last match, scored 40. Alexander Hillman is pretty well set on 32.
I've thought of the fact as well that Burton and Ademi have bowled out, so yeah, it's not probably going to be very likely. Hey, whilst we've got a chance, I want to say thank you to everyone who's been involved over the last 2 weeks. It's been a successful stint once again in Bulgaria, and finally, no games lost to weather.
Yeah.
Woohoo! There we go. How about that? Here's Dugic. And here's 6. That's glorious from Hillman. I reckon that one's a goner. That's a glorious cricket shot. What a way to start the over.
Yeah, it's a delightful shot. Beautifully played. Timing. And look at that. Holds the pose as well. And over it goes. It just ends up on the edge of the stadium there. It hasn't gone into the stands, but they just get another ball out there pretty quickly as that one gets retrieved.
Great shot to start. It's in the slot from Dugic. But yeah, how great is it to not have lost a game? So good. Oh, this time much better, much fuller. Gets it right.
Yeah, and of course I think I was away with the day that you did get some heavy rain, but and I saw some picture and I thought, well, that looks like the end of the day, but you actually got a shortened match in and carried on normally.
I think it was just because this ground was dying for some water, and it literally just sort of sucked it all up pretty quickly. Hit firmly, work to do for the fielder, does well, just be one. But yeah, they just in reality, it just sucked it up, used it up, and then anything that was sat on the surface evaporated within sort of about an hour because the sun was out. That's the difference.
Yeah,
it was hot, the sun was out, whereas when
there was a place for the water to go, wasn't it?
Exactly, yeah, exactly. And again, driven, not quite out of the screws. Wintley, sack the juggler.
Wintley, look, with the issues that he's had, of course, let's think about Serbia for a little bit. Adrian Dunbar could only play that one game, had to go. They sorely missed him. But one man they've definitely missed, Mike Jones. Mike Jones, who just, remember, broke a record here playing in that European Cricket Series, the Serbian player. And he was down to play for Serbia. He scored 837 runs in the 2 weeks of that domestic series. And, of course, if they had him in the side, things could have been different.
Absolutely. 7 off 7. Packard not going to take a single. Oh, miscued, and that's not what they needed. Dugic lets the over go. And that one, they might just want to check side on here because I think this could be, it's high. I don't know if it's too high.
Batter's coming down, which will make it a difficult one for the umpires to have a look at.
That's fine.
So, yeah, that makes it a bit easier for them with the batter going down the track. So, gets a boundary. They will go into the last over, but only 3 required.
Yeah, and it will be Hillman on strike as well. So, yeah, good figures for Lucas, of course. None for 11 off him. For Burton as well. None for 20. And, of course, not too bad. So then, just the 3 runs required here. Of course, Serbia looks at the moment, unless they can pull off a miracle here, looks if they're going to go winless in this tournament. And they've also got Saranak to bowl, and he's had his troubles this weekend, hasn't he?
So, yeah, he's let himself down a number of times.
Here we go, just 3 needed. And this could be them, and it will be. Game, set, a match. Hillman hits the winning runs. A bit of a fist pump as he's happy to have hit those runs and get Gibraltar over the line. And it's going to be a 100% success rate. Gibraltar will absolutely demolish both opponents in this tri-series, and they should very, very much be happy with their efforts as they have been dominant in this tournament.
That's absolutely right. Well, the men from the Rock were solid as a rock. There's a 100% record, 6 out of 6 from them, and well played. And the thing about them was, it's got to be said, Charlie, team performance. It wasn't really down to one real individual. Everybody played their part. The batters, they shared the runs between them. Bowlers bowled well. The slower bowlers, that of Miripuri and Advani, were absolutely fantastic. So well played to them. And really, you know, when you think that there was lots of a couple of players missing from that side, like Avinash Pai and also Ian Latin, it's been a tremendous performance from them.
Whoa, yeah. And tomorrow, 7 o'clock GMT, 9 o'clock Central European time. 12:30 out in India, it will be Roma CC taking on Roma Gladiatori in that one. First game of the day, first game of many out in Rome. Looking forward to that one. Of course, do stick around. I believe Rico is going to have a little bit of a presentation to run us through for these into this international series. But let's have a look at the final highlights package of our 2-week stint here in Bulgaria this year.
Yeah, and it started with some nice shots. You'd expect that because Paul and Ferrari weren't going to hang around. They started pretty well, but Paul this time, well, he's pretty used to getting into the 20s. In fact, 20 exactly before he finds a way to get out. But not this time. Of the bowling of Ademi, They managed to find the safe hands of Ayo to get the first wicket, and there were some great efforts in the field. They never gave up, and credit to Serbia actually, because they did take it into the last over. But there was the wicket there first of Park. Then there was a crazy run out. There was this one here where they didn't really need to go for this. In fact, there was 2 run outs in the innings, which Serbia didn't really have to try and go for. That was the first one. The second one was that one of Kabir. There he is there, Miripuri, who was playing some sexy cricket. He really was, just showing us that he's a bit of a classy all-rounder himself. Of course, we talked about a few men that to give a lot back to the game in terms of helping the juniors and the youngsters. And Kabir Miripuri is certainly one who does a lot of that back in Gibraltar at that Europa Point ground as well. So well done to him. It's a good performance from him as well. And this was how he would get out. So once again, didn't really have to do this, but I suppose he gets out, that he gives another opportunity to another man to come in there and get a few runs. But Hillman once again showed that when he's out there and he's got time to bat, can certainly score runs and play an array of wonderful shots. And before you knew it, it was done and dusted. But like I say, well done to Serbia, that at least did take him in to the last over.
Yeah, I've had an ant invasion in my bag, which is fun. Of course, good fun travelling with that one today. But of course, yeah, look at the final scorecards in this one. And realistically, it was nice to see a bit of a change. Pyle, he's had a nice time at the opening spot. Didn't quite work for him in this one, of course, but 11 off 6 for him. But again, Ferrari in the runs, which was nice to see. And of course, you also look at it, the likes of Hillman, 44 not out of 20 for him. Packard finishing with 5 at the end of this one. No need for Bruce, no need for anyone else to really get involved. Credit to them, though, as they have done very, very well. Bowlers, not really much to talk about. Best probably Zamonjic, none for 11 for him. And Ademi, the only one to pick up a wicket. The rest were all run-outs.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But they did take it deep. Well, Charlie literally has got ants in his pants here. Well, Charlie, good job you saw that beforehand. Otherwise, you could have been a bit of trouble. Well, maybe that's where you said you felt that you got bit earlier. Maybe that's where that came from.
Dunno.
So we're going to leave you with the mid-match summary there. And, of course, there will be a very quick and short presentation ceremony for the winners here, and also there's a small matter of the MVP to be decided. But of course, Charlie, I know you did a marvellous job the other day saying all your thank yous to everyone, so I'll just sort of relay some of those on. But I want to say my thank yous to you. I know you're going to have a well-earned little time off now to go back and enjoy some more hotter weather there in Spain, and I hope you do get on a golf course. But looking forward to working with you again pretty soon, wherever that may be. Maybe we'll come together at the Kartama Over, because I know that we're going to be going different ways, but always been a pleasure. Look after yourself. And also, I want to say a big thank you to everybody in the chat, because I know that some of you have got things that you've got to get on with, and may not be around for me to say formally the thank yous when I do the ceremony. So thank you very much for watching. Thank you for your support, and I'll leave Charlie to say the last words.
Yeah, huge thank you as well, Rico, to you. Been a pleasure as always, and to Nish as well. But yeah, absolutely, it's been another great 2 weeks. I've loved coming back to Bulgaria. It's always a place that it's a bit of a homecoming for me. But yeah, absolutely, have thoroughly enjoyed my time. Well, I'm going to make sure I get these ants out of my bag before I get onto a flight. Otherwise, I could get done at the border. But been an absolute pleasure to take you through the action the last 2 weeks. It's been a hot one. I'll be back in around about 10 days' time as we get the Valletta Cup underway out in Malta. But it's been a pleasure. Huge thank you to everyone on the ground. As well, we'll leave you for a minute, but then we'll get Rico, who will give us a lovely little finish to the afternoon. Been a pleasure. See you very soon.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome to the European Cricket Network. And of course we've had a fantastic 2 weeks here in Bulgaria. Not only did we have a fantastic European Cricket Series, but the international 2 days that we had here were fantastic. The host Bulgaria took on Gibraltar and also Serbia. In the end though, it was a team from Gibraltar that were just too hot to handle. Well, the boys from the Rock were solid as a rock. So congratulations to Gibraltar for your victory. Well done guys. Of course, we do have some trophies to hand out, but before I do that, I want to say a very quick thank you to our partners, to Fancode, also to Dream 11. Thank you very much to Perimatch, to HCL Software, to Grizzly Bear Sports, also to Bizway Travel and to Lockers Lifestyles for these trophies. Gibraltar, though, the team of the moment, and we know that their journey here from Gibraltar wasn't an easy one. They had to come a long way around. We were expecting them to maybe be a little bit lethargic on the first day yesterday, but they weren't. They won all 3 of their matches, and they did the same thing here again today, won 3 out of 3. So congratulations to them. They are the winners of this European Cricket Tri-Series. So well done to Gibraltar. But before we hand over the main trophy, we have to talk about the MVP. Of course, there were some good performances, but one young man that really shone through all the way through with the ball. He was the joint leading wicket taker with Kabir Miripuri. So Kabir, well bowled to you as well. You bowled very well with 7 wickets, but with 7 wickets also, and also 176 runs, a player that I've seen over a number of years. He tends to get better and better. Louis Bruce is the MVP. Louis, very well played. Well done. You're getting better all the time. Lovely to see you out there. And Charlie Hunt, obviously. Come over here and show everyone your lovely trophy. And Louis Bruce, the MVP this time around. Louis, come on. I know you're not shy. Just a few words. First of all, MVP, congratulations. How does it feel?
Thank you very much. Just good to contribute to the team again and obviously get 6 from 6.
Now, I've seen you play a lot of cricket. I know you play a lot out there in Gibraltar at that Europa Point cricket ground. Yeah. Very different outfield to this one. So tell us how it was like for you and for the team to adjust to this.
I mean, to be fair, from day one, from game one, we were really hot on it. I mean, our fielding was amazing. I think the best it's been all tournament on that first day and that first game. So I think we adapted pretty well, fair to say. So pretty happy, all things considered.
Well played, and I hope you have a very good season.
Thank you very much,
coming ahead. So well done, Louis
Cheers,
Bruce.
thank you.
Louis Bruce, everybody, the MVP. So without further ado, I'd first like the captain to come over. So Kieran, coming over and join me. Kieran Ferrari. Congratulations. The boys behind are very happy. First of all, tell us, I know you didn't have the best of journeys coming out here, but adjusted very well. Did everything go to plan? What were the key things that you wanted to achieve from this series?
I think first and foremost we just wanted to give everyone a go really. There's a lot of new guys in the setup coming through the ranks and on the fringes of the first team, and the purpose of this weekend was to give plenty of opportunities to everyone, mix up the role scenarios just to gain experience, and I think everybody when called upon did a fantastic job.
I think you're absolutely right there. One thing that I saw is that you had a real good blend of players in the team. I think it's fair to say that all the batters performed, all the bowlers bowled very well as well, including the seamers and the spinners. But let's talk about some of the variety that you have in the side in terms of the age groups. First of all, we've got to talk about Mark Gowes, who played his last game. What do you want to say about Mark Gowes?
Gowsy, well, he's one of the good guys. He is your team man, first and foremost, and then he's contributed with the ball many a time, likes to whack it at the end when he's given the opportunity. So overall a big miss I think, but brilliant just to have played with him for a number of years and pass on. I'm sure he's going to pass on plenty of advice, good and bad, to the ones coming through. So
come on guys, give him a round of applause. But of course you say goodbye to Mark, but you've got some great youngsters coming up. Let's talk about some of those and good performances there, and taking some international wickets here today as well.
Correct, here Alex, Sean, under 18s, very encouraging to see all the work that they've put in with the coaches back home. We're very keen with youth development, so it's really encouraging and really proud to see our youngsters coming through, and they've stepped up today when given the ball.
Yeah, I must admit, when I've been there in Gibraltar at the Europa Point ground, I know that a number of the players that I see here being involved with the juniors. I know that Kabir, you've been there, and Mark, I know that you put a big effort in, and Louis will vouch for that. I think the development of the youngsters is big there, and you can see that coming across on the big stage. So congratulations to Gibraltar for that. Congratulations to you, Ed. So without further ado, now Charlie Hunt is going to come over now and present you with the winners' trophy. So the winners of this international series, Gibraltar, congratulations. Well played, guys. Well done.